All right. I call to order the May 12th, 2026 closed session meeting of the City Council at 5:01 p.m. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Jackson. Here. Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois is absent at the moment. Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor DeToy.
Here. And can you queue us up for public comment, please?
I did receive one speaker card. Jim Holtz.
Council, I know I made a pest of myself on this issue for the past year, and I apologize for that. I've been warning for months that the SDR ban has been legally vulnerable. I take no satisfaction on how it worked out, but here we are. Recent update, the mandate was filed on May 7th. The likely appeal deadline is around June 29th. The city now needs to decide whether to comply or appeal. This has clearly moved beyond the tentative ruling talk. The city has three choices: appeal, seek a stay. You can get 1 to 2 years, spend a lot of legal money, give up potential TOT while the case drags on. The city may delay the ruling for a year or two, but under existing coastal zone SDR precedents, the appeal is an uphill fight. The city can't file a cheap appeal, get a stay, and sit on it. It would have to keep paying the legal team to maintain the appeals through the record-binding stay issues, motions, and closed sessions updates. Even if the city delays compliance, it will still likely need to allow at least some coastal zone STRs through the Coastal Commission approved framework. You can also do what Manhattan Beach effectively did to allow coastal zone STRs under a license and TOT framework without immediately trying to recreate the ban through restrictive new rules. I do not recommend that because without the rules, STRs will eventually grow and take over the city, and nobody wants that. Or take the proactive path, accept the ruling, start collecting TOT now, and prepare practical Coastal Commission compliance regulations. This will let the city begin reasonable density cap quickly and address opportunists buying up homes to convert to STRs. We can do this before STRs grow out of control. The official Jan 20th Manhattan Beach City Council transcripts said there were 191 licensed operators in fiscal year 24-25, and that generated 1.7 million in TOT revenues. Hermosa Beach is very close in size as far as the coastal zone, so I would expect the same. So Hermosa can spend thousands delaying a revenue source while discussing budget problems, or could create a pathway to start collecting TOT immediately. The city tries to recreate.
Thank you, Jim. Your time is up. Is there any other public speakers?
I have no one online. I did not receive any more speaker cards.
Perfect. And Madam City Clerk, could we redo roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor DeToy.
Here.
Thank you.
Just checking one more time. No more public comment. We'll close public comment and we will recess to closed session. Thank you. All right, we're going to get started. I call to order the May 12th, 2026 regular meeting of the City Council at, that's not right, 6:04 p.m. Will Chief Kane please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, sir. Madam City Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Jackson.
Aye. Here.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor Detoy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, please provide a closed session report.
The City Council met in closed session regarding the existing litigation in the Kerner versus Hermosa Beach, Los Angeles Superior Court case number 25 STC P00891. Direction was given to the City Attorney not to file an appeal. The motion passed 4-1.
Thank you. Any announcements from my colleagues? All right, I have a few. The community-wide garage sale is coming up, so it's a reminder the city will be hosting its annual community-wide garage sale on May 16th from 7 a.m. to noon. The event was rescheduled from its previous April date due to rain in the forecast. The event serves as a way to help residents reduce their clutter, make room for the unneeded stuff that gets reused and recycled, hopefully clean up some space in their garage so you can get the cars off the street and undercover. So please visit the city website to register for the no-fee permit to get your location posted on the event's webpage. And then Fiesta Hermosa will be returning Memorial Day weekend, May 23rd to 25th. For 50 years, Fiesta Hermosa has been filling Hermosa streets with art, music, and fun. For more than a decade, the Fiesta Hermosa has been known as Southern California's largest beachside arts and crafts festival. We hope the community will enjoy the festivities and welcome visitors from all around to the beach to shop and enjoy the artisanal culture. For more information, please visit the Chamber's event website at fiestahermosa.net. And a shout out to, there's a lot of playoffs going around that, hockey playoffs and basketball playoffs and everything else in between, but we also have Hermosa Little League playoffs. So head down to Clark Field, great snacks, and watch some of our youth coming up to play some good baseball. And with that, we'll go to approval of the agenda. Is there
I move to approve the agenda.
Second.
motion and a second? Any discussion on that? Madam City Clerk, could you get us? Actually, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? All right, show that carries unanimous. Now bring us to proclamations and presentations. Madam City Clerk, can you announce the first one?
Yes, recognizing Mental Health Awareness Month.
Perfect. So Beach City's Health District Representative Alejandra Sierra is going to come up to the podium to speak about it.
Hello, everyone. Alejandra Sierra, volunteer engagement supervisor at Beach City's Health District. So the Beach City's Health District, in partnership with the cities and school districts of Hermosa, Manhattan, and Redondo, recognize May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Mental health and substance use is one of BCHD's health priorities, the other health priority being physical health. Loneliness affects our physical and mental health. Roughly 17% of area residents report little or no connection to other people, which remains unchanged from 2023. In observance of Mental Health Awareness Month in May, BCHD is encouraging the community to combat loneliness and fostering meaningful social connections. Fulfilling relationships and connecting with each other are key to happiness, health, and longevity. Initiate conversations with someone you don't know. Create a sense of belonging by participating in your community and deepen relationships with those you know. For more information, please visit bchd.org/mental health awareness. And now I'd like to turn it over to Chloe and Trevor for a special invitation.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to quickly invite you to an exciting upcoming event this Saturday, and we're going to be celebrating the establishment of the permanent home for Alcove Beach Cities. And this new space is going to support the mental health and well-being of all people in our community from ages 12 to 25.
Now, the event is Saturday, May 16th, with the ceremony from 10 to 11 a.m. Now, after that, Co-Fest will take place from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. with activities, art, food, and music to help join the community. Now, we'd love to see you there and have you be part of this special moment. And we're going to leave behind some of our cards in order in case anybody wants to take a card and spread some awareness for the community.
Thank you.
Can we take a photo?
Absolutely. And Madam City Clerk, what's next?
Chamber of Commerce St. Patrick's Day Parade post-event review.
Welcome, Michelle.
Hi. We have our slides. Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor, council members, city staff. I'm here today to present a recap and financial summary for this year's St. Patrick's Day Parade. Next slide, please.
You have a clicker down.
I do.
Yes, behind your laptop.
Oh, how fun. Thank you. Got it. Thank you. The parade, user error. The parade delivers meaningful community impact. It brings together participation from schools, nonprofits, community organizations, businesses, sponsors, and civic leaders. This year's parade featured 78 entries. We have seen steady community engagement year after year, with participation numbers remaining consistently strong every year. The parade is a tradition all of Hermosa embraces and looks forward to every year. Production of the parade is coordinated between the Chamber Foundation, the city, and our event producer, with significant planning happening behind the scenes across multiple departments and agencies leading up to the event. That includes coordination with police, fire, city staff, and our event producer around safety planning, street closures, barricades, traffic control, and overall event logistics. Our event producer handles much of the on-the-ground production and technical coordination. We were fortunate to have Mike Bell supporting execution again this year. He has dedicated many years to helping ensure the parade runs smoothly, and we'd like to take this moment to recognize and thank him for his partnership and support for the beloved parade for all these years. The foundation takes the lead on the fundraising, sponsorship, organizational side of the parade, helping to generate the revenue needed to produce. That includes securing sponsors, brand activations, community partnerships, and producing the pre-event fundraiser that helps offset production costs. Our team also handles the marketing, design, promotion, participant communications, and overall coordination leading up to the parade, while helping oversee execution on the event day. In addition, the foundation carries the vendor contracts and financial responsibility associated with producing the event. The total cost to produce the event was just over $51,000. Approximately $26,700 was absorbed by the city for public safety, barricades, insurance, and fire-related support, while the foundation covered just under $25,000 in direct production, marketing, operations, and staffing costs. On the revenue side, the foundation generated nearly $35,000 through sponsorships, fundraising, and event-related revenue. Prior to accounting for city partnership contribution, the event operated at roughly a $16,800 loss. After factoring in the city reimbursement and support, the adjusted net lands at $9,896. This reflects the reality that community events of this scale require partnership in order to remain sustainable. It's important to note that this adjusted net does not include the chamber staff time and resources dedicated to producing the parade. When those in-kind contributions are considered, the event ultimately operates at or very close to break even. If the city requests it, we're prepared to contribute the adjusted net back to the city-supported parade costs. In addition to direct reimbursement, the city also absorbed a significant amount of waived direct and indirect costs tied to producing the parade, estimated at approximately $27,600. That support included public safety staffing, administrative coordination, event preparation, street closures, parking impact, and city resources required to safely execute this event. We'd like to thank city staff, police, fire, public works, and city leadership for the coordination and partnership that helped make this parade possible. Events of this scale are truly a shared effort and rely on continued collaboration between the foundation, the city, sponsors, volunteers, and community partners. The parade continues to be a high-impact community event that brings us all together in a meaningful way. It's clearly something the community values and shows up for year after year. At the same time, events of this scale require substantial planning, staffing, coordination, and financial support. The Chamber Foundation contributes a significant amount of in-kind operational support. And ultimately, when all costs and contributions are fully accounted for, as I mentioned before, the event does about break even, which reinforces the importance of our strong collaboration and shared responsibility in sustaining community events like this long term. Looking ahead, we see an opportunity to continue refining and streamlining operations now that we've gone through this year's partnership and have a better understanding of where efficiencies can be improved. Our focus moving forward is centered on sustainability, making sure the parade can continue in a way that's financially realistic, operationally manageable, and still delivers a strong community experience year after year. We see the continued collaboration with the city as an important part of that future. This year demonstrated the value of us working together closely, and we really do appreciate the partnership and support that helped make this year successful. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Michelle. It was a wonderful parade and lots of fun to see
It was a wonderful
friends
parade.
and family and business
Yeah.
owners
Yep.
on the community. Does anyone have any questions for Michelle?
I'll go ahead with one. Hi. Thank you very much for the presentation and great parade we have again this year. Is it safe to assume that with proper planning, we can obtain more sponsors, collect better revenue, and perhaps keep the losses to less? What's your take on that?
I'd like to think so. I'm not sure about generating an abundance of sponsorships. It's a very short event that impacts mostly locals. So I think it's more feasible to say that we are refining expenses, being able to pull in barricades from other cities, hopefully enforce the barricades that we have here within our own city as well. And eliminating some of the costs that we were able to do this year too.
Right, okay. Yeah, I was just curious. I
Yeah.
mean, we contributed 26, we get 9 back, that's like about 15, and then another 25 in waived costs. So we're not talking about a lot of an expense, but maybe it can be worked out where we get moving on this earlier ahead of time, and we can probably do things to bring revenue up, and then we don't have to, there's talk of contracting out and all that other stuff, so just wanted to throw it out there. And
I agree.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michelle, for your report, and it was a great parade, again, always is. And I know the community absolutely loves that event, and I think you did a great job.
Thank you.
Your report here seems to indicate that the chamber wants to continue producing the parade, and when you were here last time, our last meeting that you attended, seemed to indicate that the chamber really wasn't interested in doing the parade anymore. So did I misread that or this? Can you kind of enlighten me on that?
I think that with the partnership of the city, it's proof of concept. I think with the partnership, it's doable. Without that, it's not feasible for the Chamber Foundation to be able to effectively raise enough funds to cover this event, what's needed for this event. But this past year proved that working with the city, it is doable. So we're a little more optimistic about it than we were before, to be honest.
Is the chamber interested in looking at different ways of doing the parade? I mean, some additions and kind of a different idea about the parade that might make it more profitable?
I think that we'd be open to different variations as long as we have enough lead time to actually do a financial weigh-in on whether or not it's possible to
When do you
it.
think a good time for that would be? In
Soon as
September when
possible.
we discuss the contract, or tomorrow?
Yeah, well, not now because we're doing Fiesta.
Of
please.
course, yeah.
No, I would say over the summer, after Fiesta.
After Fiesta.
I think the sooner the better to talk through those type of elements. Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Everyone else good? Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, could you queue up public comment, please?
Yes, this is a time for members of the City Council to address the City Council on any items within the City Council's jurisdiction and on items where public comment will not be taken, such as City Manager's Report, City Council member comments, consent calendar, items not pulled for separate discussion, and future agenda items. If public comment is provided on a public hearing or municipal matter item, public comment on the same item will not be accepted when the item is heard at a later part of the meeting. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. This time allotment may be modified due to time constraints and at the discretion of the mayor or city council. Members of the public will have a future opportunity to speak on any items pulled from the consent calendar for separate discussion, public hearings, and municipal matters when those items are heard. The first speaker is?
First, we have Sarah H.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, residents of Hermosa Beach. I'm here with announcements from the library. My first announcement is that we are currently in the middle of One Book, One Coast, the largest book club on the West Coast that's running until the end of May. And the book for this book club is They Called Us Enemy by George Takei, and it is available with unlimited copies through the Libby app by Overdrive, so everyone can get a chance to read it. And there will be a finale author talk with George Takei on Sunday, May 31st from 2 to 4 p.m. at the East Los Angeles Library, and it will also be streamed live on YouTube. And then we have some other great events coming up this month. Next Wednesday at 3 o'clock, we have fuse beads for our school-age children. You can make fuse bead creations using patterns or design your own original piece. And then also on Wednesday, May 20th at 6 p.m., we have a rose cookies demonstration. Celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month with Chef Phoebe Chow. Chef Chow will share the history and cultural background as she shows us how to make rose cookies. Recipes and samples will be provided, and that is generously sponsored by our Hermosa Beach Friends of the Library. And lastly, we have free yard signs for the LA versus Hate campaign. Take a stand against hate. You can pick up a yard sign at the library that says Los Angeles County Neighbors United Against Hate while supplies last. Thank you.
Next, we have Fire Chief Brian Kane.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Assistant Chief Brian Kane, Los Angeles County Fire Department, with a few words about the Los Angeles County Fire Department. The department has valued this partnership for nearly 10 years. While we understand that operational costs continue to rise, we sincerely hope to extend and strengthen this relationship for another decade and beyond. We recognize that you have options when selecting fire protection and lifeguard services. However, it would be difficult to match the expertise, depth of resources, and level of service provided by the Los Angeles County Fire Department. In the event of a widespread emergency or natural disaster, our department can draw personnel and equipment from more than 170 fire stations across the region. This includes access to specialized resources such as urban search and rescue teams, hazardous materials response units, heavy equipment including dozers and excavators, and a fleet of helicopters operated through our Air Operations Division. The Los Angeles County Fire Department has long been at the forefront of emergency medical services, and in fact, one of the pioneers of modern EMS beginning in 1969. Since that time, innovation has remained a core standard of our department. Among our most recent advancement is the Whole Blood Program, which equips paramedic squads with blood for field transfusions to critically injured trauma patients. To date, 63 patients have received life-saving blood transfusions in the pre-hospital setting. In addition, our paramedics are specially trained to identify patients who may require ECMO, extracorporeal membrane oxygenation treatment. Because not all hospitals are equipped to provide ECMO services, patients identified in the field setting are transported directly to designated ECMO receiving centers, significantly improving patient outcomes and continuity of care. Our Advanced Practitioner Units, or APRUs, continue to place the Los Angeles County Fire Department at the forefront of emergency medical services and innovation. These specialized units are staffed by one paramedic, one nurse practitioner, allowing for an expanded level of patient care in the field. Nurse practitioners are able to refill prescriptions and treat clinic-level medical conditions on scene, helping to reduce unnecessary emergency department visits and easing the burden on local hospitals. In addition, the Los Angeles County Fire Department employs 3 full-time medical directors, specifically trained in emergency medicine. These doctors play a critical role in continually enhancing service delivery, supporting advanced medical operations, and responding to complex incidents requiring specialized expertise. We look forward to continuing to provide fire protection and public safety services for the city of Hermosa Beach. Thank you for your time tonight.
Next, we have Jim Holtz.
Honorable Mayor, Council, staff, I have lived within 100 feet or to more than a dozen STRs for years in the early 2000s, and then later operated one myself from 2010 to 2016, the residential ban. That gives me direct experience with both sides of the issue as a neighbor and as an operator. I'm not speaking only from theory. I'm here for the 4-way win. Win for the city through TOT revenue during our budget crisis, win for the neighbors through enforceable rules and limits, win for visitors who need family lodging options beyond small hotel rooms, win for responsible homeowners, many with financial hardship, including people like me living on full disability. California SB 346 has been available since the start of the year. It allows cities to opt in by ordinance to require STR platforms to provide all identifying information for TRT licensing and enforcement. I've yet to see an opt-in ordinance on the agenda. This could have been in place months ago. Hermosa has currently 200 STRs listings for years reported by Airbnb, while the ban has supposedly been in place. Yet the city has not have a matching history of widespread party house music, noise or nuisance problems. Manhattan Beach, with a comparable coastal zone, has under 200 licensed STRs without a cap. This, in response to my record request, Manhattan Beach only found one STR complaint, someone that had no license and unpaid TRT. This was after the ban was overturned. So no STR noise or nuisance complaints over 4 years. Party houses are a behavior problem, not an STR problem. Hermosa already has a enforceable noise, trash, parking, safety rules for everyone. The 2016 ban only followed 6 STR complaints in 2015. How many noise complaints came from homeowners or long-term renters during that time? Do not expect a explosion of STRs when they are allowed. We already have 2 examples. First, Hermosa allowed STRs in the commercial zone, yet only a handful obtained licenses. Second, Manhattan Beach has legal STRs in the coastal zone for the past 4 years and still have fewer than 200 licensed STRs. Most homeowners want to live in their homes or keep their long-term tenants. Running an STR is inexpensive, work-intensive, and a pain to operate. It requires furnishing, houseware, supplies, cleaning, management. It's a pain. In closing, licensed STRs collect TOT, use SB 346 for enforcement and TOT, protect neighbors, protect speculations, enforce nuisance rules, revoke bad actors, and implement a reasonable cap with the Coastal Commission.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle H.
Good evening. Speeding. I'm here again to address the excessive speeding that is plaguing our city streets and small alley streets. This remains a serious safety problem that requires action. On Upper Pier Avenue, where the speed limit is 20 miles per hour, and on corridors such as Monterey Boulevard, Hermosa Ave, Manhattan Beach Ave, parts of Valley Drive, and Ardmore Ave, where the speed limit is 25 miles an hour, too many drivers are moving at speeds at excess that do not belong on our neighborhood streets. This is especially alarming during the morning rush, around the hours of school drop-offs and the commuters going to work, when residents, children, and pedestrians are most exposed to reckless driving. I'm asking our City Council and Police Department to act on this serious matter by taking 2 practical steps. First, presence of enforcement. Use targeted traffic enforcement during the morning peak period. Motorcycle officers would probably be ideal for this enforcement. With the help of police enforcement between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m., especially on Monterey, would also send a clear message that speeding in these streets will not be ignored. And I mean giving speeding tickets, not warnings. Also, officers out at random hours during the day to catch speeders on these same streets. And secondly, installing dynamic speed displays in problem areas. Dynamic speed displays are visible, practical tools that can immediately remind drivers to slow down where the problems are most severe. Residents are seeing excessive speeding everywhere, every day. So I'm asking our City Council to treat street speeding with top urgency. It is a public safety issue that deserves to be addressed more seriously. Excessive speeding should not be brushed off, and if it does, it will only get worse. I am standing here tonight, not just for myself, but for many neighbors and Hermosa residents who have expressed concerns and want action. Those of you that are here tonight and also watching at home, write to your City Council members and police chief and let them know that we want speeding stopped in our community. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Harris G.
Hello, City Council, Mayor DeToy, members of the community. I am here. My name is Harris Goodison. I live on 28th Street with my 2-year-old daughter and 4-year-old dog. We are about 500 feet from Valley Park. I am here today to say that I deeply support a dog park in Hermosa. I strongly oppose putting that park in any section of Valley Park. I would just like to say to all of you that I understand there has been claims that this has been an underutilized area of the park. I could not think that anything is further from the truth. The section of the park that is proposed to be a dog park is where most of the toddlers that spend time in Valley Park spend their time. It is safe, out of the way, far from the street, a place where they cannot find themselves getting lost in traffic or amongst the riffraff of the rest of the park. Valley Park is simply a beautiful place. It is an absolute joy of our community. And I think that it would be a great shame and a great loss to give up the place where we host music class, soccer practice, Shakespeare in the Park, family cookouts, Easter and Christmas gatherings. I just think that we as a city deserve both Valley Park, as it is so wonderful, and a dog park. We should not be forced to choose one or the other. And so in conclusion, I say to the people of Bark for a Park, I admire your effort. I genuinely think it is so incredibly amazing to see a community come together, and I would love to bring my dog to a dog park, but I beg you and urge you to see that our children spend time at this place and that future generations and future ages of kids deserve the same, and it would be a shame and a really great loss to give up what we have at Valley Park in exchange for a dog park when we could put that dog park along the Greenbelt or somewhere else in Hermosa.
Harrison, could you speak to the mic?
Sorry. I just think it would be a great shame to lose what we have at Valley Park already. And there are many other places that we could put a dog park, somewhere that would uplift a genuinely underutilized area of town. We could put it along the Greenbelt. We could put it somewhere along in the Cypress Corridor. I think there are a lot of places where you could find a home for this that does not cause the loss to our community that I personally know that this will cause, because my family and my friends and my daughter's friends are the people who spend time at this section of Valley Park. And it would just be a really great loss in my life. And I love Hermosa Beach. I love Valley Park. I love my dog, and I would love to let him run around off leash, but I do not think that putting this in Valley Park serves our community, but instead would really hurt our community. And so I please urge you to think about the families, think about the children, and really seriously consider how we go forward with the dog park, because again, I agree. I just don't think that's the right spot. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a reminder, if you speak now, you cannot speak when the item is heard later. Madam City Clerk, anyone else?
I did not receive any more speaker cards. I do have one virtual hand raised. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. I guess if I want to speak about a consent calendar item, I have to speak now. Item 15E has to do with job specifications. And I thought that Laura Pena made a very powerful case for improving the job specifications and performance metrics for the city manager and director level personnel. She talked about things like operational expectations, participation measures, facility utilization. You saw her comment. The point is that accountability breeds trust. And now I'm not asking that you publicly rate the city manager or directors in public, but certainly the city manager or the directors could speak to how they've achieved the performance metrics that are carefully defined. The council could question them in a public hearing. Accountability breeds trust, and right now you need trust during the fiscal crisis. I'd also like to speak to the speeding issue. I did a public records request 3 months ago and found that in the past 2 years, not a single speeding ticket had been issued on Valley, Ardmore, Gould adjacent to Valley Park, 27th Street, or Manhattan Avenue. No speeding tickets in 2 years. Finally, regarding the St. Patrick's Day Parade, once again, the information on the city's indirect costs was very sketchy. Thank you for taking my call.
Next, we have Falk Underwood. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking. We'll go to our next virtual speaker, Andrea Valcourt. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Okay. I got the message. I just wanted to speak about the dog park. I think that it's a great idea for people to have a place to go with their dogs and let them off leash. But I think that the timing is poor because the city is looking at some huge financial issues that need to be worked out. And I don't think at this point the dog park should be a priority. I can sympathize with the man who just spoke and wanted to keep Valley Park section for the toddlers. I would like to say I don't want to see the green belt south of Pier used either, because after a long time of working on it, we finally got the green belt to be useful for people in wheelchairs and so forth. And having dogs run free there then takes that opportunity away from the people that are in wheelchairs. And I personally experienced where a person's dog came running at me, jumped on me, almost knocked me over. And the owner laughed and said, "Oh, he's so friendly, isn't he?" And I told her, "I don't let my dog jump on anyone, and I don't think you should either." And I bore the result of that jump with paw marks on my chest for like 3 weeks. So I would like to see this proposal tabled until the budget is in a better place. And I would like you to not consider the green belt south of the pier and let that remain available to people who are in wheelchairs or other way impaired. It's very important for those people to be able to get out into the beauty of nature. Thank you for your consideration. Have a wonderful week.
Kristen Marino, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I just wanted to speak to speeding in Hermosa Beach as well. This is something I've spoken about before, but living in South Hermosa and seeing Hermosa Avenue every day, I think that people use it as a way to avoid PCH because they know that they can drive faster on Hermosa Avenue than on PCH, and they know that it won't be enforced. People regularly go 40 miles an hour. I think they treat the speed maximums as speed minimums. I think if we actually want people to drive the posted speed limits, then we have to reduce the speed limits. So I just want to echo my support for that. Thank you.
I did not receive any more speaker cards, and I do not have any more virtual hands raised.
Is Falk Underwood's hand still raised, or?
No, but we do have one more virtual speaker. Dave, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Just wanted to make a comment about today's budget. And huge supporter of the police department. I personally work for a big metropolitan police department, and I can personally say when the community as well as the council are behind you, the officers feel it. And I just wanted to show my support for the Hermosa Beach Police Department. And I truly believe that if we start making cuts, especially for a small police department that's, I believe, under 40 officers, I think it would be detrimental. And I can speak from experience. When you start making cuts, it's going to be felt for long periods of time. And especially with the Real-Time Crime Analysis Center, all this extra technology that's going to help out the city. All these things are extremely important, and we need the officers to be able to conduct the investigations. We need officers to be detectives, and that's something to reiterate, that the 39 officers are not always all in the field. You have the chief, captains, lieutenants, sergeants, detectives, patrol officers. There's a hierarchy as well as a certain number of officers there on the field. So I just want to reiterate, just to make the best decision possible, of course, for the budget, but also for the safety of Hermosa Beach. Also in regards to the county fire department, I'm a huge supporter of the county as well as the service that they provide. I understand. I think we're at the last of the 10 years as far as this contract, and hope that a new contract can be made, as well as that we can find cost savings somehow with that. Not really a big fan of the dog park, and hope that I just want to reiterate, as far as since we're going through kind of a budget crisis right now, this may not be the best time to put forth more things on the table, that it's going to take resources and money. But also the last thing that I wanted to mention was in regards to the study for the LA County beaches for National Park System. I think it's worth looking into, just at a managerial point of view, as far as that they can have the resources to assist us. I remember reading something that we don't have to give full control to the park system, so I think it's worth looking into in regards to that. Thank you for your time.
I do not have any more hands raised.
All right, anyone in council chambers wanting to speak for general public comment? Just a reminder, if you speak now, you won't speak later when the agenda item is heard.
I would appreciate doing it now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hi, Mayor, council people. My name is Jim Stevens. I live at 501 4th Street. I live directly across from Centennial Park. I'm speaking about the dog park that is proposed to possibly go into the Centennial Park. And I wanted to be sure that the council and the mayor know that there's a problem with that park that they should be very well aware of. And that is that the drainage of that park is terrible. Our street on 4th Street is 4 inches lower than at the end on the west side, where it goes into the greenbelt, than the concrete that goes almost to the end. So when it rains, there's about a 4 inch deep, maybe by 15 by 20 puddle there, okay, which does not drain. When it pours, as it did last year, because we don't have any rainstorms anymore, we have, what do you call them, oceanic earthquakes or whatever, it floods. And what happens is the water at the west end then backs up into the middle of the street, which has already got the drainage from the side of the park and the drainage from the 4th Street all the way down the hill, and it gets quite deep. And what happens is that the water backs up, and there is only one sewer, which is not hooked up to the city, that backs up. And it backs up into my and my neighbors' garages, okay? I can tell you, the only way to solve this problem is for someone is to dig a trench from one end of that west side all the way to the point of downward into the greenbelt. And someone has to clean out the trap at the bottom of the hill, which the sewer has. Now, about four years ago, we had a couple groups that would come into the Centennial Park and bring carloads of dogs. It wasn't odd to see at least 20 to 30 people. Once the dogs tore it up, it became mud. Once it rained, the mud went into the street, down the sewer, and plugged it up. To make matters worse, the person that cleans it up, that would be me, and the person that digs the trench, that would be me also, found 27 old tennis balls in there plugging the drain. They came from people in the park that throw it to the dogs, which I think is great, but they don't want to pick it up, so just leave it. It washes down and it plugs it up. So please consider this when you consider having Centennial Park become a dog park. Thank you.
Anyone else? Going once. Quails?
On this topic. Yeah.
Okay.
So my name is Anna Heni, and I live next to by Sentinel Park. I'm also opposed to having a dog park, and my reasoning is a little bit different. Because of the parking very limited over there, and my house is located right at the very corner. If there are any more cars over there, there will be no access of emergency vehicle into my house. Meaning, I have my dad. He's 83-year-old, and I'm very concerned that can impact 911 to get into the house if any concerns. Another thing is smell and endless barking. The dogs obviously bark when they are playing, and that creates noise, and he needs some rest during the day, so that's another concern. And also odor and sanitary issues. Usually people bring some snacks or some dog treats into the park. What ends up happening is that those snacks and treats bring rats. So rats eat treats left from the dogs, and also poop. So we will have infestation of not only fleas, but also rats. Loss of privacy. If you were there, you could see how close the houses are to the park. Like literally, you will have people in someone's living space. Parking is a major one, and that's it. Thanks.
All right, seeing no one else approaching the dais, we'll close public comment and bring it to my colleagues for any comments. Any comments from my colleagues?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers and the comments. With regard to the speeding, I know we've talked about it informally. Do we have that coming back to us as an agendized item to talk about a look at our current speed limits and a potential modification? Did we ever formally agendize that, or are we just peripherally discussing?
I think it was part of discussion. Nothing was brought forward formally with a vote.
Okay.
That we can recall.
Okay. Maybe that's something we can talk about at the end of today's session then. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, we'll go to updates. Do my colleagues have any updates?
I do.
Yes,
Thank you. Just recently attended the South Bay City's Council of Governments, commonly known as the COG. And I am proud to announce that the COG has formed the South Bay Housing Trust, and that trust has made up the 11 cities that are in the COG. And that housing trust has had its first meeting. The first meeting was largely organizational, of course, for a first meeting, kind of get everybody getting their feet wet and figuring out what we're doing and how we do it. But it's, as far as I'm concerned, great news that there is a housing trust and it's underway. We're starting to work on housing for the homeless and for low-income housing in the South Bay. Also, the South Bay COG has announced that they are in favor of replacing RHNA, Regional Housing Needs Allocation. This is a huge step for anyone in the city who was concerned about builders' remedy, having huge housing projects that are over our zoning laws and so on and so forth. If the COG has begun a program to replace RENA with, and in some part, the housing trust itself would be able to provide low-income housing much more reasonably and much more efficiently than RENA itself. So if you're interested in that, you should go to the South Bay COG website and check it out. There's more information there and details involving replacement of RENA. And that's all I have to report for the COG. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I happen to have the privilege of joining 3 other parents and coaching our Hermosa Valley School girls flag football team. This is our 2nd season. We've had our last game today, just before today's meeting, and we beat our neighbors to the north, Manhattan Beach Middle School, and concluded the season at 5-2. Pretty impressive to see these gals. So a tip of the hat to some very impressive young ladies, and the future is bright for flag football in Hermosa Beach. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I see Rob's COG, and I'll raise you a SCAG. There's all these acronyms in government. So Southern California Association of Governments. We had the meeting last week on Thursday and Friday, the General Assembly. There's a lot of conversation. One of the speakers was actually from the Gateway Cities Affordable House Trust. And one of the things they're seeing is there's these REAP grants, and they're to accelerate development for a lot of these larger projects. They're actually investing in infrastructure first, and that way it's in the permitting up front. So it's really, really interesting to see what much larger cities are doing around the area to deal with their housing crisis. Drew Boyles is the outgoing regional chair, and now Mayor Light is our new regional chair for SCAG. And they are elected a new e-board like they do every year. So great conference, and a lot of good networking with their local electeds. So that is the end of my report. That'll move us to a consent calendar. Madam City Clerk, or I guess my colleagues, anything to pull, or I'd like to pull 15D for the end of the meeting. Which is amendments to the Rotary Club and Kiwanis Club agreements. Anything else?
Sorry, Your Honor, that's going to be heard at the end of the meeting.
Yes, we have some other.
Right.
I think a lot of people are here for some items that we can get to first.
Motion to approve the balance.
All right, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Abstain? Perfect. Show it passes unanimously. I'll take us to public hearings. This will be continued from the April 28th, 2026 City Council meeting. Resolution adopting fees from a fee study update.
Yes, Your Honor, and Administrative Services Director Brandon Walker is here to present it. We've also tried to streamline and simplify the chart that the city clerk is going to be passing out now to council to see if this is a better guideline for you. It's separating out some of those that have been suggested to be deferred until the zoning code amendments are heard. So,
since I'm sure everyone was here last time, or at least viewing at home about the fees.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So in front of you, as City Manager Napolitano mentioned, is a brief listing of the fees requested by council to return for further discussion. Just a quick summary of where we're at in this hearing. As a quick overview, the last fee study was done nearly 10 years ago, which essentially does a cost of service analysis of all the fee for services. Essentially what the findings were documented in the comprehensive study was that many fees were being subsidized by essentially general fund taxpayers. So staff came to council last meeting requesting these certain amount of fees to be updated to recoup full cost recovery. Council then selected about 24 fees separate from that list for further discussion. They fall into 2 buckets: development services, community development planning fees, and public works fees.
So each fee has more or less a summary of council feedback, but just to summarize some of the feedback we received overall, there was general consensus and support for modest or proposed or phased increases for a variety of fees. There was support for certain fees for considering tiered fee structures to align with actual staff time. There was interest in a few fees regarding the refund mechanism where costs end up being lower than what it was originally estimated. There was support for lower fees for streamlined or administrative approvals, which I'll get into in the next slide. And there's overall concerns regarding outdated processes that are the basis of some of these fees, what the potential impact would be for small businesses, and some of the administrative complexity underlying a lot of the review processes, particularly in the community development department. So some of the current measures happening right now, the community development department is currently actively working on reviewing zoning and permitting procedures, which underlie a basis of a great majority of the fees. The fees highlighted yellow on your sheet are those fees that fall under those essentially contexts where there is current review underway for zoning and permitting procedures that may or may not streamline or keep the same the current review process, which is the underlying basis for the fee. So something to consider and to keep into consideration when directing staff with next steps. We're looking at internally expanding administrative approvals where appropriate, reducing the need and necessity to go to extraneous commissions or duplicative review, where we can get approval at the staff level, results in a quicker process, and would result for lower fees for our residents and our customers. We're looking to identify workflow efficiencies to make sure these costs are under control and the fees are affordable for our residents. And again, those highlighted future fee reductions could occur when streamlined processes happen in the future. So with that in mind, essentially we're looking to council for guidance on one of four options. Option one, which is staff recommendation, is to adopt fees across the board at 100% full cost recovery as outlined in the study. Essentially what that would do is align fees with the true cost of service as it currently exists, reduce the need for general fund subsidies from other taxpayers, and improve long-term financial and fiscal sustainability in light of the budget discussions, which we will continue later to talk about tonight. Option 2, 3, and 4 are little variations off of that. Option 2 would be at council's discretion to adopt partial cost recovery on a fee-by-fee basis. We would ask for direction from council on that. Option 3 is maintain fees as they currently exist. And option 4 is kind of a hybrid approach, is to first select fee increases for future consideration as zoning and process improvements come in front of the council, at which time fees could be revisited. So those are the four options we're looking for guidance from council. With that, I conclude my presentation. We have staff here to answer any questions you may have regarding the fees in front of you.
Thank you. On the agenda, meeting date, April 28, 2026, our last meeting, the description was that we approved all fees except for 19 of them. But looking in the chart, there's 24. So where did the additional 5 come from?
I'll defer to council to describe the process of the change from the 19 to 24 fees.
There's 24 on this list.
Your Honor, I can speak to that in part. We did have a request to add some because there was felt to be some confusion over what the list was last time. And so there was a request to add some additional ones because it was felt that the list that would be given back to council would be for clarification, not just review. And when that request was made, we asked the city attorney if that was okay to do, and the city attorney said yes.
Yes, and that was subject of information that I passed to you about, and I provided the options. Of course, it's council discretion on if they want to do that or not, as always. But my recommendation was to include those additional items for clarification purposes and to get the intent of the entire council. But once again, that's up to the council to make a decision if they'd like to add that or not.
Okay. You have questions for staff? Councilmember Jackson?
I've got a couple questions. Thank you for the brief, Brandon. What are the 5 that were added after this council majority approved the adoption of all of the fees except for the ones that were pulled? and those were 19. Now we've got 24 as the mayor.
I'll pull those up for reference. I know 81G, the food truck permit, was one of them. I can pull those other 3 up and get those to you in briefly.
Food truck. Okay.
I believe it was 84G. Is it S81, 33, and don't know the other one.
And let me speak to my greater concern. We spent a lot of time on this, a lot of time. We pulled specific items and approved by a 4-to-1 vote to advance all of the other fees over a 2-year period, 50% this year, 50% the following year, with a review in the 3rd year. It was pretty clear what our guidance was, right? City staff works for the city manager. City manager takes direction from the council. We voted on this item, and direction was crystal clear. And once the staff acts, unless I'm missing something, it's a job to implement that direction. And if that direction is later undermined or questioned by a single council member, the city manager has to, just tell them, I've got my direction. The council has spoken. I don't understand why this was kicked to the city attorney through these back channel discussions with staff, the city attorney, or anyone else. What should have happened is, well, let me back up. What should not have happened is a single council member of this body who actually seconded the motion and voted with the majority, spending countless hours behind the scenes pressuring staff, the city manager, involving the city attorney about the vote. All of that cost taxpayer money at a time where we're being told the city must do more with less. So if a council member later claims he was clueless about how he voted or wants to revisit that vote, the conversation belongs here in public session in front of the community, not through endless back channel conversations, wasting city staff time and city resources because he didn't understand his own vote. That's how accountability works, that's how transparency works, and that's how taxpayer resources should be respected. So I don't like the fact that we have added items to an approved list after the fact, behind closed doors, and I'm troubled by the entire process. I mean, the city leadership should have said, sorry, Mr. Council Member, that's an issue for you to take up with your colleagues, and we could have had that discussion today, as opposed to on a Thursday being told there are items added to a list, and we had no communications until Monday, and then we get a list, and I don't even know what the 5 that were added. So I'm obviously not happy with this process, because this isn't the way we should be conducting business. When the council majority spoke very clearly, 4-to-1 vote, seconded by the individual that is now pressing this, and voted in the majority. So I'm troubled by the process, Mr. Mayor and colleagues.
All right, any questions for staff?
Council, can I just give the actual numbers? You want to know
Yes,
the
sir.
numbers?
Thank you.
S005, S-033, S-050, S-081B, as in boy, and S084G, as in golf.
So one of those isn't even on our chart with key feedback. 5005, at least on the agenda online. So it is on this one. If that was what it was. Can you go through them one more time?
The numbers I had were S-005, S-033, S-050, S-081 Bravo, and S-084 Golf.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I may, we're
Yes,
going to
sir.
be going through each one individually, right? So isn't it kind of a moot point? And especially since we received another correspondence from the city attorney saying that I guess a member of the public wanted another one pulled, and we could pull that tonight if we wanted to. Is that my understanding of the correspondence? There was, I guess,
Councilmember Francois, last meeting,
4?
there was a 4-1 vote
Yeah,
to
but-
approve all but 19, and that list has changed, and we got that data yesterday. So
Right.
all of us in the last 2 weeks had the ability to email city staff with our thoughts on why to hopefully keep tonight a smaller, tighter conversation. So I think that's why, I have issues with this. We've heard other frustration tonight. But yes, we can go line by line, and there's other suggestions up there too.
So do we have the ability to add any more items tonight? I thought from the correspondence regarding a constituent wanted another one pulled, and the response was that we could pull it if we wanted to tonight from the list, because the list either never passed officially, or the public hearing's been continued. So most of this is just a moot point. We are discussing all these items.
Well, it's council direction. They voted, the council voted, so the council can always change things if they want. That's the council majority. So their answer is, as long as the rest of the council wants to go along with that, that's fine and dandy. But if they don't, then they don't.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
While we're on this subject here, that's exactly what we can do tonight, and that's kind of the opposite of what Councilmember Jackson was describing about backdoor conversations and lobbying and so on and so forth. I don't know if that happened or not. I don't even want to go into that. But if any one of us wanted to pull another one and add it to this discussion list, we could do it tonight in public, which I think is perfectly transparent, and that's the way we should. In fact, I'm interested in doing such a thing. So I'm wondering, this 19 that we have, those are every one of these that are on this handout here.
No,
is that
there's
correct?
24 on that handout.
There's 24 on the handout,
We
right.
approved all
which
but
is
19 last
plus
meeting.
5 new ones, right.
Correct, but our motion was last week to approve all but 19.
All but 19,
So
yeah.
if the majority voted on something, even though it's a continuation, in my opinion, it should be done in open session, that we need to add 5 more if the majority feels that way.
And I
That's
agree.
the issue.
I agree with you.
But that's not what happened.
No, I understand that.
Okay.
So if we wanted to add those 5 more, that should be done this evening and in public.
Mayor?
Hold on.
Nope, go ahead.
Mayor Protem.
Not really a question, and to move this forward a little bit, I'd like to move all the items that are highlighted.
Well, we have to, questions,
Right, but
public comment.
So I think we're belaboring this. Let's get public input and move forward on this.
Okay. Any other questions for staff? All right, Madam City Clerk, can you open up public comment?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor. When we begin to deliberate, are we going to go through each one? How are we going to organize the
We will
discussion then?
see if there's a motion quickly. If, we can, there's 4 different options staff laid out, but that will be after public comment.
Okay, I just encourage that we be quite clear on what items we're listing and talking about, and,
I agree.
okay, thank you.
I did not receive any speaker cards, but we do have 2 virtual hands raised. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, hello. I would just like to look at the broader picture here relating to policy regarding fee recovery. We have, if you look across all departments, we have $3.3 million annually identified in the RCS study that are subsidized by the taxpayer, 3.3 million. What I saw, I believe I saw in the previous staff report, is that we're looking at recovering $1 million if all these changes happen. $1 million versus 3.3. I would like to point out that every dollar that is recovered in the fee is a dollar saved in the general fund. So it's not insignificant. What's missing here, I think, is a policy that says if we can't recover 100% of the costs, then the council must explicitly approve the subsidy for that fee, just as a policy. But we don't seem to ever talk policy. I would also like to point out, and it may be a bit off topic, but let me go. We had $1.5 million in parks and recreation subsidies that has been put off to another study. Now, without a policy on fee recovery, like 100% recovery without explicit council approval, or without a policy, that study is like a boat without a rudder. It's going to have no direction. So I would also like to point out that that $1.5 million in Parks and Rec subsidies, we're told that there is zero possible dollars recovered because of market forces. I think you guys need to shake that out and get that study underway, but provide some direction.
Thank you,
That's
Tony.
all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ken Allen. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. You know, I think I can speak for the vast majority of the city that most residents are just so sick and tired of hearing Ray Jackson pick fly feces out of pepper about a silly thing, okay? I mean, he just added, 20 minutes to the meeting. You know, he could have talked about this behind the scenes. Big deal. You're pulling an extra few items. Who cares? You know, and he like, there's some big grand conspiracy behind this. I mean, we all know Ray's about grandstanding. I mean, okay, let's bring up a thing I'd like to hear about.
Can you direct
Why
us
is the
to
city
the fees, Mr. Allen?
Yeah, why is the city giving Ray Jackson $1,250 to buy hats? Maybe he can explain that. Thank you.
Next, we have Kathy Kay.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Kathy Knoll, Uncorked, and the deck, hopefully soon. Okay, I understand that you have to balance your budget. We all have to do this in our businesses. We're trying to do this with the chamber. You're looking for money, but it can't keep coming back on the backs of the businesses. Please do not raise these fees. I'm going to go through some of the specifics that you've pulled. One of the ones that got pulled tonight, I think 033 is an administrative one. That's confusing because we were told that that's also the 0018, which is the temporary minor special event permit, which you guys may remember over the last 2 years that I've spoken to you and to Planning Commission on begging you guys to allow more special events in our parking lots. Now, currently is $600. I just filled out the permit last week. Being raised to $1,900 or $2,100, whatever it is, which category you're looking at. I'm only allowed to have 4 parties in my parking lot a year because I serve alcohol, so the ABC regulates me. But to pay $1,900 to have a party on my own private property seems ridiculous. 15 years ago, we used to have these events and there were no permits. There was no oversight, and there was never an issue. So I don't really understand why this has to go from 600 and triple to 1,900. And then if you want to change a date, because there might be rain in the forecast, or there's a conflict with something, $335 to change a date. And to me, it seems like somebody just has to check a calendar in 5 minutes and see if there's a major conflict with like a fiesta. I don't understand why that's going to cost, $335 and also hours and hours of staff time. So again, I understand you're trying to balance budget. Didn't we just triple the parking meters? I thought that was supposed to resolve millions of dollars. Airbnb tax, we now can start doing these STRs, I believe, right? So why can't we collect Airbnb TOT tax from short-term rentals? We have to be creative. It can't just keep coming back to us handling it. So S001, this is a CUP modification. I just went through this 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So that took me a year to get in front of Planning Commission. $6,000 is what the current fee is. However, it's really $8,000 by the time you add all the processing fees. Then I had to go through ABC, another $2,500, Coastal Commission, another $2,500, Building and Safety for permitting and redoing the structure. And I was actually just asking, going from a tasting to a glass of wine, okay, and adding an additional space. So again, I don't know why this has to be now going up to $12,000 instead of $6,000. If we are going to be doubling fees and tripling fees, then let's have some value behind it. As a business, as you know, if we're going to raise our costs, we have to show some value. If we're going to do CUP changes and these things,
Kathy.
I have a friend who's in Planning Commission in another city. They get everybody in one room. Planning, police, building safety, and they approve within like 3 or 4 hours.
Thank
If
you,
you want to
Kathy.
charge $12,000, let's streamline the process and make something happen. Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle C.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, City staff. First, I want to acknowledge the city's efforts here. We definitely understand fiscal challenges, and we understand what you're facing right now. But tonight, I would ask that Council view this through an economic development lens. A fee study tells us what the current process costs, but it doesn't tell us enough about whether the process itself is efficient, appropriately tiered, or aligned with the city's broader goals around business investment, storefront activation, housing, events, and commercial vitality. Some of these increases are substantial. We're talking doubling CUP fees, variance fees more than doubling, temporary use permits increasing, and rising administrative approval fees. For small businesses, restaurants, retailers, property owners, these costs significantly matter. They're barriers to reinvestment, beautification, activation, and basic operations. Before implementing some of these more significant increases, we encourage Council to continue evaluating whether the processes themselves can be streamlined and improved. We encourage the city to consider more tiered approaches based on project complexity. A small tenant improvement, seasonal activation, an A-frame sign, or temporary special event should not carry the same burden as a large developmental project. And if businesses are being asked to pay significantly more, there should be measurable improvements in turnaround times, transparency, communication, and overall experience. We all want the same thing here, a financially healthy city and a thriving business community. Long-term fiscal health comes from encouraging investment, supporting business activity, increasing sales tax revenue, attracting visitors, and creating an environment where businesses want to invest and grow. We appreciate the work that staff has put into this, and we hope that Council will consider a more measured and phased approach as these discussions continue. Thank you.
Next, we have Laura P.
Hello, Council, Mayor, staff. Last time I spoke on this, I was pretty charged because I found so many errors in the fee study. But tonight, I'm just going to basically ask a question. How do these fees reflect the way Council sees its role in oversight, in stewardship, and in service delivery? As a local, longtime business advocate, how these fees get implemented and calibrated and streamlined tell us something important. It tells us whether council believes its role is simply to pass along a bloated process with the fees, or whether council believes its role is to make sure the system is efficient, transparent, and accountable, because that's how you build trust. Option 1, adopt full cost recovery now, and the staff can come back later and reduce the fees as the code changes and efficiencies are made. Now, that sounds reasonable on paper. I would have bought it. But respectfully, that does not reflect the reality of residents and businesses today. I have lived through this. In the last 2 weeks, it will have taken us 2 full years for the zoning admin procedures to move from planning commission to city council. 2 years. It took us 1.5 years to update the temporary minor special event that Kathy was talking about. So when the public hears approve the higher fees now and efficiencies will come later, we hear delay, delay, delay. That is why option 4 is the more balanced approach. It doesn't reject cost recovery. It doesn't ignore the city's fiscal reality. But what it says is, we will lock in fees, but let's finish the process review. Let's identify the efficiencies, and let's calibrate the fees to the system we want to build, not the one we want to fix. So I ask council, since we're adding fees, to add S004 PDP for commercials to the deferred list, because we have pulled 003 PDP for condos, which are being considered, and it's the same review process. We should not make those projects more expensive before making the process faster, clearer, and more predictable. The same principle should also apply to our public work fees, because they affect outdoor dining. They affect tenant improvements. These fees should make it easy for us, not difficult to invest. This is not about saying no to revenue. It's about saying yes to a better process, yes to charging accordingly, yes to oversight, yes to accountability. We need to act now, because our future will not depend on whether we charge more for delays. It will be built on creating a city that works faster, smarter, and with its community. So please, choose option 4, add S004, and apply the same calibration to the public works fees. Show the public that cost recovery starts with leadership, accountability, and results. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric H.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, staff. Good to see you guys. My name is Eric Horn, and I care deeply about the businesses that make this town special. And I have real concerns about some of the fees that are being proposed. And I also have appreciation for the direction that staff seems to be moving in the agenda. I want to start with the sequencing of how we're thinking about reducing this fiscal deficit. I think in order to generate trust in the budget process and generate trust in the community, the ideal approach would be to look at the budget and find where we can get cost cuts, where we can get cost reductions, and when we get to the bottom of those cost reductions and run against the wall of service delivery, then you look at raising revenue. You look at raising fees. But before you raise fees, you look at how we streamline processes so that we don't have to have as many new staff required to review all of these different fees. The fees I'm most concerned about tonight are those that could depress local business activity. The temporary minor special events fee increased from $589 to $1,900, including a potential expedited 3-day review for a 200% fee increase for doing that permit. I think that should be the default. We should be looking to do all of these permits within 3 days. The M1 limited events fee, increasing that from $520 to $1,100. The CUP annual monitoring fee from $0 to $570 annually. I would ask staff how we can increase the predictability and use technology to do this without having to have just a bunch of staff reviewing papers every year for businesses that don't change their business model, don't change their operating structure, haven't had any complaints, and are just carrying on, and we're going to just tax them an extra $570. It doesn't make sense. These permits are tied to sales tax. Every single one of these permits, if they cause a business owner to delay activity that would bring customers to their businesses and to Hermosa Beach, we are losing sales tax revenue. These fee increases could end up being counterproductive in terms of closing the deficit. I was playing around a little bit on Claude and ChatGPT, thinking about how we can have renewed business permits, how we can have renewed special event fees take less time from staff resources. I played around. I created a business application. I created a temporary minor special event application. And then I created a second application with a couple of minor changes. I asked these programs to look at the changes between the two documents and alert any member of staff within any department if there was an issue there. It does it instantaneously. Guys, we do not need to have 10 staff hours on new applications or renewed applications that are essentially the same as last year. We can do this instantaneously and then have humans review the findings. And if there's an issue, there's an issue and we have to address it. But these costs can be reduced. I know they can. I really urge you to follow what staff seem to be suggesting we do, which is to look at the process streamlining first. If we still can't get to a place where we're recovering our fees, then we up them. Thank you.
Next, we have John D.
Yeah, John David. I think everybody's kind of said the things I want to say. We need to act more efficiency. Obviously, I would like S004 added. I think what I can contribute here is to explain what I saw at the last meeting. To me, it was chaotic. I walked away not knowing if anything had been adopted. I know you're under the impression that something was adopted. I walked away. I just had no idea. I went back, I watched the video again, and I'm like, okay. So to me, it's clear nothing was adopted. I don't think there was any meeting of minds up there. Some council members thought they could add to the list. Some council members thought it was closed. So I guess that's my overall comment. I think that it's wrong to assume that everybody agreed with it when clearly it's not. The city attorney has already stated it's still open. It's an open hearing. There was no formal adoption made. So there's nothing that has been agreed upon other than this is the pulled list that y'all want to investigate. With regards to S004, because you guys all know I'm the one that requested that, one of the ones, it was clearly an oversight. Councilman Seaman said he's concerned about CUPs and PDPs. Someone called that S004A. So there was concern at the time that things were being missed. So I just want to say that. I think it's really important. One is treat each other with respect, but also realize there was no meeting of the minds here. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you so much.
Next, we have John Burry. Your 3 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Oh, good evening. I just want to set the record straight. We just listened to a predictably pre-canned attempt by Councilmember Jackson to throw the city staff under the bus, and the mayor seems to be supporting that. So I'm going to read back to you, Mayor Detoy, your words from the April the 28th meeting. You said at pretty much the conclusion of the discussion, I just want to make sure that if we each individually email staff tomorrow or by Thursday, let's say, is that enough time to compile everything? If we're getting it for the next meeting, that's Brown Act. Like we're just giving our individual thoughts. We're not CCing, and city council staff can come up with where we want to go. I'm going to repeat that line. City council staff can come up with where we want to go. Your words. You're sending it, just your input in response to this, to him, and that's it. Take a look at yourself, Mayor Detoy. It was your sloppy management of the conversation on the 28th that's caused the confusion. This is a continuation. It's not the city staff's fault that you didn't share the discussion properly. You were the person who said city council staff can come up with where we want to go. They came up with where they think you want to go, synthesizing your emailed comments following your process. Thank you.
Next, we have Kristen Marino. Your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, City Council. I'd like to keep this short and sweet. I appreciate seeing the increased residential encroachment permit fee. This is a one-time permit that allows multi-million-dollar beach-adjacent houses to have unlimited personal access to incredibly valuable land. The permit is an incredible investment for these owners. The value they get in return is increased many-fold. What I'm wondering is, why is the city of Hermosa Beach subsidizing beach-adjacent land for multimillionaires when we are broke? I think we should investigate making this fee annual at a minimum. Thank you.
We did not receive any more speaker cards, and I have no one else online.
Perfect. Anyone else in chambers want to speak? All right, we'll close public comment, and we'll come back for a motion or deliberation on the motion.
Happy to kick it off, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the comments. I spoke with city staff. The guidance was clear. It was a 4-to-1 vote. The initial motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Keegan. He wanted the immediate removal of all of the items that weren't pulled, those 19. His initial motion was a 3-year phase-in. I offered a substitute motion for, again, moving forward on the fees that were outside of those 19 that were pulled, and those 19 that were pulled would be for future discussion. If we wanted to send in our discussion points on those 19, that's what but the mayor, I won't speak for the mayor, but it was pretty clear what he wanted. So the discussion was, and what was ultimately voted was, the 3 years that Mayor Pro Tem motioned, and the 2 years that was my substitute motion. I went back and watched it. It was pretty clear. Staff got it. It was pretty clear to staff. Staff was moving in that direction until Councilmember Francois did what he did, and now we are.
Mr. Mayor.
Now we are.
Point of order. The council member.
You can finish. You'll have your opportunity. I'm making my comments.
Let's move on and get to somewhere.
Actually, he made a point of order, so you need to act under the Robert rules. You have to address the point of order.
I mean, I think we ought to just move on with the discussion of what we're going to do.
Well,
and not get into this procedural motion and then attacking a fellow colleague on the dais. That doesn't go with our rules of order in this chamber. So he can continue if he thinks is attacking a council member, but that's just,
There's clearly a lot of people here for other topics.
No, I got it. That's my point.
Is there a motion that you want to get to?
I want to move this forward, but I was predicating with
the
the
motion?
comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Right. It was clear where the vote was. It was a 4-to-1 majority. I would move that we move forward as we did 2 weeks ago with those that were approved. The 19 that remain, and only those 19 that remain, will be back for future consideration. The ones in yellow will be a part of a zoning process review. And then that would leave us with a handful of others remaining that we could either take up collectively. I like the idea of getting everybody in the room together and talking through those outstanding fees.
So your motion matches option 4.
I think it'd be easier if you looked at 4 and read that. It'd be
Yes.
simpler, please.
So 4 is.
It's on page 8 of the staff report.
Thank you.
Or I guess at 7 into 8.
And 4 maintains that we only will consider for future review the 19 that were pulled.
It lists it, so.
Can we put the options on the screen?
Mr. Mayor, we don't know what the 19 are. Can't we just go through each one and vote on them?
Mr. Mayor, we have a lot going on tonight.
I just want to clarify the motion and see if there's a second, and then we can speak to it.
What 19 are they? What,
There were 9. I am moving to defer certain fee increases with future recalibration with regard to the 19 that were approved for consideration, further consideration, at the last meeting by a 4-to-1 vote. And that review, I think recalibration should be done through a study session where we can go through each one of these 19 in excruciating detail with all the pertinent parties around, as opposed to spending 2 hours going line by line to discuss this.
Just for clarification, it's all 19, not just the highlighted yellow ones, correct?
Correct. That's what he said.
Yes,
So this
all
is-
19.
This is not option 4.
Well, the process can be the zoning code update, it could be whatever that process is, but I think that process should be a study session with all the pertinent parties, Public Works, planning, the business community, to flesh out these in excruciating detail and not during the middle of a council meeting. I think there's too much involved for us to sit up here for the next 2 hours going line by line, issue by issue.
All right, is there a second? Seeing no second, that motion dies.
I'll offer a motion if I could.
Hold on. Councilmember Seaman.
I would like to offer a motion to reconsider 004 and add it to this list of fees that the staff recommends a postponement of fee increases on those activities until some zoning changes have been made and some progress has been made on those. I'd like to add that to those 10 items
I'll
that
second
are in
that.
yellow on this.
I'll second that. The ones in yellow, the ones listed on page 6 of the staff report,
Yeah,
are the
when
ones that will be affected and hopefully lessen. Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
hold on. When we did this, honestly, it seems to be clear, but the other night when we did this, it was a little bit ambiguous to me, because we all just started saying, okay, I want this one, this one, this one, and they were writing us down as quick as they could. And actually, I think you had to go back and look at the videotape to see what did actually everybody say. Was that one included and that one included? My own personal concern was mostly developmental things like the CUPs and the PDPs and so on. And 004 is certainly one of those, and I meant to include that. Apparently, I either didn't say the numbers or it got missed somehow. So it was a little bit ambiguous, and I think staff did a great job of trying to sort it all out. But I would like to, and this is the appropriate process, according to our city attorney, that I would like to make a motion to reconsider 004 and have it added to that recommended postponement fee.
Okay, I don't want to be a pain. Is this for the list of 19 or 24?
To the list of 10 of
The
these.
ones in the yellow.
Ones
I
in
know,
yellow.
but 5 were added over the last few days. So
Yeah,
are we talking
I'm
the
not
original
interested in
19?
the 5 that were added. We
Okay.
had 19, I agree with that, but it should have been 20. I wanted to add
So
004.
004 would make the list 20.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah. And I would like it added to these in yellow that are going to be postponed until progress has been made on some revisions.
Okay.
Well, your motion is for the 11 listed to postpone, and then we're going to individually go through the rest of them. Yeah.
And add 004 to those.
Yeah, add 004 to this 10.
That is my motion at
That
the moment.
includes
Yes.
11,
Mayor,
all the yellow ones.
Yep.
And I second that motion.
Okay.
The exact motion I was going to make.
Yes,
But
sir.
it does not include S003,
No, it does. That's-
Yeah, it does.
S050.
Yes.
Well, look at that. Now we're talking about a list of 24. So this is where
No,
I'm
I'm
trying to
sorry.
make this clear.
Right here, we have S00, I don't have to,
So
do I
the
need to
list-
do that? It's right here in the
We're first
report.
taking care of the ones that we're going to delay.
The list the
until they
city
get
attorney
streamed.
mentioned was S00 or 033, S050,
Yeah.
S081 Bravo,
Yes. It does not include those. Those are the 5 that were added afterward.
and then there was the S003 was also added. Is that correct?
Let me I can read the numbers again. And Brandon, if you can just verify that I got the correct numbers, because so the numbers that were added to the 19 are S-005, S-033, S-050, S-081 Bravo, and S-084 Golf. Brandon, I hope that is consistent with what you...
Yeah, that's 5, right? Yep.
Yes, that's fine.
But the motion here
Yes.
before us is the ones in yellow. So that includes some of those and doesn't include others.
This
So I don't know if you want to back up.
Hold on, I
and
just
go
want to
that.
clarify with the motion maker.
Move ahead with this.
Thank you. My motion is not about the 5 that were added after the 19. I would only like to add 004 to this list of fees that is going to be temporarily postponed until fee increases on these activities, on those fees. Just those, there's 10 of them, and I'd like to make it 11. That is my motion right now.
I know Mayor Pro Tem has some clarification questions.
Just that the recent fee study we were just handed has 13 highlighted items in yellow, 18 that are not highlighted. And just how does that relate to the numbers that we just discussed?
Good question.
18 is in yellow.
There's 13, you didn't listen.
Okay.
Listen, 13 items are in yellow. 18 are in not yellowed or clear, I'll call them, or untouched. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the recommended from the staff. So therefore, there's not a lot of matching here, and that's why I want to not miss anything. And then we did agree, it seems to be a majority, that we want to hear about S004 with relations to PDP, which I don't see anywhere on any of the documents. So that seems to be its own category without being listed anywhere. So I'd like to make a substitute motion to defer and look at a later date, item S004 PDPs, and just get that off the table, and we will examine that later. If I can
That's
get
the
a
motion
second, we can clear that up.
Well,
Motion I
repeat
just
the
made.
motion.
To remove from a fee study analysis and defer to another meeting, S004 PDP to commercial, and commercial rather.
Just that singular.
Just that singular item.
That's the motion I just made, to
No,
add
it's not.
S004
If
to
you
this
pass the
list.
substitute motion, then
Hold on.
what happens?
Is there-
It's not
It's a substitute motion.
Okay. I will second that for just conversation's sake.
I just want to clear this up. I've gotten numerous letters on this. I don't want it involved in the confusion of the 18, the 13, and the list. I want to get that off the table right now. It's not in any of our reports. I'd just like to clear that up, and so it's pulled and not changed until a later date.
Well, seeing that we can have 3 substitute motions at a time, I'd like to make a substitute motion that we clarify all of this and come back, continue this public hearing to a future meeting.
Second that. Second.
Call a vote. Let's call it.
Okay?
We have 3
Any
two
conversation
substitute
on
motions?
this? I
Yes,
just think there's a lot of ways, there's
Yeah,
a lot of confusion over all this.
The next agenda, Your Honor, is pretty full. If we could push it to the 9th, we might have to push it from there, but if the 9th is okay.
It needs to be a date certain, correct?
Needs to be a date certain to continue, but we can continue from that if we need to. But I would choose the 9th right now, and Ann will kick me if I'm...
So clarify that we
Follow
will
the-
continue this item after getting some revisions done to June 9th.
Yes.
Second, are good with that?
Point of inquiry, Mr.
Second is good.
Yes.
Point of inquiry, this is a substitute motion to the motion to add S004. Is that correct? That's what this is. So we're not adding S004.
Fine, I'll modify my motion to add S004. The second, are okay with that?
Is that S004 to the 19 that were previously approved?
Well, no, it just isn't any of the discussions, that's all.
No, good Lord.
I'm trying to
And the
figure out what does that
second
add to?
substitute motion isn't a substitute for the first
What-
one,
what-
because the
I'm
first
trying to-
one dealt with
Wait,
something
please.
different.
No, to Councilman Jackson's point, though, if we could clarify...
I don't understand what we're adding
Well,
it to, is
If
my
we could
question.
clarify whether the motion includes the 5.
Mine would be, my intent would be the 19 original,
Okay,
Plus 1.
plus 1.
I will second that.
004.
okay.
And that was what I said in the first place. Didn't want to deal with the 5 that were added later. It was originally 19. I'll agree with that. I meant to add 004. I think Keegan and I and Francois, we all kind of agree on 004 in the first place. That was my motion in the beginning. As to whether there are 10 or 13 or 11, if you
We'll
look
figure
at,
that
just one moment, if you look at the yellow ones, 003 is on there twice, so it's just in different boxes, but it's still one fee. There's another one, several of them that are in here twice. So when you add them all up, there's only 10 of them. It's the same 10 that are listed in this report. And so when we add 004 to that, there are 11 of them that should be postponed. And that was my motion in the first place. I think Keegan kind of made the same motion, actually. So two of those are pretty much the same thing.
But some of those items were added.
So now, excuse me.
The motion on
Mr.
the,
Mayor?
the motion on the floor is to continue all of the ones, the original 19 plus S004 to June 9th, which I'm sure everyone is eager to come back to watch this show.
And is there a second for that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good.
All right.
Madam City Clerk, will you queue up a vote, please?
Motion passes 4-1 with a no vote by
Yeah, I can't
Councilmember
see the,
Francois.
I don't see it up on the screen.
Do you need a
You want
voice
to
vote?
redo your vote, Gene Dean?
Okay.
All the
I just want to explain that there are fees in here that we may want to change that now you're removing off the list because of this motion. So that's why I'm voting against it.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Brandon, don't go anywhere. I'll look to my colleagues to see if, I know there's a lot of people here for 17B, if we can move that one up above permanent presentations.
Yeah, I agree.
Just a question to council on the last item. Did anyone find the council comments helpful or not?
I thought
We still want them, yes?
Okay, we'll carry them through. Thank you. Just want to clarify.
Thank you for that extra grid. That helps too with all in one grid.
Yeah.
All right, so are we guys good with 17B getting bumped above 17A?
It's magnanimous, let's do it.
All right. We'll see you later, Brandon. I don't know if Brian's available. Mr. City Manager, oh, there he is.
Yes. Yep.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. I just wanted to give a brief introduction before the report. Just give me a second here.
Yep.
Okay, so before I turn it over to Senior Recreation Supervisor Brian Sousa, I'd like to briefly frame tonight's item. This is intended to be a very, very high-level feasibility report prepared by the Parks and Recreation Department in partnership with the community organization Bark for a Park. This report was initiated following City Council direction for staff in the Parks and Recreation Department to work with Bark for a Park to evaluate the feasibility of a potential off-leash dog park within the city. As part of that direction, we conducted preliminary best practice research, reviewed comparable facilities, and evaluated several sites. Because this is such an early stage feasibility assessment directed through our department, Public Works was not highly engaged in the preparation of this item. Their input was pretty limited. As Brian will conclude in his presentation, tonight staff is ultimately seeking direction from City Council on whether there is interest in continuing to explore a dog park here in Hermosa Beach, and if so, which location or locations Council would like staff to further evaluate. And should Council choose to move forward, the next phase would require a much more comprehensive analysis with significant involvement from the Public Works Department. It would likely include a engagement of a licensed design professional to prepare conceptual site plans, evaluate grading, drainage, infrastructure, ADA accessibility, operational impacts, and develop more reliable capital and ongoing maintenance cost estimates. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Brian.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council, Mr. City Manager, who will be back shortly, and Mr. City Attorney. Brian Sousa, Senior Recreation Supervisor on behalf of staff. Recommend City Council review and consider the feasibility of designating a location in Hermosa Beach for an off-leash dog park, and the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission's recommendation to further explore potential locations at Valley Park East and within the portion of the green belt, and to consider the potential for a future ballot measure to amend ordinance number 89-1001. In summary, at its March 11, 2025 meeting, City Council directed staff to evaluate the feasibility of an off-leash dog park proposal submitted by the community organization Bark for the Park. Staff presented the feasibility report to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Commission prior to the City Council review today. The Commission recommended advancing the consideration of the Valley Park East location and the Greenbelt as the preferred options, while also suggesting the exploration of future ballot measure to amend the ordinance as mentioned if the Greenbelt is pursued by City Council. Some background: a feasibility study is a pre-project assessment to better determine the viability, practicality, and potential of a proposed idea on a project conducted before significant investment or a comprehensive study. In the Park Master Plan, which we know was adopted in November of 2024, one of the goals outlined was to advance and explore current recreational spaces and feasibility to provide dog-friendly amenities here in Hermosa Beach. At City Council's March 11, 2025 meeting during the public comment period, the community organization Bark for the Park requested that City Council consider designating a dog park in Hermosa Beach. Then, at the Commission's July 1, 2025 meeting, Bark for the Park provided a presentation outlining its case for an off-leash dog park in Hermosa Beach, including potential benefits, possible locations, design elements, and estimated costs and funding ideas. Vice Chairperson Horowitz, with support from Commissioners Maroney and Warner, requested that staff return with the future agenda item to consider the formation of a subcommittee to evaluate this proposal. At the Commission's September 2nd, 2025 meeting, staff recommended the Commission consider the creation of the Dog Park Subcommittee, which the Commission approved the creation, appointing Chair Ellman and Commissioner Warner to the subcommittee. At the March 3rd, 2026 Commission meeting, the Commission then reviewed staff's findings and the subcommittee's feedback. The Commission then recommended that City Council advance the consideration of the dog park feasibility study, including the evaluation of potential locations in Hermosa Beach, with the Commission's preference to further explore the Valley Park East and the Greenbelt locations, which the future ballot measure would need to be included on the November ballot to consider amending the ordinance, and which would allow construction of a new facilities and off-leash dogs on the designated section of the Greenbelt. As illustrated in the proposal, basic amenities for an off-leash dog park location, with the exception of consideration of the beach location, at minimum would require the following elements: a double-door entry system for secure access, a minimum 4 to 6 foot high fence around the perimeter, potable water sources for the dogs and patrons drinking, waste management for the dog feces, shading, dog-friendly surfaces, eco-friendly landscaping and drainage systems, accessibility plus ADA improvements, and clear signage to establish the rules, liabilities, and procedures for the facility. The subcommittee was then tasked with working with staff, plus collaborating with the organization Bark for the Park to develop the feasibility report with considerations to best practice research, which included information data from the comparable cities that have existing dog park locations, such as their hours of operations, cost estimates for their designs, construction costs, equipment costs, ongoing maintenance, funding sources, the community feedback, and the review of their policies and procedures. Evaluation of the sites and site visits of the potential locations in Hermosa Beach, which is included Table 1, as well as on-site visits to the comparable city dog park facilities with our nearby municipalities, which is included in Table 2 here. So on Table 1, as you can see, these were the locations of the parks that were visited in Hermosa Beach for feasibility consideration. We had Valley Park, which is 2 locations we viewed, the east area that we are calling on Valley Drive, as well as the southeast area. And then we have Bicentennial Park, which is the open green space there, Edith Rodaway, open green space, the beach location between Gerondo Street and First Street, as well as the Greenbelt section designated between south of Pier Avenue and 11th Street. We also included the approximate square footage as well as the distances to nearby residents from the center of what the prospective location would be. And Table 2 has the comparable cities that we visited in Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, and El Segundo, those dog park facilities, and we included the proximity to Hermosa Beach, which we use the City Hall location, their approximate size for their facility, as well as the distances they have to nearby residents for a comparable study. The on-site review of potential off-leash dog park locations in Hermosa Beach and off-site comparable cities consider various elements, as mentioned, in the basic amenities that were required, as well as the proximity, the impacts of current park usage, current park features located, existing infrastructure, and the landscape that they have. Key takeaways from that comparable site visits were El Segundo and Redondo Beach were close proximity to residential areas. Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach had dog parks that are incorporated to multi-use parks with sports fields and other park amenities. El Segundo and Redondo Beach have dirt surfaces that were previously grass with no additional lighting at the facility. They had large holes exposed in the grounds from, we assume, from digging of the dogs, leftover personal play equipment on site, and minimal upkeeping because those locations are dependent on resident and volunteer upkeeping. Manhattan Beach and Redondo Beach had limited shade, and Redondo Beach had noticeable odors from the dog waste at their facility. El Segundo and Redondo Beach relied on public support and volunteers for the upkeeping, as mentioned, and all three sites lacked nearby restrooms or ADA accessible pathways into their facilities, but they did have ample parking available. Following the completion of this research, evaluation, and on-site visits, the subcommittee developed a list of locations for City Council to consider based on the Bark for the Parks recommendations in their proposal for an off-leash dog park, which could be incorporated based on the feasibility layout and amenities. First location for consideration is the Valley Park East location. Here on the map, you see the first image is the proposal of a basic concept design of what Bark for the Park has requested. And the second is just an aerial view of the location in Valley Park. Potential benefits of Valley Park East to consider is the natural shading that's available in that location, nearby pathways, open green space, restroom nearby parking lots, and street parking spaces to that location. There are also nearby pathways and walkways to the open green space. There's existing irrigation, lighting, and drainage infrastructure nearby. It would occupy a passive section of the open green space at the park. Notable challenges for this location was identified as the uneven surface. There are steep grades and slopes in this location, as well as arguably a large amount of ADA concerns for that location. And there's environmental impacts and deterioration possibly for that location. There's a lot of exposed tree roots for the grounds that would require assessment and potential pruning, as well as the nearby neighborhood garden. There's potential impacts to the residential area and noise complaints. There's conflicts with city programs in that area as well because they're close proximity to the playground, as well as ADA concerns throughout the park. Next location is the Greenbelt, which is a designated section of the Greenbelt, particularly from south of Pier Avenue into 11th Street, which is on your aerial map here. Benefits for this location can include central location in Hermosa Beach and nearby our Civic Center. It has minimal impact to the homes or residents. Flatter surface, more natural environment, and natural shading available. It's nearby public restrooms and public parking lots. It more easily supports ADA requirements, although further evaluation would be required with the ADA consultant. There's potential to incorporate two sections, one for a small and one for a big dog separation, as well as high foot traffic for residents currently with dogs and could support local businesses to the Upper Pier Avenue area. Notable potential challenges could include that there's no lighting currently in that area, so likelihood would be the hours of operations would be recommended for dusk to dawn. New piping installation for potable water would likely need to be routed to that area. There's no direct route per se to that location, as the entrances are on Pier Avenue and 11th Street. And then currently the designation of the Greenbelt is OS1 zone, which is designated for open space and passive recreation uses, typically limiting construction of new structures or facilities that could disrupt the natural and passive character of the area. Furthermore, for some history here for us all, this was a nice one to find out. On June 7th of 1988, city voters approved a local ballot measure, Proposition D, with authorizing the city to set aside funds to purchase the Santa Fe Railroad right-of-way and converting it to the open space recreational use we know today as the Green Belt. In 1989, City Council adopted this ordinance, 89-1001, which renamed the purchase of the Green Belt and preserved the parkland and open spaces purposes, and mandating that all dogs be on a leash within the Green Belt. Section 6 of this ordinance states that no provisions may be amended without the vote of the people. As a result, any amendment to an off-leash dog park in Greenbelt would require a public electoral vote and a majority yes vote for approval, and any ordinance revision would only apply to the specific section of the Greenbelt designated specifically for a dog park facility, and it would not be recommended to amend the ordinance in its entirety. Again, here's some photos of the locations right across City Hall today of where those prospective locations could be. As you see, they would not impede on the current pathway. The next location is the Edith Rodaway Friendship Park. You can see the aerial map here, which is a section of the open green space. Potential benefits would include, this is a flat surface with some natural shading available, open green space with limited conflicting park amenities. There's nearby, although limited, street parking spaces. There's existing potable water, irrigation, drainage, and fencing infrastructure already in place. It's a popular location for local residents with dogs in that neighborhood. Notable potential challenges would be it is a compacted residential area with potential noise complaints to foresee. There's no direct route to the proposed location. There's no restrooms on site and no lighting, which would require adjusted hours of operations. This would occupy a large section of the open green space that is currently available at that park. There's potential to impact the annual Pumpkins for the Park special event that Friends of the Parks hosts, as well as other city program that we do permit in that space. And it would require ADA improvements to access the facility at that park. Next, you have the location Bicentennial Park here. Potential benefits is that it is a flat surface with natural shading. There are direct routes, and there's options for accessibility improvements in the open green space with no conflicting park amenities currently. There's existing potable water, irrigation, lighting, drainage, waste stations, and fencing infrastructure on site, as well as it's a current destination for the local residents there with dogs. Notable potential challenges, it is a dense residential area. There is shared fencing to the park to the nearby residences and houses, and there's potential for noise complaints there. There are no restrooms, and it is currently not ADA accessible. Very limited street parking exists at this location in Bicentennial, almost non-existent on days, as well as it would occupy a large section of the open green space at that park. And lastly, we have the beach, which is the Haronda Street to First Street. Here's an aerial map and GIS map of that location. Potential benefits are that it's relatively flat, less utilized open space of the area on the beach, option for limited use hours in open access zones, which would require no fencing. There's nearby restrooms, I believe on 2nd Street, minimal impact to nearby residences. Notable potential challenges would include the approval of likely approval from the California Coastal Commission, limited parking available, plus the Haronda Street condo impacts that we would have to consider for those residents, accessibility challenges, It's not ADA compliant to access that facility. If there was one put in, there's no potable water, irrigation, lighting, drainage, or fencing infrastructure currently in place. Environmental study would likely be required to assess the potential impacts. Sanitation, there's concerns with the sanitation, health, and maintenance concerns due to the sand surfacing. And the lifeguard, it is concerns with LA County lifeguard and visitation impacts to that area of the beach. So some more background here for council to consider in your discussion today. On January 21st, 2026, staff and member of the subcommittee in Bark for the Park met with Valley Park and the Greenbelt with a principal designer that was provided to us from Bark for the Park for an informal discussion of the prospective locations. To summarize that visit, the Valley Park East location did have concerns with the slope noted from the designer and the ADA access to the area. He mentioned some of the slope requirements that would have to be altered, any pathways that would have to be altered because of its steep entrance, and this would likely require significant grading to the area to flatten the surface and remove parts of the hillside to allow an entrance, ADA entrance, as well as ADA upgrades to the pathways throughout Valley Park. And the Greenbelt location, the designer expressed confidence in that location that this would be feasible for a dog park or a dog run, and identified it as the more ideal location in his eyes from a designer standpoint among the two. On February 11th, Bark for the Park submitted its request for the preferred locations of off-leash dog parks, which included the section of the Greenbelt as its primary choice and Bicentennial as its secondary option if a ballot measure for the Greenbelt does not receive public approval. And then on April 2nd, in 2026, Bark for the Park informed staff, which is included as your attachment 7, to remove the Greenbelt option as their preferred location, citing concerns for council and residential support, as well as financial costs associated with processing a citizen-sponsored initiative to bring the measure to a ballot. However, they would proceed if City Council elects to pursue the Greenbelt option with a city initiative measure. Bark for the Park now requests its preferred location in Hermosa Beach to be considered for the Valley Park East location for council to consider tonight. Bark for the Park has verbally agreed to assume financial responsibility for all pre-development costs, which is included but not limited to the architectural design, the construction, the supplies and equipment, and the required permits inspection to be further determined when a specific location is selected. Bark for the Park has requested that upon completion of the construction, the city assume full responsibility for the dog park facility and ongoing maintenance. Estimated ongoing maintenance could include, but is not limited to, opening and closing the facility daily, daily and weekly cleaning, removal of personal belongings, emptying waste stations and resupplying waste station bags daily, replacing or cleaning signage displaying rules and regulations, filling surface issues and repairs to fencing, seating, or other amenities, as well as irrigation, maintenance of surfaces, vegetation, and the surfacing. I do believe Bark for the Park will like to speak more on this recommendation. As staff was informed yesterday, they have another recommendation to follow on this. So where does that lead us tonight? Options for City Council to consider is option 1, City Council can provide direction to staff to proceed with the preparation of a comprehensive feasibility report for a specific location and including one of the locations recommended by the Commission, Valley Park East, or a portion of the Greenbelt, or another location identified in this report. Option 2 is provide direction to staff to evaluate multiple locations, including one or both of the Commission recommended locations and/or alternative locations proposed by Bark for the Park, and return with a comprehensive feasibility analysis comparing each site in a public hearing. Option 3 is provide direction to staff to evaluate an alternative location not identified in this feasibility report as determined by City Council and return with a comprehensive feasibility report on that location. And option 4 is determine that no location is feasible at this time and direct staff to discontinue further evaluation of an off-leash dog park within Hermosa Beach. Should council direct staff to proceed with a further evaluation, comprehensive feasibility report would be required and presented at a future city council meeting as a public hearing item for public participation and a formal approval. The comprehensive report would require Public Works Department oversight, and this likely would include the creation of an MOU, a design consultant to create plans, estimated capital costs, such as the site preparation and grading, fencing and gates, surface material, lighting, shade structures, water access, and signage, as well as the ongoing maintenance and equipment costs, repair costs, cleaning, upkeeping, staffing, oversight, as well as the turf care and surface material. Community outreach, including a survey of our residents in proximity to that location and the required permitting. Ongoing maintenance would be required to this dog park and are anticipated to be notable, requiring regular attention and daily service to maintain a consistent high standard based on observations that we saw from the comparable cities in this report. This would require dedicated staff resources with a desire for organized community efforts, as well as ongoing operational funding to support a safe, clean, functional environment for public use. Staff would recommend the consideration of an agreement with Bark for the Park to support ongoing facility upkeeping and funding assistance for annual repairs and maintenance costs. I think that ends my verbal report. As always, staff is available to answer any questions council may have.
Thank you, Brian, for the report. Look to my right.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I had some questions about the beach location. What would the ADA access look like on the beach? Would that be just like the mats that we use now on other locations on the beach? There would be one that goes from the Strand out into the area?
Yeah, we would need an ADA consultant to confirm that. I mean, the assumption would be something similar to the ADA mat that we currently have in place at several locations on the beach. But we wouldn't know, I wouldn't know for sure until we had an ADA consultant look at the surfacing and location.
Okay. Why is it so, on the beach location, so large? It stops short of the water, of course. And why no fences? Because it is so large, you don't need a fence? I'm a little confused with that. Why is that?
Yeah, that was the general proximity within that location. So if council did decide to consider the beach as a location, we would create a comprehensive study of that location and decide if you want it to be the whole scope of that area. Do you want to limit to only a small square footage within that proximity? We could evaluate in that comprehensive study the dog park being a fenced-off location on the beach, as well as an open, accessible zone. So what we've seen at other beaches, similar to like Long Beach or other cities, they have zoning hours where dogs are free to be off the leash within certain hours of the day or days of the week. That's something that we could consider in a comprehensive study, as if council would like to consider that route.
But so far, the staff has not recommended fences at all.
Staff doesn't have a recommendation for the site infrastructure for that location. We'd be open. It's up to the city council's direction, as well as the designer and architect's recommendation in their comprehensive study.
Okay, and then under the green belt, open space 1 is the zoning there, passive recreational use. What is passive recreational use specifically?
For the green belt? Meaning no structures or infrastructure in place. It's meant for leisure and passive patrons to walk with no obstructions, no buildings, no any structure whatsoever. Just an open green space.
Okay, well, it's the use of it that it says passive recreational use, not necessarily, it doesn't have anything to do with structure.
Right,
Oh,
so
which
that
one
would be
means
part of the...
What kind of use does it have? It's passive. So passive is walking?
Correct.
Jogging, I suppose, running, yeah?
Yeah, not any programming or any programming use. So like we can't program the space for classes, clinics, events, things like that.
Okay, but a dog park would not be really a programmed event, would it?
Well, how the ordinance is currently, and the city attorney could elaborate on this more, is I believe that it prohibits any building and structures to be built on the greenbelt. So
Okay, but we do
fencing
have
would be-
structures on the
fencing would be
greenbelt.
considered under that, is
Okay.
my interpretation, legal's interpretation.
But we do have structures on the greenbelt. They are exercise equipment, a bench and pull-up bars and so on and so forth. Those are structures. They're on the greenbelt, and I don't believe anybody changed any ordinances in order to put those up. So I'm just curious, why is that okay and this isn't?
Yeah, I couldn't speak on that. I wasn't a part of that project at the time. I would have to defer to my colleagues.
I appreciate that, and it's not your personal problem. But it is a question, because we're talking about an expensive and difficult process in order to put some fencing around an area in order so that some of our citizens can use it for dogs off leash. And yet we have some exercise equipment that I'm assuming the city paid for to put up there, or maybe there was a group that paid for it. We don't know this. And it was put up and built, and some concrete footings were put down so that things could be anchored properly, and so on and so forth. It's a structure on the greenbelt, but there was no ordinance changes.
Yeah, I couldn't touch on that. They could be considered passive recreation because we don't program those. But like I said, I would lean on my colleagues or Mr. City Attorney on that.
Maybe the city attorney can expound on that a little bit.
Yeah, if I can have a moment to, I'm kind of
Sure.
doing a little research. I'll get back to you in a moment.
Okay. Sorry. Okay, so the zoning, ordinance revisions, beach, okay. None of this, I guess the feasibility studies that have been done so far are just basically which area and what you've just outlined here tonight about what's good about it, what's bad about this one, what's good about, bad about this one. Nothing about what kind of funds would be necessary to maintain it and so on and so forth. Would that come once we choose an area to focus on and then say, okay, we want this one, or maybe two? At that point, then, we do another feasibility study that goes deeper in the weeds and says, okay, so what's it going to cost to build it? What's it going to cost to maintain it? Where do those funds come from? Who can use the park? So on and so forth.
That is correct. Yeah, the direction would be to not necessarily approve a location tonight. It's just a location to further evaluate its feasibility and accessibility in Hermosa Beach to be considered a dog park, which the comprehensive report at a future public hearing, at a future council meeting, would include all the operational costs, maintenance costs, even architectural designs, blueprints of what the design elements would look like, so you can get a full perspective and scope of that proposal.
Okay, so what you just said is that tonight we're not going to be choosing one. We're going to be narrowing it to one or two, and then furthering those locations for further study.
That's part of the options. It's up to council's direction, how you would like to proceed. One of the options available is to consolidate to one location to us to further investigate, or two locations that we can further investigate, or no locations.
Gotcha. All right. Thank you so much for your report. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for answering my questions.
Yeah.
Dean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that extensive report and analysis on the sites. I recall over a year ago at one of my Mayor Town Hall forums, people asked, how can we get a dog park? I suggested form a committee and come up with funds so you can raise funds, and I'm proud of what they've done. Here we are today coming up with this partnership that looks like it's moving in some direction. And now that we have the commission's recommendation, I just have some questions about how we got here and how. So the staff report listed 5 locations that was looked at. But if we back up a second, as I understand it, Parks and Recs Commission developed a subcommittee, and they formed a subcommittee, and the subcommittee reported out to the commission a recommendation on Bicentennial Park or the Greenbelt. Is that correct?
The No,
Subcommittee.
so the subcommittee did not have a recommendation for any locations. We just reported back out the feasibility study. The commission as a whole voted for city council to consider a recommendation to move forward with 2 of the locations, which was the Valley Park East location and the Greenbelt location.
Okay, what did the subcommittee recommend? I thought the subcommittee went through and they looked at those 5 locations, and they came up with Bicentennial and the Greenbelt, and then you had a lot of residents come down opposing the Bicentennial because that was on the agenda as a possible location.
That was the recommendation from Bark for the Park. So
Okay.
so that was the Bark for the Park organization.
So then
Initial recommendation to commission was Bicentennial as their backup option and Greenbelt as their primary option.
Right. So then, instead it was changed to Valley, but the people that lived in the Valley locations weren't aware that was being considered. So now, here tonight, we have people concerned about Valley because right now the recommendation is to consider Valley or the Greenbelt.
Correct.
Or
So
both, or something else. But the main 2 recommendations are those 2, and that's where we're focused.
Correct. So following the commission, Parks and Recreation Commission meeting, Bark for the Park changed their recommendation to the Valley Park East location. So in between the commission
Yeah.
meeting and the council meeting tonight,
Okay.
they altered their recommendation.
Yeah, okay, it's just that we rely on commissions to come up with recommendations, but I understand that Barkford Park is involved in what it is they want. So we're down to a recommendation from the commission to seriously look at the 2 locations of Valley Park or the Greenbelt.
Correct.
Now, the designer looked at all these, and I believe the designer determined that the most ideal location was Valley Park. Is that correct?
Yes, but that was an informal conversation. They had the Bark for the Park had a contact with the designer that came out, and we had an informal, just on-site evaluation of 2 locations, Valley Park East and the Greenbelt. And he said, out of the 2, from his professional experience, the Greenbelt was more feasible.
Right, okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems logical that people would rather have it somewhere else than at their back door, and so we have to keep moving around to figure out what's the best location for the community as a whole.
Correct.
So, okay, that explains the site evaluation a little bit. So now the role of the Bark for a Park in this whole thing, they've offered to raise money to pay for the construction and development, but it's up to us. Are you looking for direction from us tonight as to how much of an MOU we want from that organization as far as maintenance and ongoing costs, because that could run substantial. I know that the park at Redondo Beach, the organization that put that together raised money to actually organize it and organize the maintenance and everything. Of course, when years go by, it turns to dirt, but that's just how it was. But anyway, so you're looking for some direction from us on what role. We could decide we want a larger role than what they've offered to see if that can be negotiated in MOU.
If council decides that direction, yeah. The MOU that was mentioned that would have to be formulated was essentially the agreements on Bark for the Park. If a site was to be considered further for a comprehensive analysis, they would be responsible for the funding of the designer and the architect to design the plans, as well as assist staff with any of the comprehensive report that's needed as far as the budget analysis, ADA consultant. So they would be fully responsible for all those costs. The city would not incur any of those pre-evaluation costs.
And that construction as well,
Now,
right?
there would be no construction. We would not incorporate any construction until a site was approved at a future meeting when that public item is heard. So this is all just the
Okay,
costs
so at some
associated
point,
to
we
the
would have to
comprehensive
negotiate
report.
an MOU on how to deal with the construction.
If that was elected at a future meeting from council,
And then the
correct.
maintenance as well. So because,
Correct.
I mean, it's great to have a public partnership, and I think it's great that we've done things to ensure that the taxpayer isn't going to absorb a lot of the costs for this, that is coming from fundraising. So, okay. And then as far as noise mitigation and other maintenance types of things, that's something that we are going to have to figure out in the future when we've decided on a site.
Yeah, the comprehensive report would have to
Yeah,
probably include evaluation of
Okay.
the noise in that area.
All right, so I pretty much narrowed down to these two. These other 5 are kind of like they were considered, but we're down to 2. So what's involved if we want to put it on the ballot? Like, we could decide, we're not sure where we want to put it yet, but let's put it on the ballot and let the people decide. If we were to go that route, what would that involve?
It would require council to direct staff to incorporate it as a city initiative, and the city clerk's office or Mr. City Attorney can further elaborate on that, but it would be a city initiative measure that we would add to the November ballot.
Okay, and it would be on the ballot, and then,
The
for
residents
example,
will vote.
if the city council felt that they liked the idea, we could develop arguments for passing it, and then there'd be others that might develop an argument against it, and that would all be on the ballot then, and we could see how that vote goes, and then decide from there where to go next.
That is correct.
And that ballot initiative could get specific as far as the council has a right to do it, but could always close it down if it wasn't working, or not ever designated if things didn't go through, and it could specify as far as funding goes, and could it get into those details as well so that the voter would know that it's being funded by Barks for the Park?
I would revert to city attorney for that, but any city facility that's established, I think city council and city staff have the jurisdiction to close the facility as they please.
Right, but I mean, as far as funding, can that be made part of the ballot initiative if we decide to do that down the line and get it on the ballot?
So your question is, can the funding piece be made?
Yeah,
Yes.
can the ballot initiative include language like
Yes,
that?
you
Okay.
can, yes.
All right. And just one more question. I think I asked Mr. City Manager ahead of time the cost of putting it on the ballot. It's a negligible cost, is that right? What would the cost be?
Correct. Since we already have a municipal election going, looked over to the city clerk, Martha, right? It's
So the difference with one measure would be about $2,000 more than what our general election would be.
It costs $2,000 to put it on the ballot.
$2,000?
Yes.
Okay, which we would pay for and.
If council chose to, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's great. Thank you very much for answering my questions. Thank
You're
you.
welcome. And I would like to just touch on one of the comments as far as the cost. If city council at a future meeting does elect to pursue one of the locations as a park, Bark for the Park would still be financially responsible for fully funding the operational, the construction costs, everything. And if for some reason they were unable to fundraise that amount, then essentially the direction would be that the dog park does not move forward at that time unless it's fully funded.
Or it could be delayed if they needed more time to raise
Right,
money.
and that
I
would be
mean,
up to
Nothing's going to
city
happen
council and
overnight
staff.
on this, but,
Correct.
I think it's a great first step, and I really put kudos out to the organization that put this together, so thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Jason, do you have an answer on S0?
Give me another 5 minutes.
You need another 5?
Yeah, I need
Okay.
another 5.
Nope. That's all I wanted.
Okay. To the left. One question that I asked was South Park. I know it's in the staff report, but I know there's grant funds. I know it's probably an answer for Joe. RDADA. I don't know who Joe is over there. Is he hiding?
That's
a good choice
I
over
think, well, you referred to the north side of South Park, correct?
Right by the new restrooms.
Right, and I think we had landscaping there. There was one turf removal grant from West Basin that has restrictions on it. There's a 20-year restriction on the Prop 68 funds, I believe, that we use there to deal with the slope. So
Can you buy them out of these grants, if you will?
we'd have to look at that.
Okay.
We'd have to look at that. I don't know if we'd have to, in buying it out, give the money back, essentially.
And then in the report from Barks for the Park, they're saying there's approximately 3,000 dogs in Hermosa Beach. How many animal licenses did we sell last year?
I don't have that information at this time.
Yeah, that's
It was
more
in
of a
the- it was
branding
in-
question.
It was
I
in the
recall
report.
this.
It was in the report, 1,300.
Yeah.
It was,
And,
it was thereabouts. I think it was more like 1,100, and there was about
this fiscal year up to
15 or more estimated.
1,026.
Oh, that,
Yeah.
okay.
So, perfect. Any other questions?
I have one
We'll
more
tackle
question,
that
Mr.
another
Mayor.
day.
Since you mentioned ADA, so there's
Did you mention?
substantial construction needed for ADA if it's on Valley Park.
There's potential for that. We did a preliminary ADA. We had our city's ADA consultant do a preliminary review of the location, and there is significant ADA upgrades that would be required to all the walkways and access points from the handicap parking spaces of the parking lot to the facility, as well as leveling and grading the area below a 5% slope for accessibility. I think it was quoted like, it's a rough estimate at this point, like $60,000.
Well, that might even be low, because
But
do
again, we would need a
sidewalks on
full
the edge
report.
of Ardmore? 'Cause
Say
we
that
don't
again?
have sidewalks on Ardmore, so,
For Ardmore. Oh, that would,
I mean, on Valley, I'm sorry, on Valley. On
Yeah,
the
Valley, yeah.
South side of Valley, there's no sidewalks.
Yeah,
so-
the ADA consultant in the comprehensive review would have to identify all locations for upgrades.
Whereas in the Greenbelt, there wouldn't be any modifications needed.
The area we're considering for the Greenbelt is within the accessibility trail of the Greenbelt.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll open up to public
Okay,
comment. Sorry.
so,
Open space one.
sorry for the time, so I did a memo, but it was way back when that did that on it. So, real quick, when the Greenbelt was established in the code, there were specific zoning requirements. One of the requirements, the permitted uses that was authorized, is a dog park must be a public improvement relating to landscaping, beautification, erosion control, or irrigation necessary to maintain open space, okay? So that's the challenges with having a dog park. It has the challenges with the dog park being classified as a public improvement, vice a new recreational use is because of the fencing and all that. That throws it outside of that. You asked about the existing workout equipment that's there. How did that get there? As best I can tell, it was likely authorized as a permitted accessory improvement, so that, supporting a passive recreational use. That's kind of my thought process, because there's nothing in the record that shows specifically what authorized and be there. They just probably put it in there and they said it's a permitted accessory improvement. Like an amenity. A bench is an amenity. This is distinguished from like a new active recreational use. So a dog park is a new recreational use, where putting a bench or some workout equipment is an improvement within an existing thing.
It really doesn't make sense to me, because it's not standing in one spot throwing a ball for a dog. Isn't that pretty passive? So why is that a recreational activity, and working out on a bench or a pole?
What you said, you asked about,
not a
well,
passive. And they're both physical
it's
improvements.
equipment. It's not.
Sorry, I don't mean to put you.
Yeah,
I don't mean
I'm
to
saying,
put you on the spot.
the problem is there's nothing in the written record that says why these things were put there at that time. They're existing right now. So what we're trying to do is add something, and you have to go with what the code is now. And so that's something new. That's not something that's existing that was in place.
Don't get me wrong.
That's the best answer I can get. I can do more research, but, off the top
Don't
of
get me
my
wrong, I
head.
am not against the exercise equipment or any of
I
those
hear you.
things.
I hear
I'm
you.
just saying that there seems to be a discrepancy here about what's passive and what isn't passive.
Sure,
and it seems
that's
to
correct.
me throwing a ball for a dog is pretty passive. The fence around it isn't any more of a construction item than putting up bars and benches, and I think there's two of them.
Well, but the issue is limited use in the space, and there's more than, when you put a dog park, there's more things that go into that.
You're gonna have hours.
You have hours and everything else, and so
There's
it's-
no hours for the workout bench?
Yeah.
Well,
All right, we're gonna-
playgrounds are considered
All right.
passive recreational spaces.
We're going to go to
Let's
public
move on.
comment.
So if you want, I can get into more and do some research and have time to give you a more adequate response to that. If you're
Madam City Clerk.
First, we have Jack L.
Oh, and just before we start, I know we have a lot of people queued up. I'm going to say 2 minutes per person.
Okay. City council members, mayor, thank you for having us again today. We're going to have just a couple of speakers that we've organized. We could have easily had a lot more, but out of respect for time, we're here to show our support. We're very excited about this dog park, as you all know. We worked closely with the Parks and Rec Group in alignment on the location that we're recommending at Valley Park East. Not only are we excited, but we got tremendous support from the community at large. We got over 1,400 signatures, and 60% of those signatures are in support of Valley Park East. And why don't we just take a look around the room? Everybody, please. Thank you all. It's great to see this level of support and help that we've had. And the residents have just demonstrated their support beyond just signatures and signs. We've raised over $80,000 already, and an additional $250,000 in a matching grant, without even launching our fundraising activities. Based upon finalizing a location, we'll launch into fundraising mode, but we've got a real head of steam here. And the business community is equally excited. Our dog-friendly business program has identified 90 restaurants, coffee shops, realtors, hotels, not to mention all the local dog groomers, dog walkers, dog sitters, veterinarians, dog trainers that service over 3,000 dogs here in Hermosa Beach. The events we've had at Vista, Uncorked, Jersey, and we are here today to say that we're putting the funding towards Valley Park East in conjunction with hopefully an approval vote. And just recently, we, as a group, agreed that we would take on the responsibility of maintenance and raising the funds for that maintenance on an ongoing basis. Okay, I did 3 minutes and 2.
Next, we have Carla B.
Thank you all. I also want to reiterate, we realize the budget is tight for the city, and we are want this so badly that we are offering to fund and lead the design phase, the construction phase, and make sure that maintenance has no incremental additional cost to the city. I also want to address the thing about in terms of dogs. There's a 2024 study that said 40% of U.S. households had a dog. There are 22 households in the city. That's about 3,500 dogs. That's where we got the number. We know a lot of people do not get their dog license. I wanted to say that one. We know there is no great perfect option. There's not. And we know that there's going to be people that are going to be for it. There's going to be people that are against it. And this is part of where we feel that you have 4 playgrounds in the city. You have 1,400 kids in these great schools. You have Clark Field for the 500 to 600 kids that do Little League. Awesome, so great. We just want a place where dogs can legally run off leash in the city. That's our goal. So again, 2 options. We happen to think that Valley Park East is the bird in the hand. There are technical challenges. We've got a whole deep budget in terms of to try to make sure the ADA and all the very sloping things get fixed and still preserves the quality of the park. I guarantee you, like I have lived here for 40 years. I raised my kids in that park. I didn't even know that part of the park was there because I never go there. So I would urge you guys, I know you don't want to make enemies, you don't want to get people upset, but I'm asking you to help do something for the dogs and make a leadership choice. So I'm really encouraging you to actually vote for Valley Park East. I understand you do something different, that's your prerogative, but we really appreciate it being a partner to the city. We've tried to come with solutions, not just complaints. So I want to say thank you.
Before you begin, let's all be respectful tonight. I know there's people on both sides of this that are be clapping for each speaker, so,
Yeah,
just keep
don't
it
have
minimum.
to.
Yeah. Now you begin. Thank
Good
you so
evening.
much.
First time ever here, so this is an eye-opening experience for me. My name is Kim Dunn, and I live at 601 25th Street, corner of 25th and Ardmore. Quiet little street, Ardmore. And I just want to say, having 2 dogs, having 11 houses on our cul-de-sac, and 7 of them have dogs. When you walk down that dog path every morning and every night,
And as you guys all know, everyone has walked down it, and some people say hello, most people don't. They've got AirPods in. It's not like the Midwest where I come from. They just, people are friendly, but they don't. But when you have a dog, they do. And you stop, and the dogs greet each other, and they play, and I've spent lots of time at dog parks. So for a dog park, we live in a city that has so much potential. I'm a small business owner, and I just recently moved my business from PCH to Cypress. And the amount of people walking their children, strollers, and dogs through that little Cypress corridor, and the stopping and talking, they bring the socialness to our community, which then brings the community outreach, which then brings the funding, and it can grow from there. When you're at a dog park, you are talking. The dogs might be barking, but they're not barking like crazy. They're running. And they bark if there's a ball being thrown. But they're running and playing, just like children. And having a dog park in Valley Park, if that's where it lands, when you have 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, my kids were in that park as small children all the time. You have to divide and conquer as a family. Husband goes one way, wife goes another way. Sports, birthday parties, whatnot. Here you can take your kids to the park and take your dog to the park, because when you get home, you got to walk the dog, right? No, and everyone's tired, and no one really wants to deal with that. So you can kind of kill two birds with one stone. Totally for the dog park. Thank you.
Next, we have Wendy F.
Good evening. I just want to say that this has been such an exciting process for me to become a member with Bark for a Park and see the change. And it's just an incredible opportunity for you as the city council. What started as just 8 individuals has grown into this vibrant volunteer organization. I am so proud to wear my hat around town. And I know I've written you all a letter that has a lot more detail in it, but I just want to say, within a few months, we went from a logo to a sign to a QR code to 1,400 signatures. It was a petition saying, do you want a dog park? That is a lot of people in a small town who would stop, look at the QR code, fill out the form, and give you data directly, unpaid. Just, they want to be involved, they want a dog park. We have an email list of 1,500 people. These are voters. They're telling you what they want, and the Valley Park East location has bubbled up to the top. It's the perfect place, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Jim S.
Welcome back to Jim S.
We'll go to Gina R.
Gina R. We live on Porter Lane. I love this city, and this is the first time I've been to a meeting. This is awesome. Yes, we would love a park for the dogs. Our dogs passed a while back, but we had them for 14 years, and they were the loves of our lives, as you know, almost all, yeah, you. But anyway, we're excited about it. So thank you for having this and letting us speak out, and we're excited about it. It's going to happen. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Mark H.
Hi, I'm Mark Hofstetter. I live on Porter Lane as well, and I'll keep it short. I just am strongly in favor of the dog park, and I love the direction that Councilman Seaman was taking of just maybe pushing back on this idea that if the dog park could be considered a passive recreation activity, that seems to solve a lot of the problems. But either way, support a dog park. Thank you.
Next, we have Jeff M.
Hi, Council. Jeff Miller. I live at 533 25th Street. I signed up on the dog park petition. I am in favor of a dog park. I am not in favor of a dog park in Valley Park for a couple of reasons. I do think that Councilman Saman made some really good points about what we can do, especially putting it to a vote if need be, or maybe even not if we can change around the things for the Greenbelt, as it's a more feasible place. Valley Park is one of the last open spaces we have in Hermosa Beach, outside the beach itself. I've been to this chamber a couple times when people ask, let's put a skate park in Valley Park, let's put a roller rink in Valley Park, let's put 2 big cell phone towers in Valley Park. Those are all bad ideas because Valley Park is actually just fine as it is right now. We don't always need to look at open space and think it needs a different usage. I love the community aspect. I like that they want to put and support Lovejoy. My kids do that as well. It's a very nice thing. The process of this should be put to the city to decide. 1,400 people is amazing. 60% of those who think Valley Park East is a great location is nice. That's 840 people. That is a pretty tiny group in this city. So I do think putting it to a vote is a better idea. The reason they selected Valley Park, and it's in their own notes, is because it's easier. It doesn't mean it's necessarily best. Usually in my life and my work, the things that are best take a little bit more effort. The other part, I'm so glad to hear that they're going to fund the whole thing, because that was another message and that took another minute off my time, which is great. So keep on raising money. I will gladly donate to something on the Greenbelt. And the last thing is just for the people that do live nearby, who's going to maintain that? Our nice police officers were here. I would rather have them down at Hermosa Pier on a Saturday night than having people in the dog park at 11 p.m. on a Saturday night. Thank you very much.
Next, we have William G.
Hey, Council. My name is William Graw, Bill Graw. I live at 2507 Valley Drive, 33-year resident at that location. I grew up playing in Valley Park, and I have raised 2 dogs, 10 years plus each. Love dogs. I just recently dog sat for somebody. I am pro dog park. I really am. I think it's a good idea. However, Valley Park, sticking it where it's been, where they're planning on it right now, seems like it's a square peg. It doesn't seem to fit the ADA issues and things like that, along with the financial strain that the city's already on. I think it's something that should be considered. So, where should it go? I think the Greenbelt is a great thing. We're right here, right now. Our city services are close by. If you had a dog park on the Greenbelt, something happened, you have animal control, public works, the police, God forbid, fire department. So as the last speaker, Jeff, just said, is that if you were to say no to Valley Park, put it on the ballot, this group here has done an amazing job. They're intelligent, they're organized, they have 1,400 signatures, but we have 15,000 registered voters. I actually believe that if you give it and put it on the ballot, you could actually probably get people to vote it in and get even more support. But at where we are right now in a financial strain in this city, I think you got to put this up to the tax-paying voters and let them decide. And hopefully it gets pushed through. And if it does get pushed through, more money will come to Park for the Park program. So no at Valley Park. Yes, dog park, Greenbelt. Thanks for your time.
Next, we have Roy R.
Roy.
Hi, Council. My name is Roy Robinson. I live at 565 25th Street. I've owned my home there for 32 years, since 1994. I think that's right. I like the dog park idea. I just think people have no idea how much this is going to cost. Being in construction myself, dealing with large projects, dealing with ADA, dealing with grading. You know, I was a foreman at the Getty Center for years. I know that this is going to balloon up from where they want to put it. I see this project being well in the $2 to $3 million area, especially with the amount of money that was spent just on the Green Park job, the Greenbelt job, that was relatively simple compared to what they would need to do in grading and ADA, and also the removal of the complete hedge on the east side of the park along Valley, because that's where the ADA ramps would need to go. In addition to converting all the other sidewalks and everything in the park that we just spent a ton of money on, I think 15 years ago, right? Redoing that whole park, and nothing on the city. They got a lot to do, but there are things in that park that still need upkeep. And now we're going to think our citizens are going to come around and pick up dog poop when they barely do it on the Strand? I don't think so. So, and it also, this isn't going to have every person going to the dog park. People are still going to walk their dogs like old school people do. But that's my thought. I think that the Greenbelt option is way better, since that we put so much money into it, and a lot of that money was in consideration of ADA. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Next, we have Irina G.
Hello there. Hi, I'm a resident and at 652 Gould Avenue, so I'm half a block away from the park. And I've talked to several of my neighbors, and most of the people I've talked to are very much interested in having the Valley Park option. I know that it's one of these things where, you know, obviously one place might appeal to one person for how it looks as opposed to somebody else. Like, to me personally, having a park on the Greenbelt is more visually disturbing than having something hidden away in a depressed area in Valley Park that nobody uses. Now, I also raised my kids in this area. My kids use the park for everything, from when they were little tiny tots and we used the playground, to when they started using the field for soccer, for AYSO, to when they became middle schoolers and they played, you know, capture the flag, and then when they became teenagers and they used the fire pit, and then we used the Shakespeare area. We've used every part of that park, but never did we use that depressed area that the park is being considered for. And as Carla said, she also raised kids there, and she didn't even know what that area was until she went out and checked it out. I've heard that people worry about losing space for picnickers, but there's lots of places inside Valley Park for picnickers, so I don't think that that's really a consideration. And really, we do need an area for dog owners to have their dogs run off leash. And those of us that have raised kids in the area, you know, we were all about the kids, but now that we're empty nesters, we all became, you know, all about the dogs. And so we had a really nice community in Valley Park. We had like 10 or 15 dog families. We all would get together. We would, you know, talk with our dogs, but then our leashes would get all tangled. And so we really need a place for the dogs to be able to run around while we socialize and continue to build our community that isn't around the kids anymore, because, you know what, we all become empty nesters, and a lot of us turn to dogs to fill that need. And I think having a place in Valley Park, which is scooped out and out of the way, is the perfect place. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Sean M.
Hello, I'm Sean Moonen, and I live at 505 4th Street, and I'm right across the street from Bicentennial Park. I keep hearing Bicentennial Park as a possibility, and I just want to say that it's exactly, thank you. Boo to Bicentennial Park as the dog. Why is that? It adversely affects everybody on that section of 4th Street, as well as half of the next street over, 3rd Street, because of the noise and the parking. There's barely any parking right now, and if you bring in a lot of people from the outside, it's going to be terrible. You have an inadequate way of turning around, which kicks up air pollution as it is right now. And by the way, if you could fix that, it would help a lot. If you just put some rocks or some bark down there like we used to, that would help, because it does kick up dust all day long. But it's a bad choice, and I would appreciate it if you took it off the list. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric H.
Good evening, Council, members of the community. My name is Eric Horn, and I want to speak in support of the dog park tonight. I think that one of the most important tasks of Council is to be responsive to residents. And I think whether it's national government, state government, local government, people are really fed up with wanting government to do something and having it be study after report, after lawsuit, after study. I think that the answer is in the agenda. One of these two options is what you should proceed with. I think that whatever course you go down, you should not have an open-ended study. You don't need to kick the can down the road anymore. You know what the answer is. I think both locations have great merits. I personally live close to Valley Park. I walk my dog in the vicinity of the proposed dog park location nearly every single day. I think it would be a fine location for a dog park. I think that the Greenbelt location also has a lot of merit. Mr. Seaman, I think your comments and wondering if we can actually proceed with the Greenbelt option without a ballot measure, we should get an answer on that. But regardless, I think Valley Park it's a fine option for this dog park. I think that the way in which this group has gone about coming together and doing everything right, we say we can't spend any money on this, and they show up with money. We say we can't do consultant after consultant, and they engage their own design consultants to start looking at options. They come with signatures, they come with enthusiasm. I want this council to make them proud. I want you to make a decision tonight. If it is going to be a decision to do further study, which it sounds like on some level for the engineering and design analysis we need, I hope it's a 5-0 vote. I hope that this fall, when the campaign begins for city council, we don't have a bunch of people detracting and trying to get people off if it ends up being a ballot measure. I'd like to see some unity in this community. Let's get this done and show that government works. Thank you.
Last call for Jim S. Okay, we'll move on to our virtual speakers. Tony Higgins, your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Yeah, I live right next to Valley Park, 25 feet from it, and I fully support a dog park at Valley Park. I think what we're in danger of happening here is a situation where the perfect becomes the enemy of the good. It's a trap. Valley Park has financial support. It's probably the best possible location. It's not near any homes. Dogs are running off leash in the park. This will help that. There's poop stains all over the park that your little kids won't have to roll in. If you have a dog park nearly as often. It's the best possible parking in a city with parking problems. Don't let the perfect become the enemy of the good. You need to provide clarity at this point. If you're going to put this up for a ballot measure, you may as well just kill the whole idea, given the environment we're in. Put the idea out of its misery or select Valley Park. That's my recommendation. If you can possibly do the Greenbelt without a ballot initiative, that would help. But I don't think that's going to happen. So Valley Park, or put the dog park people out of their misery. One of the other. Thanks.
Next, we have Kristen Marino. Your 2 minutes will begin when you start speaking.
Hi, I have qualms about a dog park in Hermosa Beach from an environmental perspective. We have native wildlife and plants at all locations, but particularly the beach and greenbelt options. Studies have shown that dog waste is harmful to the nutritional content of the soil for native plants, and that a consistent dog presence is detrimental to the migratory, nesting, and behavioral patterns of native wildlife. But considering animals can't vote and plants don't pay property taxes, I want to speak my opposition from a budget perspective too. I don't know if we can afford to maintain a dog park. According to Attachment 1, BFAP seems to indicate they can get the funding for their high-cost option, including an antimicrobial turf option that costs $125,000 up front. It would need to be replaced every 5 to 8 years, so we would pay that again before it even theoretically rebuild the pier. According to Attachment 4, Manhattan Beach's dog park has an $84,000 a year maintenance cost. This is the only nearby city whose dog park is not a dirt patch. They use wood chips, which is cited as the mid-budget option in Attachment 1. The max funding BFAP proposed for maintenance is $30,000 a year, assuming a raffle could raise $20,000 every year. This leaves Hermosa Beach with at least $50,000 a year cost burden, assuming they don't go for the high cost option and assuming there will continue to be successful fundraising efforts in many years to come. Attachment 7 is their recommendation letter, which has some red flags that undermine the credibility of promises made. In there, they know that currently more than half of Hermosa Beach dog owners do not pay the very cheap dog registration fees that are mandated by law. Does this inspire trust that they'll follow the rules? Also in this letter, they state that they'll be continuing to pursue a dog park at the beach regardless of if you approve this park or not. Can we count on a verbal agreement to not leave Hermosa Beach with even more of the cost when they switch fundraising priorities to that instead? Furthermore, all options consider ease of parking as pros, noting limited parking as cons. If dog owners would be driving to these parks, why can't they drive to the other 2 dog parks located 1 to 2 miles away? All this is to say, I hope you'll consider discrepancies presented in the documents when deciding what our city can afford at this crucial juncture. Thank you.
Next, we have Tom C.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm somewhat of an expert on walking on the Valley Parkway. You'll find me there about 5 to 7 days a week from dawn until 7:30 in the morning. It is truly a passive recreational activity. The equipment that was cited takes on a very passive use. There's very little noise associated with it. There's no dogs barking. There's no congregation around those facilities. The Valley Parkway is passive in nature, and it's nice that way. You can appreciate the work that has been done to landscape that facility, and it is a truly remarkable asset for the city. On the issue of what is this going to cost is fundamental. The city's not asking, what do we do with our extra money here? And you do an annual CIP planning process where projects have to compete against other priorities of the city. Your public works director may have sewer issues. Your police department may have equipment issues. All of those, the best decision that comes out of that discussion are when those projects have to compete with one another and have to put forward what they're going to cost, how much they're going to endure, and how long that fiscal commitment is going to occur. To take a project out of that process and say, we're going to pick one side over another is putting the cat or the cart before the horse. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Laura P.
I wasn't always going to speak on this, but I just wanted to thank the Bark for Park subcommittee. You guys really showed up, you got involved, you organized, you researched, you raised funds, you built a community around this, and it just shows what's possible. When we get together, we work together. I really appreciate everything you guys have done for our furry residents. I support the idea of a dog park. I support option 2 because I've been listening, and there are people who want it on Valley, and there are people that want it on the Greenbelt.
I just think it's important to ask certain questions. I thought it was interesting that we delayed the budget conversation because I think it's important and to recognize that they offered to take over maintenance. That's huge. But I'm wondering from our Public Works Director, he clearly stated in our joint meeting that he cannot take on the CIP workload is completely full for the next 2 years with no capacity to take on new projects. So even if it's fully maintained, funds are raised, they pay for the development, what's the trade-off? I do believe if we are going to do a dog park, looking at the Greenbelt has a lot of pluses. It's an easier path. It's got greatest long-term value. It's central. It's accessible. It's close to parking, restrooms, less impactful to the nearby homes. The potential for foot traffic that will benefit our commercial area is huge. Even the design consultant identified the Greenbelt as a preferred location. Yes, it comes with potential issues. I'm glad, Councilmember Seaman, you asked about some of them. But what's the best long-term option for us? Because if we do have to go to the ballot, shouldn't the community be allowed to have their voice? And if they don't want it on the Greenbelt, that doesn't mean we can't do it on Valley. So that's one of the reasons why I think we should explore both options. This isn't just a conversation about dogs. This is a conversation about who we are. Thank you.
I did not receive any more speaker cards, and I have no hands raised online.
Calling Jim S. one more time. Anyone else would like to speak? All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais for thoughts, questions, comments, motion.
Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind. During this conversation, this public conversation we're having here, some thoughts occurred to me that did not earlier. What is the deadline for a ballot measure? If we want to get something on the ballot for this year, what date is that?
August 7th is the last day to put something on the ballot, so it would have to be approved before that.
Okay, so is it feasible to assume that the feasibility study for the Greenbelt could be completed before August 7th? So that if we had a feasibility study that told us if it's feasible or not, we could make a decision in time enough to get it on the ballot this year.
I would be transparent to say that it's hard to state confidently that would be possible or not at this stage. The comprehensive report would require significant contribution in time from the Public Works Department, which we all know is already heavily inundated with CIPs and other projects. They would carry a bulk majority of that second phase of this project review, as well as it would be contingent on the funding available from BART for the park and their ability to move the plans forward and get all these conceptual designs ready.
So who would actually do the feasibility studies on any site? And who would pay? Well, the BART for a park would pay for them, but who would actually
Yeah,
do the
majority of that
study?
would hopefully likely come from the consultants that BART for the park hires, but there will be a good amount of oversight from city staff resources, mostly Public Works.
So the feasibility study itself would not be a burden on the Public Works Department, but oversight would be.
It likely would, because we would have to compile all the information and the design plans, and likely, as far as the report that comes back to council, would be a combination of the Parks and Recreation Department and the Public Works Department to formulate all the findings, the report, the designs, and create a staff report out of that to present to you.
Okay. All right, that's all my questions. Thank you. I do have some deliberation I'd like to do, but I'll let everyone speak. I'll come back. Thank you.
Perfect. Any other thoughts, comments, motions, deliberations? Dean?
Yeah, that's interesting that the report wouldn't be done in time, because obviously we probably have to get together before the 7th of August to figure out what a ballot statement would be. But, you know, we could do something like make preparations to put it on the ballot, see what happens, and at the same time move on with the study. And if the study is known after that, it can be on the ballot, whether it goes up or down. I mean, you know, more than a year of hearings and emails. There were a lot of emails really against Valley, and it was kind of even here, but, they didn't come down. I mean, it's hard to gauge. There's just, one thing's been consistent is that residents have had a concern about being next to their homes and noise and impact, traffic, parking. And the one location that hasn't had a lot of opposition has been the Greenbelt. They've got the parking. It would be cheaper when you consider the ADA improvements. I mean, a sidewalk all the way along Valley, the amount of construction, the machinery that it's going to take in front of the homes just to get there with ADA improvements. And then look what it does to the businesses in Upper Pier. It provides a real incentive for people that come to the dog park to frequent our Upper Pier Avenue businesses. It opens up the fact that there's free parking at the community center, free parking along Ardmore, along Valley. All that free parking is available for people that can use the dog park, frequent the businesses, and I just think it's a great kind of thing to mold our community together in Upper Pier. So, I'm suggesting maybe we could take a further analysis of those two options, but at the same time, geared towards getting it on the ballot. If it's only cost us $2,000, I mean, that's work it, and let the people decide, because, we're not going to begin construction by Election Day in November. Let the people decide, and I think we'll gain support for it. We'll garnish support amongst council for it with arguments, and then potential better fundraising down the road for the organization that's going to eventually fund it. So that's kind of the angle I'm going on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
To
Mayor?
my left.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just going to get their thoughts initially. Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything?
No.
Okay. My initial thoughts is I spend a lot of time after school every day at Valley Park. To tell you the truth, I'm surprised that it isn't already an off-leash dog park by most of the residents. Seeing dogs run around and German Shepherds bounding across the field at 6 and 8-year-olds. There's a lot of people already violating the laws in the park. As we said, not every dog has a license in town, and I'm a proud dog owner of now a 12-year-old lab, and used to take him down to Huntington Beach when he was younger and let him go swim in the beach down there, because it's an amazing spot for dogs to go run. Very supportive of I think dog park might be a bit of a loose term when you see some of the size of true dog parks versus a dog run. That's what our neighbors to the north did, is dog runs, not dog parks. I don't know what the square footage difference is, but we are constrained in this town, budget concerns, a bunch of other things. I grew up going down to, I have a lot of thoughts. La Jolla Shores, very similar to Hermosa Beach. Down in San Diego, down there you can have dogs on the beach until 9 a.m. They're leashed. And then during the seasons, if it's wintertime, 4 p.m. or 6 p.m. But then they're not allowed on their version of the Strand. So it eliminates the runners, the joggers, the baby strollers, dogs running each way, tripping people out there. So, I mean, that's something that I would be very open about having that conversation about. Because I think one of the issues that we run into on the Strand is upkeep and how much we spend for power washing and street sweeping, smearing dog poop all on the Strand. And we have dog owners that don't pick up down there. So it smells like a urinal walking along the Strand on busy weekends. And if you're limiting the hours of access, I mean, again, but going back to Valley Park is, as kids evolve from the play structures, they do go explore all the parks. And, my daughter told me that there's a bunch of numbers and trees at Valley Park. And if you actually go around to a bunch of the trees, there's random number 8s, number 2s, number 3s that I never saw, but that's where they go explore. They're climbing trees right now, exactly where this dog park is. And that's, my little guy is still digging sand and doing swings and stuff, but as the kids get older, especially coming out of Vista every day, they enjoy the freedom of how big that park is. So I am hesitant to even have the conversation about Valley Park East. I'm very pro dog park, but just trying to figure out how we, come together in a consensus. I applaud the group. It's amazing to see what, organizing actually does. all of us are idea people, but how do we get to the organization and build that grassroots movement is impressive. So, Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to all the speakers. You know, I spent many a days every Wednesday for 6 years, early release from the Valley Vista schools, was there with hundreds of kids, and, you know, places I never thought kids would be, they are. All in the ice plants, all up in the trees, in bushes where I was like, dear God, where's my kid? And I find him in some bush, you know, playing hide and seek with other kids. I do want to thank Carla and the park team for being a great example of a citizen-led group working collaboratively to help improve our city. We've had a lot of conversations. I've enjoyed each and every one of them. From day one, your approach has been about bringing solutions, partnerships, and positive engagement, not just complaints. So I applaud you for doing that. I think community involvement matters. It's appreciated, and I think you've set a model for others to emulate. This isn't a dog v. dog debate. I love dogs. I have a dog. It's what we are challenged with just about every decision we make in Hermosa Beach. How do we balance? You know, we got people that want a pool, right? We got 3,000 signatures on a pool. Well, where are we going to put a pool? How are we going to pay for it? Now, I'm not saying this is equivalent to a pool, but, you know, in terms of what people want, there are lots of challenges, and we just have a lot of restraints. It's recreation, neighborhood compatibility, limited public space. You know, we talk about our neighboring cities. We don't have the space that our neighboring cities do, plain and simple. I went by the Manhattan Beach Dog Park today at Pollywog, and it's, you know, tucked away behind the pool on the far side of the park that nobody goes to. There are other dog run, and I like dog run versus better as well. Is it Live Oak Park? I've visited those. Two things can be true. The pro and the con dog park folks location, but there are no real comparables and there are no perfect fits. We're smaller, denser, with considerably less green space. So, like so many of our Hermosa Beach conversations, it comes down to balance. How do we make the most of limited public space while respecting quality of life for everyone? So I like to focus on where, in my opinion, it makes the most sense, works the best, and is the easiest to implement. It was mentioned by Parks and Rec. It was mentioned by the mayor earlier. The bird in the hand, as Carla mentioned. I think option 3, a healthy compromise and a potential win for everyone that best fits our small city, with the emphasis on our small city. We have South Park, parking, ADA accessible bathrooms, water access, existing shade, a retaining wall buffering one side already, and a real underutilized area. Behind the bathroom facility that currently sees very little, if any, active use. Understanding that the city recently completed improvements at South Park and that portions of that were funded through grants with potential restrictions or limitations, I watched the meeting and where we approved that, and that portion of the park was funded by West Basin Municipal Water District for the removal of the turf, the grass, to be replaced by drought-tolerant plants. So if that's correct, I think a possible concept could be relocating those plants to the outside perimeter of any fence that goes there. And I would move that staff further evaluate that area behind the restroom facility at South Park as the preferred potential location for a future dog run in coordination with Public Works, Parks and Rec, and Bark for a Park. The last thing I want is a neighbor versus neighbor fight ballot initiative. I think the South Park option is a win-win for everybody. It's something would be, if it works, relatively easy to implement. And I think that works best for, again, our small city. And would move accordingly, Mr. Mayor, at the right time.
Okay, we have a motion to explore South Park. Is there a second? I will second it if you include Greenbelt.
What's that, Mr. Mayor?
I said I will second it if you include the Greenbelt. Because I think getting 2 sites is, the path forward.
I drove by South Park by Valley Park and the Green Belt last night. Sort of my final prep for today. And I have a tough time wrapping my brain around fencing in either of those open spaces. I really do. And that is why I think the South Park option makes the best and most sense. It's an area that's not utilized, that has all the pieces that we need. In theory, we could have that thing fenced off if it checks all the boxes within a couple of months, as opposed to, the ADA issues and everything else associated with South Park or the Green Belt. And I think South Park should be the preferred location.
Mr. Mayor?
Is there?
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
I didn't officially second it.
We don't have a second.
Right.
You'll second that?
No, I said we don't have a second. I don't think we do.
No, there's no second.
I will second it.
All right, then I'd like to make a
Yes, we do.
substitute motion then.
What is the motion? I'm not sure what it is.
Motion, let me know if I'm wrong, Ray, is option 3 for staff to look at South Park behind the new restrooms down there, which we just invested a lot of money in a couple years ago. And everything's ADA.
Actually, the majority of the investment was for the slope.
No, I'm saying the bathroom project, though.
Oh, right.
Let's focus on what the motion is.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Could I ask a question regarding the motion? Or do you want to go ahead?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Then in that case, I would like to make a substitute motion. And some deliberation first, please. Tonight reminds me a lot of a night about 10 years ago. I was on the planning commission. I'd been on there for a year or two. And I came to this very room and stood right there and talked to that city council that evening about an ADA access path on the Greenbelt. There was such a fury of dislike of the project. You're paving the Greenbelt. You're ruining it. It's the only open space we have, and it'll be horrible. And why are you doing this? And what's the sense of it? It's expensive, and so on and so on. That night it went well past midnight, and that council decided to agree to do the ADA path on the Greenbelt. And now look what it is today. It's beautiful. It's accessible to everybody. And honestly, I walk by there, I drive by there, walk by there all the time. There are tons of people on it using it. Baby carried. I don't have to go into the Greenbelt too much, but I'm saying people get excited about yes or no and back and forth. There's always going to be people who don't want one thing and some people who do want that one thing. And honestly, at the end of the day, when it's all through, you really don't understand what it's going to look like and what it's going to be like, and why can't everybody use spaces together? So when I look at Valley Park, and I'm a member of Kiwanis Club, which is right in Valley Park. In fact, it's just a few hundred feet away from where this dog park is proposed. I see that area all the time. And yeah, there's kids that play there, I'm sure. I agree with that. But there's kids that play all over Valley Park. Valley Park is huge, and this is one little tiny corner of it. So there's an area there where there's a playground with the swings and the slide and all of that business. So why isn't that damaging our precious open space? If we're going to take that up with swings and slides, well, you're ruining our open space. You see, that argument doesn't fly because the park in general is a huge open space, and there's room for kids to play on the swings. There's room for other kids to play soccer in another area. We have a picnic there annually there, and the picnic area is there for people to have picnics. There's tables, barbecues. It's wonderful. There's lots of activities that go on in Valley Park. And why not a dog park also in one corner of it so that lots of our citizens can enjoy that activity passive or otherwise, in that area of the park. So as this went on, honestly, Carla came to me a very long time ago and with this proposal, and I liked the idea right away. I said, I will do everything I can to help you. I would like to champion your cause. And I'm completely blown away by you people. What you've done is so amazing. You are the epitome of public interest in let's get organized, let's do something, and let's get this done. I can't imagine anybody doing this any better than you have. Providing the funding for it in the manner in which you have is unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. And it takes away a lot of that angst about the budget and how we're going to pay for it and so on and so forth. This group is volunteered to pay for it, period. The design, the construction, and the maintenance of it. Now, how that happens, that will come up in a feasibility study. And so I like the Greenbelt idea. At first I didn't, but then when I looked at it and I saw the area and how it was laid out, and it does have some ADA path and so on and so forth, there's a lot of good points to the Greenbelt. But honestly, I think between the two of them, I would prefer Valley Park because it also has parking and access and so on and so forth. All of the folks out there that says, oh, well, how will you ever get a path and we don't have any sidewalks and it's going to be expensive and there's huge equipment involved and everything. I don't think you know too much about how this works, okay? There is going to be some work done there, that's true. There is going to be some activity there. But it's not insurmountable. The idea of having an ADA path from that parking lot to this area is not absolutely insane. It's quite simple to be done. It may cost a little more money to do that here instead of at the Greenbelt, but it's not an insurmountable thing. Everything can be done, and these folks are willing to pay for it. So I think that our best bet is Valley Park, and I like to support that. I think the Greenbelt has some merit, and honestly, if Valley Park doesn't work out, we get this feasibility study, they may look at it and say, it's just not feasible. All right, well then, what do? Then we should have an alternative, and we go that way. It took 8 years from approval to completion. 8 years went by to get that ADA path done because we didn't have the funding, we're too busy, had to wait in line, and so on, but it got done. And I don't want this to take 8 years, honestly, and you folks are willing, you've got the money and you're willing to do this. I think we can do this much faster than that and do a better job of it. So I would like to make a substitute motion that we have a feasibility study for Valley Park East, and that's my substitute motion.
I will second that if you add in, I will second it if you add in the Greenbelt and include a ballot measure, because if you do a feasible study and we got to go to the Greenbelt, that won't be done in time for the election. You have to wait 2 more years. So
All right, I'll accept that.
Okay, great. Friendly
So
amendment?
basically you want to do option two.
Yep.
For
with
two
both-
multiple locations
Yes.
with Valley Park as number 1 and Greenbelt as the
Right.
backup.
Let's call it.
That's my motion. Thank you.
Great. Second that and include coming back with a ballot measure.
Let's call it.
All right. Any other discussion on this?
Nope.
I'll just say that the other motion with South Park, I think that's really a
Dean.
off-wing possibility. I mean, the commission didn't even look at that, of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 alternatives. So to start looking at that from scratch, I think is, it's a novel idea. I think we've made a lot of headway into these 2 locations, and I think that's the best thing for our community.
Madam City Clerk.
We have a motion on the floor.
It's a voting now.
What's that?
We're voting.
Motion passes 3-2 with a no vote by Mayor DeToy and Councilmember Jackson.
All right. We're going to come back at 9:40. It's 9:40. So I'm asking you to come back. All right, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Seaman.
Here.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Keegan.
Here.
Mayor DeToy.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we'll go back to 17A to Brian Walker.
On the budget.
Unless, did you have any
Yeah,
opening
just
remarks?
a couple warm-ups. Thank you, Your Honor. Just a reminder, this is the third of the 7 meetings we have set aside for budget and CIP discussions. I want to say from the start, where is everybody? This is actually the most important thing on the agenda, but thank you, Eric's here. But for those that are here, they're mostly staff, and I want to recognize them because this has been a huge team effort putting this budget together. And we continue to narrow things down with council. As I said at the start, we have a structural deficit that is unsustainable. We have put together a grouping of a mix of cuts and revenue enhancements for your consideration, but we want to emphasize that the structural deficit that we have of $3.2 million going into this next year, we have addressed through reductions in the fleet maintenance and the reserve from the overflow that we normally would put in those funds. We're going to maintain them as they were last year, so that will free up some monies as well as some efficiencies. But again, getting to those cuts, each department is going to make the presentation tonight about their department, their core services they provide, and each was charged with 10% in cuts. Now, we are presenting 10% cuts. We're not proposing 10% cuts. A lot of departments can only get to those cuts by doing workforce reductions. We're not asking for that at this time. We don't think it's necessary to address the issues we have, but we do want to create a buffer. We still can make cuts for the things that don't reach personnel that is still significant enough to create a buffer so that we can address some of our unknowns going into this year, which include the unknown county costs with the contracts we have there, other contract unknown costs, and CIP projects that we want to continue forward with. So I'll turn it over to Brandon, but in addition to that, we will touch on, it's not just about cuts, we will touch on briefly some revenue enhancements that we plan to bring back for council consideration with further details and depth on the 26th, the meeting of the 26th.
Thanks, Steve, Mayor and City Council. Good evening. Just 2 quick points before we get into the department budgets. Number one, again, as Steve mentioned, we have solved the FY27 budget deficit. But again, tonight's not about just cost reductions. I would call it the 3 Ps. We're about priorities, setting the council priorities for the community, protecting essential services, and the major focus, preparing for the fiscal reality over the next few years. So a quick point of order for the budget presentations. Each department is going to come up. We have them back to back. Mayor and Council, at your discretion, would you want to run through all of them one by one or pause after each department for questions?
Looking to my colleagues, you want to power through or have questions after each?
Power through.
All right, with that, we'll start with the chief. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Detroit council members. Starting with the first department, the police department, with regard to the budget and the current core services that we provide to the city, and we'll get into what some proposed cuts would do to impact those services. So currently today, we are budgeted for 38 sworn police officer positions. That includes all command staff, detectives, all of our police officers. We also have 14 professional staff. So this is police service officers. These are the folks that are the jail, records, and front desk personnel, and some administrative staff at the police department. The Community Services Division consists of 15 personnel. That includes 2 supervisors and the Administrative Services Coordinator. The core services for patrol, which is one of the 3 divisions of the police department, is to respond for calls for service, to take and address crime reports, to conduct field investigations, and all of our 911 emergency response. In our Investigative and Administrative Services Division, this covers a few different things. So as I said, our police service officers manage our jail, house our prisoners, handle all of our records, and also do property and evidence. In our investigations, this is all of our detectives, which includes a detective sergeant. They conduct all follow-up investigations on crime reports. They conduct field investigations, also following up on those crime reports and directed operations. And they also work with our federal partners on some task force and other federal crimes that we work with. Our detectives are also the ones that are the first to contact our victims and do victim outreach and advocacy. And it's our detectives who are filing cases with the district attorney and the city prosecutor for prosecutions. In community services, the core services are meter enforcement, parking management throughout the city, towing services, and animal control. And all of these divisions do a number of other things, which we're going to get into, that would be impacted with some of the potential cuts. So looking at the police department and community services combined, so these are actually in the budget separately. The police department and community services are separate, but it's all under the umbrella of the police department. Our budget is $21.8 million. To achieve a 10% cut, that would mean $2.1 million. If we subtract out staff, salaries, and benefits, our budget for both police and community services is $6.3 million. A 10% cut there would be $630,000. So when we were tasked with making this 10% cut scenario, we started with scenario 1. And just to cut to supplemental services, we'll say, which is conference and training, contract services, some of the city's equipment replacement fund, and some of the overtime budget. What you see here, the combined reductions will achieve the $630,000 reduction into everything, not including staffing reductions. This is something we can achieve, but there will be impacts to services, and this will be felt by our department, the city, and the community. In this scenario, because conference and training would be reduced by a significant amount, our officers, our professional staff would only be able to attend mandatory training and training and development. So in the last several years, we've been very successful in career development, in developing our police officers from the time they start here and as they grow within the department. This is important because this develops the relationship they need to be future leaders of this department, to get them embedded in the community and to understand the community needs. And this is something we want to continue. So career development would be impacted. Specialty training would be impacted. The ability for officers to learn new skills and apply those skills to our community and their investigations throughout their career would be impacted. By reducing the equipment replacement fund, we would see service life of our equipment extended, and the maintenance repair costs may increase. And if that's extended over time, that's just going to be equipment and tools that will become less available to our officers and our staff. And it would be a reduction in overtime. And this is fewer specialized assignments. So this is e-bike enforcement. This is officers working on the beach and Pier Plaza on busy holidays, summer days, weekends. This is the ability to go out, do DUI enforcement, things of that nature that would be impacted by reductions in overtime. In scenario 2, because there was no possible way for us to reach the possible reduction of $2.1 million, we looked at the possibility of everything in scenario 1, so reducing all the conference and training and other items that we talked about, but the possibility of freezing 5 police officer positions and 1 community service officer position. So the impacts to service would be significant, very significant. This would reduce us to minimum staffing for patrol and community services. The minimum staffing for any given shift in the city of Hermosa Beach is 2 police officers and 1 supervisor. That's 3 total officers patrolling the entire city as our minimum staffing. To be able to do this, we would have to eliminate our traffic division. We'd have to eliminate our crime impact team, CIT. We would have to reduce or eliminate our ability to support mental health, the co-response we have, and the partnership that we have with our Hero Homeless Outreach team. We would have a reduction in special event staffing, so Fiesta Hermosa, Hermosa for the holidays, tree lighting events, things where our community asks and would like to have our police officers there, especially during large crowds. We would not be able to staff those. We'd be at minimum staffing. We would have a reduction in mutual aid assistance, so the ability for our officers to go out and help other agencies in times of need. So in the last recent years, we've been to civil rest in Los Angeles during the ice raids. We've been to the wildfires in the Altadena area. Years ago, we've gone to mudslides outside of LA County. So when we have mutual aid requests, our officers respond everywhere in Los Angeles County and sometimes beyond. That would be impacted. The ability to retain our current officers, and this is significant, staffing, recruitment, hiring, and retention is a years-long process. The ability to retain police officers by having a work where they can come, be supported with additional officers, have the ability for the specialized training that we talked about, and the other career enhancement developments would be impacted. There would also be employee fatigue. So with minimum staffing, anytime someone calls out sick or has a vacation, that means that another officer has to come in on overtime to backfill that position. We have colleagues in our profession that, colleagues in Los Angeles County that have had a staffing crisis for several decades. We talk to them, and for years, they've been on a mandatory rotating overtime, and we can tell you that folks in that department want it to end, or they just want to leave their agency. And we'd have impacted slow response time. So imagine the minimum staffing, we have 3 officers working the city. Any moderate to serious incident is going to require at least 2 to 3 officers. If those 2 to 3 officers are on that one incident, they would not be available to respond if another incident happens at the same time. And the reduced ability for community outreach and engagement. We've been very fortunate to have multiple engagement activities with our Coffee with a Cop events, with our WTF events, and many of the other things that we participate in. So in this scenario, with these type of reductions, we can also say that if this were to be a reduction, this would be the lowest staffing for sworn police officers that we have seen in over 25 years. If we take our regular, fully budgeted complement today of 38 officers and all of the additional positions, there is commonly a staffing loss of 5 to 10% due to vacancies, due to officers who may be hurt and on workers' comp leave. So anytime, if we have 38 sworn officers, we're operating at a little bit less than that, because if an officer retires, it takes us some time to fill that position. The time to hire and train each new police officer from the day they're hired until the day they're able to go out and provide patrol services for the city is about 1 year. So every one position that we lose, it's a significant setback. And it was said in public comment at the very start of the meeting today, and it was absolutely accurate, the ability to fully staff 38 police officers takes years to accomplish. 5 or 6 years ago, we were hurting for staffing, and it took 3 to 4, closer to 5 years to get to full staffing. And just to get into some data, and I'm not going to spend too much time on this, I think we've made the point. While we have 38 sworn police officer positions today, and those positions are filled, well, actually we have a few vacancies right at the moment, that translates to 23 police officers available in patrol right now today. So that doesn't include command staff, that doesn't include our detectives and those positions. So in 2025, those officers, those 23 officers, handled over 21,000 calls for service, conducted over 6,400 traffic stops, and of the 21,000 calls for service, almost 12,000 of those happened on the days of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We currently have, as I said, 2 traffic officers assigned to the traffic division and 2 officers assigned to the crime impact team. We also staff additional overtime for special assignments. Just those 3 additions to our regular patrol constitutes over 2,000 traffic stops and contacts. So these are contacts, these could be calls for service, investigative stops where officers are making arrests or finding weapons or finding drugs. If we were to lose those, that would be a 19% reduction in services to the city. And of just those units, they've done over 170 traffic collision investigations. So looking at this data in a slightly different way, in this scenario, we would still retain our core services. We would have our patrol, the ability to take crime reports and respond to 911 calls. But we would see about an 18% reduction in those additional calls for service handled by those units. Just our traffic units in their traffic stops and collision investigations alone is over 11,000 stops and investigations. Same data, just looking at the weekends alone. As I said earlier, there's 11,800 calls for service on the days of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If we did not have those units, traffic, CIT, and a little bit of the overtime, that would be 2,000 contacts that we would not have out of those 21,000 calls for service. So with 2 to 3 officers working on a weekend, that would translate to an increase in workload for those officers by over 21%. We would still maintain minimum staffing, but we would lose approximately 2,000 contacts from just our traffic division alone. Response times would be impacted, service levels would be impacted, traffic enforcement capacity would decline significantly, and the ability to staff for high frequency events, if there's a FIFA World Cup stuff coming along, things like that, we would not be able to staff that up. For community services, last year, again, this is of our 15 community services officer positions, there's only 12 CSOs that are actually out working in the field, not including the supervisors. So last year they handled 50,000 calls, they issued 50,000 parking citations, 57 administrative citations, and over 480 vehicle impounds. They handled over 2,500 parking calls for service, over 1,600 animal control calls, and an additional 1,300 other calls. But there's a number of other things that our community services officers do, and this is what would be lost in services. Our community service officers consistently support the patrol division and the police officers. Our community service officers are trained as our drone operators. So in the recent homicide investigation we had the day of the St. Patrick's Day parade that had our officers on the Strand for 13 or so hours, that entire time, it was one of our CSOs that was doing drone operations in support of the command post. Our CSOs assist with accident investigations. Our CSOs conduct traffic control, and CSOs also do mutual aid support. There have been numerous occasions, and it's not uncommon for a neighboring agency to contact Hermosa Beach because they do not have an animal control officer or a CSO available, that our officers will assist. Our CSOs have assisted on federal investigations when necessary with our task force partnerships. So every department, I think, is going to talk about some version of revenue and efficiency, but I just want to emphasize that for the police department, our goal is public safety and compliance. Our enforcement is a mechanism to gain compliance, and that's the goal of the police department. Some of the things to be considered for council is to explore a policy for a full cost recovery for all police officers and CSOs for all special events. And we're currently working with the city on adding additional ALPR technologies into our parking for improved efficiency in our parking management. That'll conclude the police department. We do have our division managers here to help answer any questions that we have for each of the specific divisions.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Public Works Department, a quick overview.
We have about 35 full-time staff. There are two primary divisions in Public Works. We have our engineering team that works in administration that works out of City Hall, and then our operations and maintenance team that works out of the city yard, both working seamlessly together to provide a wide variety of services to the Hermosa Beach community. Some of the core services that our department provides, I have two slides that cover all the different functions that we do. One of the primary ones is we manage our capital improvement program, the planning, the design, the administration of that program. We manage our streets. That includes our maintaining the roadways and the sidewalks, but also the signals and the lighting, markings, and so on. Our storm drains. We have quite a lot of infrastructure. We have outfalls that we have to maintain onto the beach. We have our storm drains that we have to make sure that we're clean and flowing in advance of storms. And we also have mandatory stormwater compliance requirements that we have to follow and make sure that we're meeting those. Our parks, our medians, our trees. We have 22 parks and parkettes. There's over 2,000 city-owned trees. We oversee a landscaping contract, and we have to ensure that all of our playing fields are operating and ready to go to support all the different activities. Our sewer system, we maintain all the city facilities and buildings, and we also manage the city fleet. In addition, we oversee waste management, street cleaning, that includes trash collection, sweeping, and steam cleaning. We oversee special assessments. Each year, we bring to you the annual lighting and landscaping and the SOAR levy that does collect reimbursement for the city. We provide a lot of work with our utility companies. A lot of permitting goes in every year. We have major projects happening right now with LA County Sanitation Districts, Edison, Cal Water, just to name a few, and these are regular and occurring throughout the city. Our team also provides land development services. We work in partnership with community development for plan check. Anytime there is a new project or redevelopment, we're working very closely on those permits. But we also issue encroachment permits, so anything that goes into the public right-of-way. So that includes residential, retail, our dining and street vending and banner permits. And then we also manage any process for removal of trees, which typically require public hearing. One of the big things that we do also is we provide after-hour services. We are a 24/7 operation. We have someone on call every day of the week at all hours of the day. There are regularly calls that come in, and so I flag this as some of that overtime work that we do. That we do have a dedicated person each day of the week that it does respond to any calls that need to come in to as needed. We're also there in the event of an emergency, natural disaster, storm, flooding, sewer backup. We have to be there to respond and address the issue. And also any other after-hours construction oversight that might need to happen. Sometimes utility projects do have to happen in the evening, and we have to have somebody out there to monitor and assess what's happening to ensure public safety and that they're following the rules in our right-of-way. Our team also oversees the Public Works Commission. We meet every other month. Our team prepares those agendas, clerks those meetings, and runs those meetings. Things that are a bit above and beyond just those core services that we do. One thing that I want to highlight is our team responds to a very high number of requests. Right now, we're averaging about in excess of 4,000 work order requests every year. That's 10 to 12 a day, including weekends, that we're working to respond to as quickly as we can. Our team operates a public counter all business hours of every day of the week. Monday through Thursday from 7 to 6, we're there taking in requests throughout the day, helping people process permits. Our team has also been working very hard at working through a tremendous backlog of the CIP. We have tripled our completion rate since FY23, and that does take resources to keep up the momentum that I think we've really built and sustained over the last few years. Other things that are above and beyond those core services, beautification projects, any enhancements. So general core services is just maintaining what we have or fixing things when they break, but above and beyond is those enhancements or supplemental projects that might get proposed each year in the budget. Special projects. For example, we just entered into an MOU with Little League to make advanced improvements at Clark Field, and we just had a very lengthy discussion about a dog park. Those are the above and beyond services. Any new special events that come in, our team is working very closely with our Parks and Rec team on evaluating those events and help supporting those events. That's our engineers and it's our operations and maintenance team that helps evaluate and support any planning or work that would go into running those events. Other items, we run an accessible beach mat program that requires a fair amount of maintenance through the year. We have a free electric charging to the public, and then also our memorial bench program. Some of the key challenges that we are facing now and into the future, we have a significant amount of deferred maintenance backlog that we're continuing to work on. And there are a number of projects that I'm going to say are reaching what I'm going to call a critical state. The city yard, the pier, we need to continue to pave and fix our stores. There are a lot of projects that require continued emphasis by our team to stay focused on and deliver. As Director Walker had mentioned earlier, our CIP is structurally underfunded. We are spending at a rate faster than we're replenishing, but there is a growing need to continue to work on addressing the deferred backlog of projects. Overall, our team is working at and beyond capacity, and we have little ability to take on any new work. And as it is, it's going to be challenging in this year and in the coming years to continue to address the critical projects that are in our CIP while providing all the other services that we need to do. And so we are very sensitive to staffing levels right now. One person down takes down our capacity to deliver these projects, and so we feel it whenever we have a vacancy. Any new requests, special projects or events impact our ability to stay focused on delivering the high priority projects. Another major challenge that we have coming up this year, we have several maintenance contracts that are reaching the end of their terms. Janitorial services, landscape services, tree services, as well as our beach maintenance with LA County. These are all going to require significant effort by engineering staff and O&M to prepare new scopes of work, advertise these, and bring in new contractors and ensure that we're bringing in the right team and getting them up to speed on the work that needs to be done. These costs are likely to increase. We are seeing rising costs in labor and all these service providers, and so this is an unknown that's out there, and we really won't know until we advertise them. Any unplanned work, emergencies, storms, also throw us further away from our goals. What would a potential reduction look like? How would that impact our services? One of the larger budget items that we have in that's a little bit more discretionary is our contractual services. This is one of the tools in our toolbox to allow us to move quickly and be able to get things done in a meaningful way with speed. Any reductions there really do reduce not only CIP, but our program delivery and any other special requests that come in. As I noted, the maintenance contract services, we're not really going to know what they're going to look like until we advertise them. Should we not be able to pay for them effectively, we may have to look at reducing service levels. Other things that would be potential reductions would be fewer supplementals in maintenance budget requests, and that really means less improvements to our facilities, less beautification projects, and overall long-term deterioration of our infrastructure if we don't keep up with enhancements. Other things would be continued deferral of fleet replacement. That could potentially result in greater maintenance needs or potentially vehicles coming out of service. Reduced landscape budget means fewer trees and plants through the city, less beautification. Overtime is tricky. There's a lot of mandatory overtime. We have to provide that 24/7 service, but where we're seeing those potential increases or things that are challenging are any new special projects that come in, events. Those do often require additional overtime that increases the hours needed for that. Reductions in training and conferences, this impacts staff retention and professional development. We have a professional team that needs to continually learn. This is a staff retention issue over time. Some ideas that we have for revenue and efficiency. Revenue to begin with, we have had several discussions now about updating our fees for cost recovery. A lot of them we're not actually capturing all the time that we're in there. We've had a lengthy discussion tonight at the prior council meeting. I mentioned electric charging stations earlier. Currently, these are free to the public. Staff is looking to issue an RFP this summer to bring in a vendor to look at replacing the equipment and also installing a way to ensure that we can collect payment because right now there is a high electrical cost associated with providing that free service to the community. Something that's been talked about for some time is our lighting and landscape district. Currently, that is underfunded, and there has to be a general fund transfer to help pay the cost of our lighting and landscaping for our medians and our streetlights. However, raising that fee, which has been locked in for many years now, would require a ballot initiative to increase that fee. Other efficiency options that we're considering are continued focus on deferred maintenance. So as staff recommends new projects and for council to consider, we do recommend deferred maintenance over enhancement projects so that we can reduce long-term costs. So this is making sure that we're funding our paving, addressing deferred maintenance in our buildings, because the longer we push these off, the higher these costs are going to be over time. Other smaller ideas are ways to potentially reduce power consumption. I mentioned charging stations. We're looking at any additional LED conversion that we can do for streetlights. There's a handful of locations left. Pier Ave is one potential where we don't have LED that would save some power. Most of the LED was converted in the city, but there are a few remaining places. We have a project in the CIP to look at new windows in the community center that can help potentially save energy. And we're also looking at potential free solar panel installation through the Clean Power Alliance on some of our facilities that's currently being evaluated now. We're also working closely with our partners in community development for pushing a lot of our permits online to enhance efficiency and make that a little bit easier for the community. That concludes what I have. I'm going to hand things over to Director Nichols. Thanks.
Hello again, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So I am here to present the Parks and Recreation Department budget. All right, our core services include the delivery and management of our in-house recreation programming. So that includes our department-hosted events such as the Hermosa Beach Concert Series, the Surfers Walk of Fame, and the Veterans Day ceremony, just to name a few examples, as well as our park after-school program, Valley Park Summer Day Camp, the Hermosa 5-0 Senior Activity Center, our in-house adult sports leagues, and monthly excursions for the community. We also provide contract management, so that includes the management of our contract class program, which is us allowing our camps, classes, and leagues to be offered by third-party instructors and organizations, as well as the coordination and management of key community partnerships and agreements with Little League, Hermosa Beach Youth Basketball, the Farmers Market, Chamber of Commerce for its special events on public property, the Hermosa Beach Museum, Rotary Club, Kiwanis Club, Friends of the Library, and the Kiwanis Tree Lot. We are also responsible for the management of indoor and outdoor recreation facilities, so that includes the Community Center, the Clark Building, South Park Building, as well as our parks, beaches, fields, and recreation courts here in the city. This also includes the administration of the special event permit program, so all events on outdoor public property, and the film and still photo permit program, which covers all those activities on both public and private property. When we look at really what must be maintained, it comes down to two key areas: the oversight of our public space use and our core community services. These ensure that our parks, beach, and facilities are appropriately used, while also maintaining access to programs that directly support our residents of all ages. Parks and Rec plays a very critical role in supporting the quality of life, activating our public spaces, and driving economic activity through our programs, events, and key community partnerships. Our department does strive to provide programs that are either cost neutral or generate revenue for the city. From a staffing perspective, we operate with a small but mighty team of 8 full-time staff. Notably, when I did first begin working with the department 20 years ago, we also had 8 full-time staff. So since that time, our scope of services has grown significantly. We have expanded our program offerings. We've increased our partnerships and agreements, and additional facilities as well to manage. We have approximately 25 part-time staff who support the delivery of our in-house programming and oversee after-hours operations. So this includes maintaining operations at the community center from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Friday to Sunday, and through 10 p.m. after office hours, Monday through Thursday, as well as supporting the Clark Building reservations and the community theater and second-story theater productions. We have also maintained really strong staff retention in the community Parks and Rec department, which contributes to operational consistency, community relations, and institutional knowledge. Of the full-time team, as mentioned, I have been here 20 years. We have 2 employees having over 10 years of service and 2 over 5 years of service. So in addition to our department's core services, we also take on policy development, strategic initiatives, and council-directed projects. We play a key role in responding to emerging community issues, whether it's evaluating program use, addressing specific concerns, or developing policies to better manage our public spaces. This work often requires coordination across multiple departments. In addition, we are continuously working to improve cost recovery and optimize programs through fee evaluations, new offerings, and operational efficiencies. And we also support partnership development. The department plays a role in supporting citywide revenue generation and cost recovery through our administration of the film and still photo permit program and the special event permit program. We coordinate and manage approximately $50,000 annually in parking-related revenue tied to the reserved spaces for those programs. And we also handle the billing and collection of direct cost recovery fees for other departments, including approximately $15,000 for public works services and $40,000 for police services associated with those permanent activities. In addition, we also administer the invoicing, collection, and distribution of approximately $15,000 in amplified sound permits. As part of our budget review for the upcoming fiscal year, the department has proposed expenditure reductions. The majority of our savings are going to come from operational efficiencies. That includes a transition to new recreation software. In addition, we are proposing part-time staffing adjustments by reassigning duties and refining part-time staffing schedules and moving some of the responsibilities over to our special events and filming team, which we will be proposing a retitle to recreation coordinators to better represent their actual duties beyond just the special event and filming programs. So what will this impact? It would impact potentially our ability to process applications as quickly for each program, for the special event and filming programs, as they tend to these additional responsibilities, which mainly would pertain to front office oversight and oversight of facility use. However, I do want to note that we are going to bring forth to City Council at your next meeting on the 26th some special event policy guide updates that propose reducing some of the administrative tasks associated with the commission and city council level review of events. So that would limit that impact if those proposed updates were approved. And then we did also propose smaller targeted expenditure reductions against our training budget and program budget as well. And our advertising budget. So any additional reductions would further affect service delivery and operational responsiveness, as well as consideration of possible program eliminations. So in terms of key challenges, the primary issue would be the revenue that is not currently being collected through our special event permit program. Due to long-term agreements, fee waiver grants, and gaps in our current fee structure for the special event permit program, the city is forgoing a significant amount of cost recovery and revenue tied to events. In 2025, this includes approximately $13,000 in waived direct costs for city staff and services and approximately $104,500 in waived indirect costs, which is essentially lost revenue through long-term agreements. In addition, we are waiving approximately $2,000 in indirect costs through fee waiver grants and through the Chamber's events agreement, which is approximately $36,000 in direct cost and $54,000 in indirect cost. So in total, this represents over $200,000. Staff will be bringing forward recommendations to address the fee gaps in the special event permit program. That will also be coming forth on May 26th. And additionally, a majority of the long-term agreements that we hold with our longstanding community events expire in 2026. That will provide an opportunity for us to renegotiate some of the terms with the event producers to improve cost recovery, either reducing the indirect cost subsidies and eliminating the waivers of direct cost for city staff and services. And all of that would be presented to City Council for consideration through each agreement. Additionally, we do have one program that's currently operating at a deficit. It is our Park After School program. Staff is bringing a fee adjustment to the commission in June, followed by City Council to address this gap. Program rates have not been increased since 2015, and they are currently below market as well. So without the adjustments to these fee structures and agreements, the department will continue absorbing these operational costs and seeing a loss of revenue through these programs. So we are actively focused on improving our efficiency and increasing revenue. A key operational improvement is the transition, again, to our new recreation software this summer. It'll provide the community with easier, more user-friendly access to reserving our facilities and accessing our memberships, and really just utilizing and participating in our programs overall. It will eliminate the need for them to have to email or visit the office for many of their transactions, and it will reduce the administrative burden to staff. On the revenue side, we are already seeing increases across multiple areas as we look into next fiscal year. This includes approximately $27,000 for our new in-house adult sports leagues that we started this past year, and approximately $82,000 in additional special event permit revenue from newly approved events, the Nike and LA Galaxy. We're also seeing increases overall through the community center's facility use. That includes the rooms and the gym. And with the expanded pickleball access, that will result in additional revenue growth as well. And looking ahead, we have identified several additional revenue opportunities that are going to be brought forward to the Commission and City Council in the next few months. This includes, as I mentioned, the special event fee updates. We have the pickleball rates scheduled to be discussed. We have our after school, as well as our Valley Park Summer Day Camp fees going to the Commission in June. And then there's other facility rental rates that will be moving forward, such as field reservation rates and the tennis reservation rates, for example. This is just some of the ideas that our team has for revenue enhancement, and we continue to also look for revenue opportunities citywide. So in closing, we could remain in a strong operational position with the proposed budget for next fiscal year. The key challenge before us is not at this time service delivery, but ensuring that we are capturing the full cost recovery associated with our programs and permitted activities. With these efforts underway, we are continuing to focus on operating as a cost recovery focused department while maintaining the level of service expected by our community. On this slide before you, we are looking at the proposed expenses and revenue for next fiscal year. And in closing, I just want to note that it's important to recognize that parks and recreation departments are not typically structured to operate as fully revenue neutral operations, as many services are intended to serve the broader community, public space, quality of life goals. But our proposed budget reflects a strong position for a Parks and Recreation Department, recovering about 77% of the department cost, even before addressing the cost recovery and revenue discussions that I mentioned earlier that would be coming forward to the Commission and Council in the coming months. That concludes my presentation.
Thanks, Lisa. Let's see if I can figure out how to do this. Okay. Honorable gentlemen of the Hermosa Beach City Council, I'm Allison Becker, and I'll be providing a brief overview of the Community Development Department. I'm going to talk about what we do, the pressures that we're navigating, and what service impacts would look like under a reduced budget scenario. So first, our core mission is to protect life and safety and property and the overall welfare of the community. While the department has several functional areas, administration, the permit counter, planning, building and safety, code enforcement, we operate as a single integrated service system. Applications move through multiple teams, and each part of the department relies on the others in order to keep projects moving efficiently. Our shared intake, routing, and records functions are essential to make sure that customers receive consistent information and timely service. Every day, our team administers development review, land use, permitting processes that are required by law. So they're not optional services. They ensure that construction is safe, compliant. Ooh, I went several slides too fast. Oh, look at me.
You're being really efficient.
I'm being very efficient. See, I was hoping to get through in 4 minutes. And now here I am taking up 30 seconds right here. Okay, so let's go back to core services. Not optional services. We need to make sure that everything we do is safe, compliant, and consistent with state and local requirements. So this includes building inspections, plan checks, zoning, coastal compliance, implementation of planning mandates like the housing element. We also serve as the public's main access point for development information, records, and customer service, helping residents and applicants navigate an increasingly complex regulatory environment. So, if our budget were reduced by 10%, all of the legally required work would still need to occur. But the real impact is on speed and on responsiveness. So applicants would experience longer intake, review, and inspection times. Our ability to maintain ordinance updates, develop policy, take on special projects would be limited. And our staff would not benefit from consistent training and exposure to current best practices, which is really essential in the development services world. It's important to emphasize that the budget crunch comes at a time when pressures on the department are already increasing. Legal and regulatory obligations continue to expand. There's always some new law coming from the state that we need to grapple with. Development review continues to become more complex, and it requires greater coordination across multiple divisions and departments. However, at the same time, we maintain a very high touch, customer-focused service model with very limited staffing capacity. So we're daily balancing operations with rising volumes of inquiries, complaints, and requests for assistance. These demands leave limited bandwidth for process improvements that help keep service levels stable. So despite these challenges, the department has been proactively working on improving both efficiency and cost recovery. As we discussed this evening and at the prior council meeting, we've developed fee updates to better align revenue with the true cost of service. Community development services do tend to not be full cost recovery, but the intent, because there's always policy that policymakers make in determining how to prioritize its investments in general fund subsidies. But we are deploying technology tools and streamlining measures that are aimed at reducing staff time, improving transparency, and making the development process easier for the public to navigate. We continue to refine our intake, routing forms, public guidance, but to maintain and improve service levels and to keep processing times predictable, we really need to continue to invest in technology and targeted consultant support. So in summary, the Community Development Department provides essential, legally mandated services that directly protect public safety and support community expectations for timely development review. Reducing resources won't reduce the workload. It'll slow down the delivery of required services. But at the same time, my department remains committed to innovation, to efficiency, and effective cost-effective service delivery. Continued investments will allow us to meet rising demands while maintaining the level of service that our community expects. With that, I'm going to turn it over to, you've already previewed the slides, the City Manager's Office.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Sarah Russo, and I'm a Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, and I'll be presenting the City Manager's Office budget along with my colleague, Ken Bales. The City Manager's Office is responsible for managing all municipal activities, advising City Council on financial and capital improvement needs, enforcing all laws and ordinances, managing city properties, and coordinating intergovernmental relations. Staff from the City Manager's Office manage and implement a variety of programs and have responsibilities that include communications and community engagement, grants, legislative affairs, homelessness, information technology, mapping and GIS services, parking technology, performance management, and more. The department operates with a lean structure led by the city manager and supported by 4 full-time employees. We are transitioning several staff members from the city manager's office to positions within public works, administrative services, and community development to better align their responsibilities with departmental functions and enhance support for the community. In addition to core services provided by the city manager's office, staff oversee the city's homelessness initiatives, develop and coordinate new revenue generating strategies across all departments, and manage citywide projects. A 10% budget reduction will result in the following service impacts: elimination of the contracted public information officer services, This role serves as the city's primary liaison for media relations and requests, speech writing, and press releases. Staff is not currently recommending this. Another option is reduction in communication and community engagement efforts. This would reduce funding for social media advertising and community outreach initiatives, making it more difficult to effectively share information with the community, and again, not recommended. The last 10% cut would be the reduction of the intern position. This position provides critical support for social media content creation and scheduling, website updates, along with research and analysis to the city manager's office, which again is not recommended.
So there's some key challenges here. There's a domino effect that would happen with those cuts that Sarah mentioned. Staff time would have to be redirected from other important projects that are happening around the city. Most notably, new revenue generation, new parking technology implementation, homelessness. Additionally, that time would have to be taken from those projects to help with communications. So media inquiries, social media content generation, things like that would be diverted away from. Additionally, there would be major impacts to projects like the LA County Fire, Lifeguard, and Beaches negotiations. City Manager's Office is leading those negotiations right now. So, if you were to reduce services from communications, it would come from that. So, those are hugely consequential things. So, from a revenue and efficiency standpoint, City Manager's Office is a think tank for a lot of different revenue generation ideas, and we work in very close collaboration with Brandon and his team in administrative services. You're going to see a lot of those items come up later this evening as well. So CMO staff often act as project managers and manage a variety of different technology and efficiency items as well. So you're going to see a lot of different efficiencies that City Manager's Office has led over the last few months and years, and will continue doing. Some of this includes the citywide rollout of Park Mobile Pay by App that went live in August 2025 and has already been saving the city lots of money on that. We just implemented the new parking meters in the beach lots with the collaboration of PD, Public Works, and Administrative Services. So those are going to be cheaper to operate and more efficient. Digital parking permits, so you saw that in 2025 with the residential parking permits, guest permits, all that good stuff. And recently, as of last week, we just installed the automated license plate reader parking enforcement with PD and Public Works. So that's going to be going live. It's live now, but it's really going to be ramping up soon. Additionally, we work with Public Works, PD, Administrative Services, and we're going to be project managing CIP 113, which is the Pier Avenue meter replacement. So it's going to be a pretty big project in the near future as well. And as Allison mentioned, we're working with them and Public Works Administrative Services to roll out digital administrative citation ticketing and enforcement. So that'll help with tracking citations and also collecting fines. We are also the city's IT department, so anything that has to do with the website, anything that has to do with GIS, any of that, it's all kind of done through the city manager's office. And finally, a lot of the performance management dashboards that the public, city council, and internal stakeholders utilize originate from the city's manager's office using both data visualization tools and GIS tools to create and find efficiencies within the city. And I will pass it on to the next department.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. City Clerk Martha Alvarez. This evening, I'm here to present the City Clerk's Office budget. The City Clerk's Office provides the core legislative and transparency functions that support the entire organization. Our responsibilities include agenda management, legislative support, records management, public transparency, elections administration, public records requests, and legal noticing. We also support the City Council directly through meeting administration, Brand Act compliance, and the management of all official city records. These are legally mandated services that ensure that the city remains transparent, compliant, and accessible to the public. Before I move into the reduction scenario, I wanted to provide a snapshot of the City Clerk's Office workload over the past year. We received and assisted on 1,642 public records requests, which continues to be one of the highest volume transparency functions in the city. We supported 27 City Council meetings totaling more than 160 hours of live meeting administration. We processed 54 resolutions, 12 ordinances, 114 contracts, and 61 public notices citywide, all of which have strict legal timelines and compliance requirements. These numbers illustrate the scale of our work and the level of activity required to maintain transparency, legislative compliance, and public access. As part of the citywide 10% reduction exercise, our department evaluated what a cut of this magnitude would look like. Because we are already a very small team, a 10% reduction essentially means leaving the senior office assistant position unfilled. The position assists and supports the team with agenda preparation, records indexing, PRA processing, meeting coordination, legal noticing, and customer service. Without this role, all those responsibilities shift to the remaining 2 staff members, a deputy city clerk, and an office assistant. While we will continue to meet our legal obligations, the workload redistribution will have noticeable impacts on turnaround times and internal support. With the senior office assistant position remaining vacant, we anticipate several service impacts. First, public records request response times will increase, particularly for complex requests requiring extensive redaction. Second, support for city council meetings and legislative processes will be stretched, which may affect the speed of agenda preparation, minutes, and follow-through. Third, transparency functions such as timely posting of documents and digital records updates may experience delays. We will continue to use technology and digital tools to maintain service levels where possible, but the reduction in staffing will be felt across our core functions. The city clerk's office continues to face several operational challenges. Public records and transparency demands are increasing each year, both in volume and complexity. At the same time, we must maintain strict compliance with the Brown Act, the Public Records Act, elections law, and numerous reporting timelines. We're also implementing Senate Bill 707, which adds new requirements for disruption of meeting procedures, documentation, and public posting. This is a significant administrative mandate that increases workload without additional staffing. With limited staffing capacity, meeting coordination, records management, and customer service all compete for the same resources. As city council activity and community engagement increase, our workload increases proportionally without a corresponding increase in staffing. To help manage workload and improve efficiency, we continue to expand our digital records management systems and agenda processing tools. We are streamlining electronic document workflows, improving public access to records, and enhancing our tracking of public records requests. These technology improvements help us maintain transparency and compliance even with limited staffing. While the clerk's office has limited revenue-generating authority, we are exploring opportunities for improved cost recovery related to records production and specialized document services consistent with state law. This concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
I'm last up. So admin services, essentially we're the core internal support for the city, managing the city's most 2 critical resources, money and people. Budgeting, tracking, accounting, paying, passing year-end audits, managing our human capital, that's recruitment, retention, and employee development. And also run the revenue services counter downstairs, which manages our favorite program, the parking permit program. So 10% reduction scenario, even though, as Steve mentioned to preface this presentation, the deficit is essentially solved and 27 is balanced. The internal team here in admin services understands the fiscal reality of the upcoming years. We are actually going to actively propose and include in Steve's proposed budget these reduction scenarios here. We're able to utilize technology. The mantra of our team has been utilizing technology to do more with less. So what does that mean? We're using a new enterprise resource system, essentially a new HR payroll system, and some of the admin citation and technology projects Ken mentioned. We feel comfortable that we can utilize technology to deliver the same level of services to the community and the employees while processing and recommending these 4 changes. One is eliminating an accounting clerk soon-to-be vacant position in the Revenue Services Division, downgrading a current vacant HR analyst position to a technician, eliminating the HR intern position, and reducing some of the technology support contracts to be more efficient with our resources. Again, with the goal being to free up resources for the operational departments and to fund ongoing capital needs. So some of the potential delivery impacts we're looking to mitigate through these technology resources is slow recruitment and hiring timelines internally, reduce financial oversight, possibly delay customer service time in our Revenue Services Division, and being cognizant of making sure that we don't increase our compliance and operational risks. But we're very confident that we're able to utilize technology smartly and wisely to make sure that there are no gaps in service to the community and also to our internal customers, the other departments. Some key challenges that kind of briefly touch upon our department, but also all departments citywide. Increasing regulatory and compliance demands, obviously the rising costs of providing services and developing staff, especially in finance, be able to develop and recruit and retain. Good example, our HR team, we're down one body. We have one full permanent HR person in a city of over 200 employees. So turnover and staffing retention is a key and critical target for our department as long as the rest of the city. Some of the technology improvements we're talking about. So the biggest one this year is a multi-year effort is our new enterprise resource system implementation, essentially a new finance, HR, payroll backbone. Most cities of our size utilize a consultant. Our finance team led by Henry is doing a great job in-house. He's doing it all on his own. We forewent essentially a $400,000 contract with the vendor to do all the implementation in-house. So significant savings to the community and to the rest of the budget of having our in-house staff implement that technology. So that concludes all of the department presentations. What I do want to pivot to, as Steve mentioned in the onset, is some of the revenue strategy considerations that we'll present here as a high-level overview that we will touch upon in more detail at our May 26 budget presentation. And this list is cumulative but not exhaustive. One is expanding and looking at expanding our TOT with the short-term vacation rental program, but also evaluating whether or not council has the appetite and the community does for revisiting the fee across for hotels and short-term vacation rentals, looking at the potential progression of a local sales tax measure, looking at expanding parking metering within our regions of downtown that currently do not have meters, looking in and evaluating dynamic parking pricing, looking at our city-owned assets and whether we're using the most cost-efficient manner. As Joe mentioned before, revisiting the stormwater and landscaping assessments, and also revisiting our stormwater fee evaluations with a variety of other potential revenue opportunities. So a lot of information over 60 slides. I appreciate the community and your patience, Council. Essentially, what we're looking for today is a review of potential options and guidance as Steve and the team helps develop our budget to deliver to you by the end of May. Step one, as Steve mentioned, that we have internally developed a way to balance the FY27 budget. However, if Council so chooses, there are other options looking into the future. The potential of implementing further reductions from the list that the departments have presented today to build a contingency reserve as a buffer for the county contracts and for unfunded CIP next year. The option number 3 is also to direct staff to phase in future fiscal adjustments. And again, 4 is just a reminder that we will be presenting more revenue options for council to consider next budget meeting. And also 5, if council so desires, for staff to work on developing a multi-year plan looking at cost control, but also revenue generation to make sure that we are in a long-term financially stable position. So with that, we conclude our presentations, and all directors are here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that report. And again, just to reiterate, this is 4 of 7, 3 of 7?
3 of 7.
This is 3.
3 of 7.
Yeah.
So next meeting, 2 weeks from now, we'll have a hearing on the budget, if
Correct.
I remember correct.
On the 26th, we're going to present the more detailed illustrations of the revenue enhancements. Then the 28th is the CIP review. And then we've got June 9th and June 23rd for adoption.
Perfect.
And tonight, if council has any indication whatsoever if they want to get to personnel cuts, let us know as we incorporate. That's kind of what tonight is about, at what level of cuts we want. The cuts that there were some vacancies that will stay vacant. There's some consolidation, administrative services, and some personnel. But anything else beyond that would be getting into, and we wanted to explain what the impacts would be from any of those cuts that certainly go into personnel.
Perfect. So we're still questions for staff. I don't know who wants to start.
Mr. Mayor, would it be appropriate to do it one department at a time so they're not jumping back and forth, or how do you want to do that?
I mean, if you have questions to ask staff, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'll start out if no one else wants to, sure. So we did get a comment about overtime, and I think I saw a figure of something like 1.5 million was spent last year in overtime. Does that sound about right?
Talking about a particular department?
No,
We got-
citywide, 1.5?
Citywide, that sounds about right. I think the majority was in police. There was
Police.
some public works and some other folks, yeah.
So overtime is a big dent in the budget. Obviously, we're paying time and a half when we might not be able to need to. And, you know, a lot of governments, when they're having budget problems, try to cut down on it by having the CEO personally approve overtime instead of having it done at the department level to try to reduce this overtime. And I'm wondering if that's something that could be implemented, or, you know, what can we do to reduce overtime?
Right.
That's a lot of money, $1.5 million.
It is a lot of money, no doubt about that, but at the same time, in a small organization like we are, a lot of it is forced overtime when there are vacations, when people are out sick, when they are on leaves for different reasons, that they have to be backfilled. We can bring a more detailed analysis of what overtime we're using and how we're using it at the next meeting, so that you get a better overview of what that is. But in terms of having, there are times and events that I could see myself, you know, proving it, but that would also be very inefficient. If we've got people in and out, I'd be looking at people's schedules all day as to whether or not we need to backfill a position.
Well, have you given like a goal to how much to, I know that the police department budget did say they want to, I believe it was reduce overtime expenses by 170,000. Does that sound what I read here in that presentation?
As part of a scenario, yes.
Right. But it's about $1 million that's spent on overtime, right? Is that what that is? So it's
But
100.
those numbers represent service, though, and that those services get to overtime that is needed to, that was asked for to address e-bike enforcement. It goes to special events, right? There's context to the numbers.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a concept on this. If we have, for example, I don't want to pick on the police department, but that's a big number. If we have a police department that is fully staffed, then shouldn't we work more towards allocating the current resources to avoid overtime? In other words, certain officers might be needed at busy nights, but aren't there a way to arrange the workforce appropriately so that we can reduce overtime and actually use our staff that's fully?
Yes, and they do that as much as possible. I'll let the chief speak to that, but, you know, he sets and oversees the scheduling, but still, that doesn't mean that additional hours aren't needed from people.
Yeah, so every division has a set schedule, and those deployments are based on the need, based on data that we look at, calls for service, days of week, times of day, et cetera. But there's always going to be unexpected contingencies. Overtime is always going to be required. If there's a significant incident and officers have to stay over from their regular assigned shift, so if an officer is expected to be off at 6 p.m. and they have a serious arrest and that has them working until 10 p.m. or midnight, that is going to be overtime. We cannot eliminate that. I can have Captain Cahalan from our Patrol Services Division talk about, we have set schedules. Those schedules are based on the need, based on time of year, events, et cetera. Summer is always the bigger, but there's always going to be the special events and the other things that we can't just take someone who regularly works the early part of the week and say, hey, this week we want you to work Friday and Saturday night. That's not something we can do as a mandate.
Right. What about using comp time instead? Is that allowed, or are they required to be paid overtime when they work extra?
That is a contractual option for the officers.
So they have that option if they want, but it's not required. They can.
Every officer can choose how they decide to receive their overtime, either in comp or in pay.
And when it comes to special events, supposedly we're reimbursed for those expenses, correct? Overtime expenses due to special events?
That was part of our discussion, is there's not a full cost recovery on all special events, and not every event is the city recovering that expense.
Is that because they're paying regular time and not overtime, or what?
I'll give an example. For
Sure.
St. Patrick's Day Parade, the city did not receive any pay for those officers that were staffing that event.
Okay, but that was the $23,000 that we contributed to that parade, right?
Yes.
But in the future, had we not contributed, we would have been reimbursed for that. So is some of that overtime actually money that we've been reimbursed for? Or is it showing up in the budget just our expense, or is there actually
It's-
revenue that's coming in on
It's
that?
always going to show up as an expense. But
Even if we're
there is
reimbursed.
a revenue offset, but it's not a fully recovered cost. So
Yeah.
Hey, Dean, can I jump in real quick?
Sure.
So I
Yeah, go
think
ahead.
for next meeting, if we could get grants for DUI, checkpoints, bicycle enforcement, whatever, breakdown, holdovers for incidents.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Holdover for incidents, is there a way to track that? Or
I don't know
arrests?
that in our, so we had this discussion, and we will do a deeper dive into the analysis of overtime, but there's not a mechanism right now for us to look at holdover for events, you said, or for shifts?
Incidents.
Incidents. We'll work on it. I can't promise that we will be able to have that.
And there's contractual vacation coverage, holiday coverage. I don't know if that is, essentially that is should be part of our budget. If we are giving that benefit, there should be an offsetting.
So backfill, is that?
Yes, that's what I would say for, and then the other side of it that no one's talking about is workers' comp and, how much for those people who are off. I don't know if that clears up.
Yeah, no, that's
Just to
great.
clear-
Sure,
And I think not
absolutely.
just for PD, but the
Yeah.
more data we can have.
I think
the
we need to work towards more accounting for where time gets spent. Because you know how I'm always asking about, what does this cost us? And your answer many times is, well, there's employees who are already here, so we're doing it. But if we can have some way that we are accounting for what time's being spent on more, we can get a better.
We'll do an analysis and bring it
Yeah.
back.
So, and I mean, it brings me to the memory of, reminds me of the beach mats, for example, in Public Works. And I inquired, why are we tearing them up twice a year to put them back down? And the indication was, well, it costs more to sweep. I mean, does it really cost them more to sweep them for 4 months than having a truck come down, pull them up? We don't know, really. Is there some way we can measure this so we know what this is really costing, or is it not
So
a
I will
big
s-
factor?
I will say this is probably a little in the weeds for
Well,
this high-level
it's just an
conversation.
example of how we need to more account for what time's being done, so that in the future, we can say, yeah, it's being spent, or it isn't. I don't know. Just,
I mean, we can talk about it. This was discussed before. And, yeah, the fear is, one, it'll be damaged by the storms, by the wave run-up, and two, the wind will shift the sand to its piled high, and then we have to get the folks out with the front loader to remove it and hopefully not damage the mat in the process.
Thank you. We did leave it out in the winter, and we are completely buried in sand. And it's a problem in the winter, and the city is required to keep those paths ADA compliant, or we could face a grievance. And so it's really hard to do that when we have feet of sand that's laying on those mats. We did try to do it in the winter. It was not a good experiment. It would be so much workforce to actually deal with that sand. County removes them. We're just aligned with what the county does when they take them out.
Yeah.
Still, even without the mats, we are dealing with feet of sand that collect on the Strand and even a block inland up beyond Hermosa Avenue. Sand is a problem.
oh, I know, yeah. I mean, I know the mats used to be out there year-round, and then it was just a few years ago when you went through this cycle of removing them. But I know we're getting in the weeds, but this was in the presentation. There are just ways that, we can just account for expenses a little better, so we know where we're going on that. In the Community Development Department, Excella, how are we doing? That is there to improve efficiency and reduce staff time, but it seems like it's not yet operational yet. What's going on with that?
It's not. We have about another year to really be cooking with gas. This year, basically, we took the tool from being barely functioning to functioning. And what I mean by that is when I arrived, the staff was essentially using it like a repository of information, but there wasn't any, the portion of the tool which allows the public either to submit plans, submit payments, or see the status of their cases was not yet activated. And in order to do that, staff needed to fully develop all of the workflows for every permit type that the city processes. And that wasn't just for the planning division, it was also for the building division and engineering. And so over the course of the year, we've mapped probably more than 50%. Engineering is really getting the gold star here. I think you're at 100% of all of your processes that have been mapped. Planning is behind, kind of consistent with the conversation you had earlier about fees. It takes a lot to think about all of the back and forth that it takes for a case to be processed through the Planning Commission. But building is very close to also launching. This came up fairly recently in public comment about the records technology fee. We do assess a 7% fee on transactions, which become the basis of a fund that we use for Acela and other sorts of technology innovation projects. And so we will be bringing forward to council a package of actions that are related to really getting Acela where it needs to be.
Okay. Thank you. Public Works stated that we are installing solar panels for the CPA. They're not paying us for that? We're doing it?
Paying us?
Yeah. Wouldn't the CPA be paying us to install solar panels, or what's the?
I think the program was free installation, but it's something that we're looking at. We haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's early stages of looking at it, but they've approached us with the potential for free panel installation. The city would pay nothing, which would basically be free electricity once they're installed. That would come to council at a future date once we have more information, but right now it does look like we may be eligible.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Joe, I'm sorry, just before you sit down. You mentioned putting new windows in the community center to save money on heating and air conditioning and all that. What's the recovery time on that? I mean, is there really some money involved with that? I mean, can we make something out of that, or is it just we put new windows in and we're going to save a little money on energy? And
I mean, I think there's some potential savings. I mean, what we have right now is a growing in urgency for the condition of those windows. They're in very poor shape. They don't close very well. They don't open very well. I think there's probably a lot of air loss in that building. What the payoff time is, I couldn't say. I'd say it's more of a deferred maintenance challenge that needs to be addressed. Possibly there's some efficiencies that come with it.
yeah,
But I don't know if I can put a number on it.
yeah, okay. Would it be possible to save a little money tonight and turn the air conditioning off because it's freezing in here? We could save a few bucks tonight right here. So Make it a
We
little
shut some lights off, too.
I think Ann left
Or-
the building, so I don't know who we have to actually
We'll
knows
start
how
a
to do
small
that.
fire down here so we can stay warm. Okay, I was just curious about that. The charging stations, people who use those charging stations should certainly pay for the electricity and the parking. Is that the case now in all cases? If not,
Right now, if there are meters, they have to pay for the meter, but there's no way to make payment on our electric charging stations, and the equipment we have is really just too old to accommodate it. We would need to upgrade the equipment, and a lot of the equipment we have is actually in pretty poor condition.
so much like the windows, we got to spend money to make money. And again, what's the recovery time on that? If we put new meters in that you can charge for the electricity, that we have to pay for that, right? Or is that free?
So there's a couple different options that we're looking at, and that would be a future item. One would be the city makes the investment to purchase the equipment, install it, we put our own card readers on it, and we recoup. Or there are companies that will come in basically at no cost, and then there's a cost share or revenue share once you put the swipers on it. So what we're trying to do is put an RFP out, see what kind of interest we can gauge from the business community to come in and possibly do a partnership. We're hoping to release that this summer.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? My other question for Brandon, I said, is there not just for your department, limiting positions versus leaving them frozen for a year or two? Is there an advantage to one way or the other?
Technically, no. I think at any meeting, council could reauthorize the positions. I think removing them is somewhat more permanent, but at any time, council could restore them at mid-year or whatnot. So from a functional standpoint, it's pretty much the same. It's directed savings. Council's direction is pretty clear. You're either freezing or eliminating, so there's no really ability to fill until we come back to ask for those, either the authority or the money back.
Okay. Thank you. Public comment? Por favor.
Did not receive any speaker cards, but I do have one virtual speaker. Tony Higgins, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Yeah, hello. Well, I guess the first thing I want to say is what a difference a year makes. When we look back at last year's 2025 budget review and mid-year budget review, we didn't hear a word about cost cutting or the cost of a new pier or the $3 million that we were losing a year in subsidies, none of that. So thank you for starting to look at the cost cutting. I do have a couple of very quick comments. Chief Phillips mentioned that the impacts, but my understanding is we have 30 administrative people, 8 to 11 of which are CSOs. That leaves 19 to 22, if I got my numbers roughly right, administrative back office staff, but there was no mention of any cuts there. It was all high impact cuts. I think that deserves some follow-up. Once again, we get to the issue of Parks and Recreation, and I know I sound like a broken record, but my God, it's not, what's happening is not cost neutral, as the Parks Director said. We're losing $1.5 million a year in lost revenue because of this market forces argument that hasn't been clarified. And there's no talk of eliminating programs like we're losing $545,000 in theater services. We're losing $345,000 in special events. how is doing more special events going to save us money when it's actually costing us money? Excursions, we're losing $90,000. I believe it's about $100,000 on ball field rentals in terms of unrecovered special events. Either we establish a policy where we fully recover the costs, or we get rid of the programs, or the council specifically authorizes an exemption. Those are my comments. Once again, things are so much better. We never heard about the problems before. So I'll leave it at that.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will start when you begin speaking.
Hi, I'm Laura Pena. I just want to concur with what Anthony Higgins was saying. I've been following this for a while. And I just want to thank all the department heads for providing this feedback. This is something that maybe should have come before the dog park, because this was a new reality for me. So I just want to say thank you to all the department heads. And this is going to take a lot for me to consume. But I would ask every department 2 different plans, not just one. You looked at the reduction plan, but how about a revenue and efficiency plan? Ask what should be protected, ask what should be streamlined, ask what should be digitized, and ask what revenue is being left on the table. Ask what data will provide success, because if we're not looking for ways to, it shouldn't just be about cutting, it should be about where can we generate revenue. I think it was obvious from the police chief that I didn't know we weren't getting fully compensated for the staffing at special events. That's surprising to me. In regards to public works, one of the major potential reductions is to reduce contract services supporting landscaping and facility maintenance. And so I thought that was interesting that we were also talking about the dog park today. And I think any cuts to the community development department, that could be your area of potential revenue generation if we can get projects through faster. So I would definitely be mindful of cutting any of that. And I just, again, I want to thank everybody for their contributions in getting this to the public. And I wish more people were listening, and maybe they will, because it's been very informative. So thank you.
I do not see any more virtual hands raised.
Good evening again, Council. Eric Horn. I want to compliment staff and Steve. It's a really compelling process that's been put together here. I really appreciate the opportunity to get multiple bites at the apple in terms of setting broad directions on cuts, fee increases, and then being able to come back with some real numbers and go after it. This is how a budget's made. This is professional, and I appreciate it. When we're talking about trainings across all of the departments, I do think that not all trainings are the same. You know, there are trainings that are really core professional development trainings that folks need to progress within their role into senior leadership positions. There are also trainings that are nice to have. Let's try to get an inventory from all the departments of which are the nice to haves. I think that if we're looking for cuts, that is a good place to start with a freeze. On Public Works, EV charging stations, charging for that, support. Reduced landscape budget. You know, I think there could be a world in which we go to a Go Hermosa reporting, complaint reporting basis first, but generally speaking, I think folks expect that as a core city service. Online permitting and all of the technology upgrades that the departments are talking about, this is what we need. We need more understanding of where those cost savings actually are. I think that if there's a way to quantify, look at the processes and see where we're getting those savings, that'll help the public trust that we've really scraped the bottom of the barrel with cuts. Parks and Rec appears to be the department that is best poised to handle some of the budget cuts from the presentation I heard without sacrificing service delivery, but the actual number that I saw on the slide deck and compared it to the budget last year, 2.4 million, it appeared to be roughly the same number. So I just wanted to clarify where the cost savings actually were there, if they were achieving 10%, or if it was just 10% of an increase in fee recovery, and that's where the deficit closing was coming from. The fee recovery, again, it's not the same for all of the programs. I think that looking at rent of some of the community resource building rooms and some of the recreation activities, I would say we should look at fee increases there before fee increases for our after-school programs. I went to the South Park after-school program when I was in 3rd and 4th grade. My mom was a single mom. That is a crucial program for a lot of families. I understand that it's being subsidized. There are places in the city budget for subsidies. I think that might be one of them. City manager's office, I know we got rid of the deputy city manager position earlier this year, but I did note that that was the only office that didn't propose any cuts, so you might want to look at whether that's sending the right signal, Steve. The idea of a revenue generation think tank, love it, ready to serve. Is there any other ways that the public can get involved, either with new revenue generating opportunities, folks that can come in and help with looking at creative ways to do service delivery at lower costs? We have a lot of creative people in this community that are eager to help, as you see with the dog park folks. I think that is true across issues and across departments, so don't be afraid to ask for help. Admin services, bravo. If we can get rid of an accounting clerk and an intern position without sacrificing service delivery and helping support all the other departments, I think it's an amazing thing. This just goes to show the power of technology. Kudos to all of you. Thank you, Steve. Thank you, staff, for putting this together. I know it's a tough budget year, but you guys are doing the right thing in providing this information.
Anyone else? All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back. Next meeting, we'll be talking about revenue strategy. Do you need any more direction tonight specifically, or?
If you have any, but we don't, I think we get the gist of things, unless there's particular comments that are made that support one kind or another.
The only thing that I heard that was new tonight was expanded parking metering, and I assume that's just coastal area that hasn't been metered yet and downtown focused.
We'll bring back those details, yes.
All right. Quick thoughts.
Couple quick comments with regard to the EV chargers. A lot of municipalities are moving towards level 3. I know we've got a bunch of level 2 chargers that are no longer functional. I don't think we should waste any money throwing good money after bad. A lot of companies that'll pay for a bank of level 3 chargers. We should certainly not be giving it away. And if we get rid of those level 2 chargers that are throughout the city, that's increased parking and increased parking revenue that we could be collecting, because I know we've got a bunch of those that aren't working right now. Tonight just indicates in my mind why this should be a study session and not part of the meeting, because, it's 11:20 and, we're not giving this budget the time and the engagement that it really needs. Full cost recovery should be the goal on as much of the things as we talked about. I didn't realize that we were not getting reimbursed for some of the things that the PD mentioned. We have to look at mandatory spending versus discretionary spending, and that may mean that, the training that we wanted to encourage our folks to do until we get on better financial footing may have to be delayed. It's one of those things you hate to do, but, sometimes we have to make these hard choices. And the overtime piece, I think we definitely need to flesh that out. And, there's some things that we're doing only with overtime that we may not be able to do going forward, again, until we right the ship. So I think we have to really flesh out what we must do versus the discretionary component to really get a better analysis of this. And I think at some point, similar to what we're doing for legal services, we need to have, maybe not this budget season, but we should have an independent outside review of our city departments to look at processes, staffing, workload shift structures, and overall efficiencies. Are we doing it right with the right people on the right days and all that? This council has invested heavily in personnel over the last few years. And I think it's important we take a fresh look, make sure we've got the right mix. Not punitive. It's nothing on the staff. We know you're doing the best you can with what you've got. But I think at some point we need to take a fresh look. Maybe it's better that we stagger some of the shifts and we go to 5 days for greater efficiency and whatnot. So those are just a couple thoughts. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, staff, for the presentation and the thoughtful preparation. I think that I want to point out at the Parks and Rec, they mentioned, Tony Higgins mentioned the theater and the loss of revenue there. There is no theater that makes money in its cost recovery in the state of California. So I'm very familiar with all the Los Angeles theaters. I sat on a theater board for 14 years, and I can tell you that they lose $500,000 in Redondo Beach at their theater. So the fact we lose a lot less is good. I mean, we're doing way better than they are. So, I mean, you don't make money running a theater. At our 100-year celebration, we had all the Manhattan Beach councilmen here, and half of them had never been in our theater. And all they did when they looked around at our 100-year celebration at the community centers, they said, oh, how we wish we had this community center in our city, because we have nothing. And so it's a valuable asset, and it may not make money, but you can't always recover something on a gem like that. So it's going to lose money every year, no matter what we do on cost recovery. So I just want to point out those theaters, they're never going to get cost recovery, and we shouldn't want to. We have to promote culture and theater in the city and historic use of the theater. I mean, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they wanted to turn it over to a rock venue permanently for the 50-year lease. We turned that around. So I just want to point out to the staff that, that area of the budget, I think, is not something we want to address. And I also agree with after-school care. We need to set maybe a means test for our after-school care that's losing money instead of just raising fees. Maybe there's some kind of means test that can be done through the department where people who need a scholarship of some kind can get it instead of getting full cost recovery from everybody in the city. Yes, some people can afford it. Some may not be able to afford it. So maybe some kind of means testing to give reduced fares for people who can't afford it. So thank you for all your help, you guys, this evening. And whether we have it tonight or in a special session, Steve, that's up to the discretion of the staff.
Rob?
I think that throughout staff, through all the different departments, I fully agree with the idea of making this 10% cut without eliminating any personnel. I think that's an important thing. I think that full cost recovery on events that we have, if we're subsidizing those things, I think we need to turn that around. This is a hard thing to do. So I think the staff did a great job of trying to find every little nook and cranny and corner that we can make a cut in expenses and try and increase our revenue. I think this is something we have to just have to tighten the belt and do it. So thank you. Great report.
Dean?
No, I already made my comments when I was questioning, so I'm all set.
Yeah, thank you to staff for this. Again, I would not like to see a big loss of staff coming up, and would like to weather the storm, looking at everything we have potentially for November. But in the same breath, I mean, we all sat there and approved the St. Patrick's Day subsidy. We always vote for parking subsidies in the wintertime for the chamber pushes for. So again, we're the ones that approve all this. We're the ones that advocate for all this. And so we need to also be the ones that are accountable when it comes to, we're going to have hard decisions. We're going to have hard votes. We're going to make some enemies. And just because it's election season doesn't mean that, we got to do the right thing for the city in the long run. So I'll move that we receive and file the fiscal year 26-27 budget presentation.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Perfect. Carries. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon, and all the directors. Except for you, Brian and Lisa, you have to stay. 17C.
Hello again, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. Tonight's item is consideration of updates to the Kelly Pickleball Court membership and reservation fees following City Council's direction at the April 14th meeting to conduct a fee study and return with recommendations prior to reopening of the courts. Staff conducted a review of neighboring agencies and local pickleball facilities, including Manhattan Beach, Redondo Beach, El Segundo, Torrance, and Lomita. The review found that resident hourly reservation fees generally range approximately $10 to $12 per hour. Hermosa Beach current reservation fee of $9 per hour is below most comparable agencies. The current annual membership fee is $19. Demand for the Kelly pickleball courts have historically been extremely high. Prior to closure for the renovation, the courts were reserved approximately 98% of the available reservation time. Based on the fee comparison, staff recommends options for City Council. First being increasing the annual membership fee from $19 to $25 and increasing the resident hourly reservation fee from $9 to $12 per hour. So that is option one. The recommended membership fee aligns with Redondo Beach's annual membership rate, while the proposed reservation fee remains within the range of our neighboring agencies. And additional options for City Council consideration regarding our membership and reservation fees are to either maintain the current fees or approve the fees that were previously discussed by City Council of $25 annually for the membership and $15 per hour for reservations. So all options are listed there on the slide before you. Depending on the option selected, estimated annual general fund revenue would range from approximately $53,500 under option one, $71,200 under option two, or $86,600 under option three. These projections are really conservative rather than based on 100% utilization through reservations. If anticipating 100% utilization through reservations, these revenue projections would be doubled. Since the courts are reopening under a modified operational structure with expanded hours and additional courts, we kept these projections rather conservative for this item tonight. If council approves a fee increase tonight, staff would return with the necessary code amendments and updates to the city. Actually, I'm sorry, there will be no code amendments, just the necessary updates to the city's master fee schedule for formal consideration through a public hearing process. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions you have.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, can you open up public comment?
First, we have Geraldine P.
Hi, my name's Geraldine. I just want to encourage you to keep pickleball affordable and accessible. I think that that's the mission of Parks and Rec. Public recreation facilities should prioritize community wellness and access, not create financial barriers for residents who already support these amenities through local taxes. I know that we've been discussing the budget and expense reductions and revenue generation, but I think that Lisa mentioned earlier that Parks and Rec don't typically recover full costs. While increased rates may seem small on paper, these increases could discourage participation and be less inclusive for our residents. I recognize that there are the budget issues, but I encourage the city to explore alternatives for revenue generation with pickleball. There are tournaments the Parks and Rec staff wanted to start a league. Those are all additional revenue generation opportunities. I'd really, like I said, encourage you to keep pickleball affordable and accessible for the community. Take into consideration the Parks and Rec comparison with neighboring cities, and their rates, not taking into account private courts. I think that at the last meeting, we got anchored a little bit talking about tennis court rates, 20 miles away. It's a resource for city residents here. And I think that if you are hasty and make go with option 3 or even option 2, you're setting a precedent and you're locking yourself in for future discussion or future tennis rates. Right now, we have more tennis courts than pickleball courts. Not all of them are available for reservation, so there's lost revenue there. If you increase the rates for pickleball, I don't see how you can't immediately increase the rates for tennis. I just encourage you to have a thoughtful deliberation, especially with the Parks and Rec competitive rates with the neighboring cities. Don't be hasty. I understand the focus on the cost recovery, but just keep in mind affordable and accessible.
Thanks for sticking around. Anyone online?
I do not have any virtual hands raised.
All right, we'll close public comment and bring it to the dais for conversations or a motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'll make a motion to approve item recommendation number 2.
I'll second that.
Any conversations?
I have a question, Mr. Chairman. Mr. City Manager, I mentioned a question on the staff report regarding these courts. They are reservation only except for Friday, is that correct? Because that's not what the staff report said. But I believe that's how
we
we said
provided
it.
clarification by email earlier, but
Yes, all courts will be available for reservation all days except for Friday. Friday will be walk-on play only. Walk-on play would also be permitted on the other days when courts are free of reservation.
I thought when we approved this last time, we made it reservation only because it's very difficult to have staff monitor when people are using it for walk-on. And by making it walk-on Friday only, that reduces also the noise and disruption of the neighborhood. So I'm not sure we're going to have the ability to manage walk-ons for all the different days of the week. I just didn't think we approved that.
Walk-ons would be allowed outside of any reservation times. So if the courts were free of reservation, someone could walk on and use them just under the general policy.
That just means
And
anyone
that's how
can
the
just
tennis
walk
courts-
on there whenever it's empty.
Correct.
They won't even know whether there is a reservation, and they wouldn't be paying.
They would know there's a reservation. We post reservation signs on every single court. So they would be able to see what courts may be available for walk-on if they're not reserved, so the courts could be utilized.
That relies them having to
During those
go
open-
online to look to see whether it's reserved. And they're not contributing, they're not paying for walk-ons. They're just using it for free. I just thought when we passed this last time, we made it clear that it was walk-ons only on Friday and all the other days are reservations only. So do we need to look into that more? I thought we were going to get, because it's in the staff report later on where it says walk-ons are only on Friday.
Yeah,
The rest
no
of them aren't.
reservations would be permitted on Fridays. It would be really difficult for us to go and lock the courts in between every single reservation.
No, we don't need to do that, but someone should reserve it and pay if they're going to use it. And it, it stays empty if they haven't paid. Kind of like an honor system, but to have people walk in there because they see it's empty, someone could have reserved it and not showed up on time. It just seems too complicated for staff to have to manage this when we just make it pay only.
It's really not an issue for us. That's how the tennis courts operate. So courts 1 through 4 are available for reservation, and outside any reserved times, which the reserved times are posted on each gate, you can have walk-on play. So the courts are being utilized during those times in between reservations. But in order for us to actually prevent any walk-on play, we would have to lock the courts in between
Yeah, I'm not
reservations.
talking about locking courts and preventing them. I'm talking about people should pay if they're going to use the courts. That's the only fair way to do it.
Well, we don't have staff on site at
I
the
know we
Kelly
don't.
courts.
That's exactly why I thought we made it that way when we passed this. That was, the idea was to make it simple. Remember, had we different hours every day? We just simplified it.
Is there a question in here?
What's that?
Is there a question
Is
here?
there a question in there?
Well, the question was, how did we pass this last time?
I was at the last meeting.
I was on the dissenting vote, but I feel like I remember that you were correct in that.
We'll go back and review it.
It doesn't take away from the fees.
Right. So we'll go back and review it, what
Seems like a separate item.
the walk-ons are versus that.
I think I read it further in the staff report where you said it was reservation only except for Friday. So I just thought it was just a typo in the staff report in the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, the courts essentially operate as reservation only, but same as Director Nichols was saying, as the tennis courts, if there's no reservation from 4 to 5, that means the court is free and open to the public for a walk-on play because nobody reserved the time. The reservation system allows for a paid priority of residents to occupy the courts without having to just show up and figure out if it's walk-on is available or not available. If we made them only by nature, reservations only, that would require staff resources to go down there policing and enforcing and making sure people have paid to play. And if they're not, then we're kicking them off the court and telling them to go home or go to the office and get a membership, book a reservation. So it actually would be more impactful on staff resources to require the enforcement of and policing of reservations during hours of operation. And as Director Nichols mentioned, 98% of the time, the courts will be reserved. There's a high demand on pickleball.
Yep,
There's going to be
that's
even
right.
more. So if the issue is making sure they're paying their dues and paying for their courts, that's going to happen with the nature of the reopening. We're pretty confident in that.
So it's before us tonight as the rates. There's been a motion and a second. Is there any conversation on the rates? I understand the policy clarification side of it, and that can get clarified and emailed out to us. Ray?
Just a couple comments. You know, we keep comparing our rates to our neighboring cities, and you know, while it's a great data point, the reality is we're not our neighboring cities. Part of the reason we're in the financial jam is because of the great giveaway, and this is continuing the great giveaway. When we had the pickleball discussions, everyone was like, hey, this is an opportunity to generate revenue, and here we are. The great giveaway continues. I don't think it's unreasonable for a $20 an hour or $15 an hour. I don't think it's unreasonable for non-residents to pay up to $30 an hour. I don't think it's unreasonable for a $20 membership or a $30 membership or a $60 membership for non-residents. They should pay double what our residents are paying at a minimum. And I think we can maximize the courts by a full reservation system as opposed to the free walk-ons. I mean, if we've got the 98% booking rate, which is what we undoubtedly will continue. I mean, these rates are, it's the great giveaway continues. When, we're losing money on certain things in Parks and Rec that we will always lose money on. We understand that. But here's an opportunity to generate some funds that will help fund some of those other operations that we're going to lose money on and that we want to subsidize, to Councilmember Keegan's point. So here's an opportunity, as everyone who spoke when we first talked about the pickleball said, here's an opportunity to raise some additional revenues. Here's an opportunity, and we're letting this opportunity squander. We're going to squander this opportunity. When $5 an hour extra is significant, when a non-resident can pay double what a resident paying, that's significant money. And I think we should tap into that opportunity.
Thank you for that.
Yep. So further down in the staff report, it says right here that it is reservation every day except on Friday. So that was just the inconsistency of what I read above, and I thought this was just going to be a simple clerical change because that's what's written down in the past action. So, I mean, that's what we passed, and it's right here in the past action, except on Friday.
But it's different on page 1 of,
But this is the actual official action. So I'm just trying to keep it consistent with what we already passed.
If I may, I just wanted to add for the discussion, just some clarity that right now we only allow residents to purchase the membership and make reservations. We do the same with the community center tennis courts. So right now we do not have the ability to sell a membership to non-resident or have non-resident reservation rates. But that is certainly something council could discuss and include in their motion if they'd like us to look into that.
We have a 98% reservation rate right now?
Prior to the renovation, yes,
That was for the 2 courts.
for 2,
Yeah,
right?
we got twice as many courts now, so.
No reason why they won't fill up the same rate, I would think.
And we're giving it away at $12 an hour.
Okay.
I think the question, Councilmember Jackson, to your point, was if you want to charge more double to non-residents, we would have to open up memberships to non-residents.
Yeah, I don't think we should do that.
Well, I mean,
We should see how it goes first, I think.
you know, you go swim in a local pool for an hour, it's $9, $10. And $12 for an hour of pickleball between 3 or 4 people, 2 or 4 people. You know, I don't think it's unreasonable to go $20 an hour, and I don't think it's unreasonable for a $30 or $40 annual membership. But I appear to be in the minority as the great money giveaway continues.
all right.
I think it's good to see how it goes. You take a look at how the business is going, and if it's very full, we might want to consider raising it. If it's empty, you know, let the free market system decide.
Madam City Clerk, could you queue up the vote, please?
We're missing 3 votes. Councilmember Francois, Councilmember Jackson, and Councilmember Seaman.
I don't have.
I'm sorry,
System froze.
what did you say?
I'm missing 3 votes. Okay.
Mine.
It's stuck on 17A, I think.
Let me do a voice roll call vote.
There it goes. Whoop,
Oh.
I see it.
Okay, let me open it again.
There we go.
And the motion was for option 2, correct?
Correct.
Mine's not popping up, I'll just register my vocal.
Okay, Councilmember Francois?
I'm voting yes, it's not showing up on my screen, so.
Thank you. Motion passes 3-2 with a no vote by Councilmember Jackson and Mayor DeToy.
All right. Brief. We can kick 17D and E, correct?
What is that?
Mr. City Manager. We
Consideration.
hung around all night for this?
It should be simple.
National Park System said they would extend the deadline to June. So we can add this to
Just do it tonight.
another agenda if you want.
Could just put it on consent
If
for
it
the
goes.
future, right?
Well, this was a point of discussion before. I don't want to assume consent.
Let's go tonight.
All right, let's do that one real quick. A very brief staff
I
report.
promise it'll be brief. We can have the presentation. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. Very shortly, we're going to talk about the National Park Service for our beach to be included in that service. So per law 17382 enacted in 2022, which initiated the special revenue resource study for portions of Los Angeles County coastline. Study area includes from Will Rogers State Beach to Torrance Beach. The study will assess whether the coastal resource meets federal criteria to be in the National Park designation area. And the coastal zone under consideration extends from the high tide to approximately 200 yards. So what are the next steps? So the NSP, which is the National Park Service, anticipates this study will be completed in early 2027, next year. If the study finds qualifying resources, recommendations are submitted to Congress, and any designation is required by congressional action or presidential proclamation. Next, we're looking at some Coastal Commission impacts. The Coastal Commission authority comes from the Coastal Commission Act of 1976. The act governs coastal development permits, public access, environmental protection, and local coastal program oversight. If and when the national park designation is recommended and approved, the Coastal Commission would retain permitting authority at the coastal zone. And if the National Park Service becomes involved, project may require dual coordination between the National Park Service and the Coastal Commission. And for us here today, for a discussion, the National Park Service is seeking input from public agencies, stakeholders, and the public. So staff is seeking direction for council to consider if city wants to participate in the study and to submit some comments and some questions that they had for us, or decline the participation in the study before us today. With that, we're open for your consideration, and staff is available to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any quick questions? Public comment, please.
I did not receive any speaker cards, and I have no virtual hands raised.
All right, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the dais.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we decline to participate in the NPS study.
Is there a second? Or a substitute motion?
Well, you don't need a substitute motion, there's no second.
Died for lack of second.
Yeah, that works too. So is there an alternative?
I'll make a motion to approve staff, not staff, but to direct us to participate in the NPS Local Coastal Area Special Resource Study
I'll second that.
and provide comments.
But would like to see anything that gets, before it gets sent off. Like I think comes back completed,
That's fine.
just because there are some questions in here that are interesting.
Okay. Sounds fine. Motion and a second.
Does participation lock us into anything? Because quite honestly, I certainly don't trust the federal government getting involved in anything locally, period, full stop.
Thank you for the question.
Outside of funding, we'll take the funding, obviously.
That's what we want.
Correct. So just a point of clarification, there have been a number of studies in California, specifically about 9 or so. Only 1 or 2 studies have been approved by Congress. And the last study that was done was in 2016. And since till today, it hasn't been approved. So it's been over 10 years. So it might take some time. But once you submit to be in the study, there's no way of pulling out from the study.
But it's not clear what the effect will be.
And that's the concern,
right?
Particularly under what currently is happening. Before we know, well, our beaches will be federalized, and God knows what will happen. So
They can pay for the lifeguards, maybe.
outside of funding, I'm not inclined to support.
That's the only potential benefit we see as potential
Right.
grant funding.
But we don't know what throwing our name in the hat means, and unless we get greater fidelity and clarity on that, I'm not in support.
Well, we're just participating in the study, that's all we're doing. Nothing more. We're just
And they may,
including
they're
our
gonna, if they want to
Well, this would-
designate the
this
area,
will
they will.
also-
And let's move on.
Well, this will also, like, all these answers would come back to us.
Yeah.
Before we hit send.
Yes.
So we will have,
Would you like those by email or on consent?
And consent.
I mean, I think the earlier we can get them to look over, and that way we know
Okay.
what to do. We're not waiting until a Thursday night.
Okay.
But I just want to, move forward, see what the response is. I don't want to sell property, and I don't want to donate it. So, there's a few of these questions that are interesting. All right. Any other questions? Madam City Clerk, want to queue up a vote?
It looks like we're having issues with two of the council members' devices, so I'll do a voice roll call vote. Mayor Pro Tem Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Mayor DeToy,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Nay.
Councilmember Seaman.
No.
Motion passes 3-2 with a no vote from Councilmember Jackson and Councilmember Seaman.
All right, so we have 2 info items.
They're
you guys
here. Let's
want-
do it. I mean, they're standing there. How long can it take? Let's go.
This is overtime, Chief.
I get to work all the overtime, all the OT that I like. It's called own time.
Comp time.
All right, Mayor, Council, this should be a fairly quick presentation. This is an information item on a request to look at alcohol serving establishments and the use of ID scanners. The September 9th, 2025 council meeting, council requested this info item to discuss the possibility of implementing these for all alcohol beverage serving establishments, and if feasible, including input from the Department of Alcohol Beverage Control and the available technologies. So with some scanners that are available to businesses, private purchase and use, the ID scanners have the ability to scan an ID card or a driver's license, capture the date of birth, the age of the ID holder, determine if the ID is expired, and determine if the ID is valid or fake or fraud. In discussing this with our partners at ABC, these may help with detecting fraudulent ID cards, but they are not guaranteed. There's a lot of ways that this can be defeated. Talking with ABC, really still the best method to detect fake IDs is to have a properly trained staff that actually takes the time to actually inspect the ID card, make sure that the picture matches the person holding it, check the dates, and the more modern ID cards, there's actually a tactile portion on the ID card that's, it's not just a flat laminated card anymore. Most ID checks are done at a quick glance by, could be a bartender, could be someone at a retail establishment, a liquor store. They take a quick glance at it, they look at the date, and they hand it right back, and they rarely compare what's actually on the card to the person presenting it. And they have to confirm all of these facts, the data. So while the ID scanners have the ability to detect date of birth, expiration date, and if the ID card is fraud, the fraudulent ID technologies have improved at a commensurate pace. So they've learned better ways to, if people are purchasing a high quality fake ID, they will defeat even the best ID scanners. So the best practice is for businesses to make sure they have good cameras at the point of sale. While it may not stop the point of sale every time, there can be follow-up investigations either through the police department, Department of ABC, who can circle back, look at exactly who is presenting the ID at the point of sale, and do follow-up investigations if necessary to either hold the business accountable or the person presenting the ID. Currently in the municipal code, there is not any way for the city to mandate this for any current businesses who have an established CUP. It can be considered for any new or CUP modifications if those come to the Planning Commission or City Council. What is recommended is for any new or modified CUPs is to implement the conditions, and we've been doing this for several years now, is implementing conditions to require some form of ABC lead training. The lead training is the training to inspect the IDs and also recognize over-serving, things of that nature, to recommend that they use ID scanners. They can help, but they're not guaranteed, and the video requirements. And we have been including this as a condition of approval for modified CUPs. So in summary, the ID scanners are helpful. They are a deterrent. They can detect fake IDs, but the more advanced fake IDs can work around these. So it is our recommendation for council to receive and file this report, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Are these scanners expensive?
They can be. When we worked with a business recently, they said it was a fair amount of cost up front. I want to say for 2 or 3 scanners, it could be several $1,000s.
And would your average, like our establishments on Imperial Plaza, how many would they need? Just one at the front door, or one at the bar, one at the front door?
I guess it depends, what time of day it's operating. Some of them operate as a pseudo restaurant during the day, and so yeah, just at the point of sale. So it's checked at least once when they're coming in, or at when they're being served.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? Madam City Clerk, any public comment? No, Sarah wants to talk.
No public commenters.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back for a motion or any other conversation.
Motion to receive and file the informational item.
Second.
I just have a quick comment.
Sir.
With the proliferation of fake IDs out there, the fact that a scanner may help, I think, is considerable. Recently I was out late night and watching folks at the door who were taking about a half a second to review ID cards. And, I'm sure you've seen that as well. And the reason this is an issue is because there was an underage gal who she had a fake ID that was just scanned with the bouncer, and she was highly intoxicated, woke up the next day, had no idea where she was or how she got there. So, it's summertime coming up. I think we should look at what is the best out there. I know, you go to a cannabis store and they scan you and they make sure that, I don't know what database they're using. I don't know what databases, other municipalities are using, what they're using in Utah but I guess my point is if there's a better way to do this, if there's better technology that, may help, I think is better than doing nothing. And I think we should move forward in looking at that and advancing that additional help that could prevent, God forbid, something else happening. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file. Any other comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Again, my name is Sarah Russo, and I'm a Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, and tonight staff will be providing information on Assembly Bill 1942. Introduced on February 13, 2026, Assembly Bill 1942 proposes mandatory Department of Motor Vehicle registration and license plates for Class 2 and for Class 3 electrical bicycles. Under the current proposed bill, Class 2 and Class 3 electrical bicycles are to be registered with the DMV and have a clearly displayed license plate. Riders will be required to possess proof of ownership matching the serial number of the electrical bicycle, and there will be a creation of the Electrical Bicycle Registration Fund, which will hold on to registration fees to fund the administration of the bill's requirements by the DMV. On April 28, 2026, the League of California Cities wrote a letter of support to the author if the current bill is amended. In that letter, 3 specific proposals were made. 1, apply the program to all e-bike classifications. 2, establish a clear and reasonable cap on registration fees. And 3, require readily identifiable visual markers by classification. Because this is an informational item, this item is for discussion only and no action will be taken. Should the City Council majority request an action item, it will be returned at a future meeting. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions for staff?
There's a registration component, but there was no insurance component to that
Not
bill.
at this time.
Okay, thank you. And is there any evidence that these license plates would be, I've heard from some local PD that they would not be, they'd be hard to see on an LPR. Is that, has our chief opined on that?
I'm not sure.
He did state that before. It depends on the size of it. I mean, if it's a motorcycle license size, it's unclear what the size would be at this point.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
It is the same size as a motorcycle.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Do you have any idea why the original bill was written to not include Class 1, just Class 2 and 3?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Yeah, so I'm on the League of Cities Policy Committee, and I was part of coming up with that recommendation to include Class 1. And when it was proposed as an info-only item, I think two of us, and I said that I would include my name if it included Class 1 as well, and so that still stands if we want to go ahead with it. I'm in support of including 1, 2, and 3, because 1 and 2 go the same speed, so there's hardly a difference, so.
All right. Public comment?
We're just asking questions now.
Yeah, that was a fact.
No public commenters.
All right, close public comment. Looking for a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we write a letter of approval, direct staff to write a letter of support as the bill as it currently stands.
Is there a
Without a
second?
need to come back to us?
Still has to, I think, has to.
Can it come back on consent if it has to come back? If we just,
It would come back if there are 3 votes tonight to bring it back.
we couldn't just, because it's not an action item. Shit.
Right.
You gotta make it an action.
Like I said, if we included 1 on it, I would have said yes last time, so now we're.
All right,
Well,
so
we're
this will
down.
get re-agendized on the consent one.
It can go to
There's 3
consent,
votes.
all right?
Yeah.
Easy. An action item for consent?
We can't debate it, that's the problem.
Yeah,
And I'd like to debate the fact that 1 should be included, but we can't debate it because it's info only. So we have to
You can pull
bring
it.
it back and put it on the agenda so we can talk about why
Well, then
you
let's-
think 1 isn't in and I think
Well,
it
let's do
should be,
that then.
so, yeah.
Well, it's in support of the bill that doesn't have Class 1. So
Correct.
why, Class, okay.
They're not going to change it.
I think because
It's a waste of
speeding
time.
and-
It's a waste of time to debate 1 if it's not part of the bill.
They're not going to change it.
They're not
because of
changing
our
it,
lack-
thank you.
Well, the bill isn't going anywhere anyway, so.
It's on ropes.
You don't think so?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I
Well,
mean,
if we-
statewide, there's so much
If
opposition
we
to it.
junk it up with.
All right, so we have a motion.
Stuff that won't.
And a second to write a letter of support. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
No.
No,
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
What was the motion again?
To write a letter of support as a bill.
The bill as it currently exists. Yeah, okay, I'm voting against that.
All right.
Who was the second?
But, so we can't debate it, that's the problem. Can we debate it or not? Mr. City Attorney,
you
it's,
debate
well, it's
right
an
now?
info-only item, yeah.
It's an info item.
So we can't debate it.
But now it's an action item, come back again.
So now it's going to come back again.
It'll come back on consent, but was there 3 votes for that?
4.
4 votes, okay.
Okay, so it's gonna come back on consent. If you want to debate it, you gotta pull it.
Well, I do, why don't we just put it on? I don't know.
Well, because you don't
Okay.
have the votes. They voted for.
Why don't we just write the
for
letter
consent.
and go home?
15D.
Well, it's the 2 and 3 business, I guess.
If you want to skip the staff report, you can.
Okay. You got questions for me on this item?
I mean, it just comments at the end.
Okay. Well, brief verbal staff report. This is amendments to the Kiwanis Foundation and Rotary Club agreements. It's only updates to the insurance requirements to align it with our current requirements and all other city agreements that we have. And those are the only
That was a
amendments.
Great report.
Thank you.
I have no questions. I'll just take comments after public comment. Any other questions?
No, Mr. Mayor, though, I would like to make it clear that I am president of the Kiwanis Club, although there is no personal gain involved in this, so I don't see any reason to recuse myself.
Okay. Madam City Clerk, public comment, please.
I do not have any virtual hands raised.
close public comment. My only concern is everything that we went through next door with the storage unit, that we don't have annual inspections at these two properties. I want to make sure that any lease amendment that goes through in the future, we actually have either a schedule of maintenance, roof replacements, whatever the big ticket items are. Again, I have PTSD from the building next door that, there's holes in the roofs and et cetera. So I know that's not the case.
Right.
But I think we need protection as a city of city-owned property that we are leasing out for a very, very nominal rate, that we have oversight in those. I know that's not the point of this contract, so Jason can.
I believe there's a provision in there that kind of.
We don't have a maintenance schedule in there or routine inspections outlined. I think at this point, there's been talk of possibly a building assessment of those
The whole
both the
contract's
buildings
on there.
to start.
And as landlords, I believe we have the right to enter and inspect with 24-hour notice.
Okay. I just want to make sure. We can't make any changes right now anyway, so.
No, but noted. Comments are noted.
And with that, I will approve the 7th Amendment to the agreement with the Hermosa Beach Rotary, approve the First Amendment with Hermosa Beach Kiwanis, authorize the city manager to execute the city clerk to attest, subject to approval by the city attorney.
Seconded.
Do we vote on this, or you're just?
We got to vote on it. Motion second.
I'll second it.
Already done. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? All right. 5-0. Future agenda items.
I'd like to real quickly, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Yeah, I know we talked about it briefly, the speed issue that's come up on several occasions. I know that we sort of talked about it peripherally. I think it's a good opportunity, maybe in coordination with our safe routes to school and our bike lanes and everything else, a comprehensive look at our speeds. And I know we've had some issues on 27th Street, and I know Hermosa Avenue is a drag strip. So I think we should take a look at what we have and where we have it, and does it make sense? Because PCH, our city street should not be the same as anywhere on PCH. Thank you. That's all I have. Seeking support?
I will gladly talk about speed limits again.
Can I just ask staff, we're as low as we can go. We can't lower them anymore because of the speed studies. Isn't that correct? We've looked at this before.
The state has given us the opportunity to lower our speed limits, particularly around high pedestrian areas in which most of our city now is becoming a high pedestrian, high bike area.
Yes, we'll take a look at it. There are some options out there. I think the question for staff, given what you heard tonight with Public Works, which is the department that would be executing this, and of course take that to the commission, but in doing so, if there's any specificity as to exactly certain streets, because a comprehensive citywide, that would take a massive amount of work.
I think the focus should be on the major thoroughfares, Hermosa Avenue, 27th, 8th. Valley Ardmore for sure.
Prospect.
Oh dear God, yes.
Let's throw a few others in there.
I mean, those are the main
I got to
ones.
rep east of the highway, folks.
Aviation. Yeah, we can go down to one lane on aviation.
Let's just make it 5 miles an hour, and then nobody will have to do anything.
Everyone gets speeding tickets. So that'll be an info item.
What about the
Unless there's a third.
Public Works? So there's commission taking a look at it first?
We would bring it to them, but it will involve speed studies and it'll involve consultants and costs and all those things, so.
Not necessarily, if I can cut you, because when we did this before, we can make determinations based on pedestrian traffic and bicycle traffic. The state has given us that authority. We looked at this a couple years ago. So I don't think, obviously, we'll leave it up to staff, but I don't think it's going to be as in-depth. So
Staff will discuss, and if there's any major issues we need to overcome, we'll bring it back to council
Thank you.
and advise you of that.
There are only 2.
But are there 2 or 3?
It's info only.
Info, okay. And who was that? Okay. Thank you.
That was great parking citation and immediate revenue report, I'm sure. We all read it thoroughly. So, Got a city manager report? Sorry, I skipped over you.
Thank you, no worries there. Just a quick reminder that the May 25th Memorial Day closures, City Hall and Community Center offices will be closed Monday, May 25th in observance of Memorial Day holiday. Street sweeping and parking enforcement along PCH will be suspended that Monday, as will all construction work, while all other local parking regulations remain in effect. Trash collection will be delayed by 1 day. As always, police, public works, and fire personnel remain available throughout. For non-emergency assistance, please call the dedicated police department line at 310-524-2750. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned at 12:11 in the morning, a.m.
For those going to the CCA on Friday, BBK is hosting a reception, so free food, free drinks.
The next regular city council meeting will be Tuesday, May 26th at 5 p.m. for closed session, 6 p.m. for open session. Thank you.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end.